Divine beings with wings of light cascade from the heavens, offering sacred contracts to protect humanity. The skies rain down divine miracles as citizens celebrate, completely oblivious to the darkness hidden deep underground. Trapped in an oppressive, dim dungeon, a bruised, brown-haired boy sits helplessly in heavy iron chains. The cold brick walls offer no comfort as the chained boy turns his back to the hopeless darkness. Mystical water flows through the realm, stagnating and absorbing the heavy emotions of its grim environment. From the dark puddle in his cell, a gentle, glowing voice asks why the boy looks so miserable. The mysterious voice coaxes him, expressing curiosity to see other expressions on his melancholic face. A small green sprout suddenly bursts from the solid stone, shocking the boy with its vibrant life. An angry guard suddenly storms in, accusing the boy of pretending to listen just to hide the mysterious plant. With a brutal stomp, the guard's heavy brown boot mercilessly crushes the fragile sprout into the dirt. The boy watches in absolute horror as his only source of light is violently trampled away. As the boy's tears hit the ground, the relentless magic of the plant heals and grows even stronger. A massive pink rose blooms, revealing a sleeping, pink-haired girl curled at its center. The tiny pink-haired fairy joyfully introduces herself, offering her friendship to the stunned boy. A beautiful white-haired woman marvels at the rare birth of this newborn baby fairy. Different souls vow to protect the fairy, seek her power, and find true freedom alongside her. The fairy names the boy Leorin, and for the first time, a bright smile warms his face. Stunned by his radiant smile, the little pink-haired fairy blushes in sheer adoration.
Hand in hand, they stand together, looking out toward a bright and hopeful horizon.
Even with iron chains binding him, the loyal fairy hovers close, filling his world with blooming flowers. The curtain rises on a breathtaking tale of love, magic, and unbreakable bonds. Their legendary journey of magic is beautifully bound, ready to inspire generations. Behind the scenes, dedicated creators work tirelessly to bring this magical world to life. A shimmering golden rain begins to fall, washing over a quiet, historic town. A vibrant red flower drinks in the magical raindrops as they patter gently against its petals. Amidst user rainfall, excited villagers shout to ensure all buckets are placed outside. A young, brown-haired boy busily arranges bowls and plates in the courtyard to collect the rain. His mother warmly praises his hard work while the boy asks why rainwater is so precious. The mother explains that this magical deluge is far from ordinary rainwater. The young boy wonders if magical fairies will truly be born from these sparkling pools. In water-filled hollows of ancient trees, powerful wood fairies are destined to wake. Within hidden puddles between mossy rocks, sturdy stone fairies slowly take shape. And down in the rushing currents of the rivers, graceful water fairies come to life. Because of their miraculous origins, the people reverently call these spirits fairies. Wide-eyed with wonder, the young boy gasps in absolute awe at the mystical lore. When the boy asks if they can create one, his mother gently explains it is beyond human hands. They gaze quietly at the blossoming green bushes, reflecting on the mysteries of the world. But to fight the terrifying dark realm of doom, unmatched strength is required. Mysterious blue droplets slowly descend into an endless, quiet, dark void. A passing spirit observes how bright and incredibly cheerful human beings can be. Joyous villagers lift their hands to the skies, celebrating the miraculous downpour together. A swirling mass of blue magical energy drifts over the village roofs, preparing for battle. The celestial magic lands on the stone pavement with a bright, energetic splash. Crawling forward, the blue magical essence wonders if this darkness is truly beneficial. Embracing its immense power, the spirit vows to become the ultimate force of darkness underground. Trickling along the cold tiled floor, the glowing liquid wonders where it has arrived. It discovers a grim, narrow prison door sealed shut in heavy shadow. Settling on the cold stone, the entity embraces this bleak room as its dark new domain. Locked in a pitch-black dungeon, a mysterious glowing voice suddenly pierces the silence, asking the chained boy who he is. The mysterious glowing puddle on the cold stone floor questions why he's trapped in such a narrow, gloomy prison. Observing the heavy iron shackles binding his bruised ankles, the glowing entity asks if he is being held captive. In stark contrast to the dark cell, happy villagers rejoice in the warm sunlight above. The gentle voice of the liquid entity wonders why the captive boy wears such a hollow, sorrowful expression. A sudden, deafening crash shatters the quiet, signaling the abrupt arrival of a hostile presence. A furious guard storms in, screaming at the boy to stop lagging and immediately drag himself outside. Shocked by the guard's sudden hostility, the magical puddle questions who this incredibly aggressive human is. While the guard demands he move, the glowing spirit questions why the captor is behaving so cruelly. The entity laments that humans could lock up their own kin, realizing this miserable place lacks any source of joy. Every single day, the boy is dragged to an unknown destination only to return battered and bruised. Left with only a meager plate of food, he is abandoned to rot in total solitude. Like a never-ending nightmare, the cell door swings open again to drag him back to his torment. Deep within his eyes, a faint glimmer of hope stubbornly resists the surrounding darkness. The entity notices the boy staring blankly as if terrified his only glowing companion might suddenly vanish. Sensing his deep sorrow, the spirit asks if the boy seeks its company because he is trembling and lonely. The magical spirit expresses a deep desire to show the captive boy the beautiful sights of the surface world. The boy internally reflects on a happy family he once witnessed, believing such warmth is forever out of his reach. A memory of loving, smiling people flashes before his eyes, highlighting the warmth he lacks. He dreams of a peaceful, free life under the bright sky, far away from this grim prison. Out of nowhere, a beautiful flower blooms, cutting through the darkness with its radiant, vibrant petals. A surge of sparkling magic fills the air, transforming the grim atmosphere into a dreamlike wonderland. The magical puddle begins to swirl with intense energy, signaling that a miracle is about to unfold. The boy gasps in absolute shock as a blinding light suddenly illuminates his dark, miserable prison cell. His heart races as his eyes widen at the impossible, magnificent sight unfolding right before him. Gorgeous pink roses blossom rapidly across the stone floor, filling the room with life and color. From the center of the blooms, a magical rose stem rises, surrounded by shimmering golden butterflies. At the heart of the flower, a tiny, adorable pink-haired fairy with bright purple eyes awakens. The newborn fairy cheers joyfully, instantly dazzling the stunned boy with her bright, energetic aura. The boy stares in disbelief as the tiny, magical creature hovers gracefully right in front of his face. Flying forward, the affectionate little fairy hugs his cheek tightly, declaring how much she wanted to meet him. With a warm, shimmering glow, she politely introduces herself and welcomes the young human boy. Beaming with a radiant smile, she proudly reveals that she is a magical flower fairy. Bursting with curiosity, she bombards him with questions about who he is and why he is here. She cheerfully admits that as a newborn, there is still so much she has to learn. Overwhelmed by her rapid questions, the quiet boy can only stare back at her in silence. Noticing his silence, the fairy wonders if the 6-year-old boy has never been taught how to speak. She finds it highly unusual, knowing that human children his age should easily be able to talk. The fairy grows suspicious, questioning why the adult humans drag him out daily without teaching him basic speech. Looking around the grim stone walls, she wonders what dark secrets are hidden within this prison. Observing the cold, miserable conditions of his cell, the little fairy huffs in clear disapproval. She playfully encourages the boy to learn how to speak so they can finally share fun conversations together. With pure warmth, she flies closer and promises that she wants to become his best friend. Suddenly, heavy, approaching footsteps echo down the corridor, shattering their brief moment of joy. Confused by the abrupt, heavy noise, the innocent little fairy tilts her head in curiosity. Terrified for her safety, the boy swiftly reaches out to shield the delicate flower from discovery. In a desperate panic, his chained hand gently snatches the startled fairy to hide her from sight. Muffled from inside his tight grasp, the fairy nervously calls out to her new human friend. Straining to protect his new friend, the boy desperately tries to force out his very first words. The cell gate slams open as the guard demands the boy step out immediately, bringing the tension to a boiling point. Shadow looms over the boy as the cruel guard enters. Seeing the boy holding the magical plant, the guard gasps in surprise. The guard's eyes burn with furious rage as he spots the forbidden anomaly. Cruelly looming over the boy, the guard demands to know what the growing weed is. Towering over the chained child, the guard demands to know what he ate. The boy puffs his cheeks to keep the fairy safe while she begs to be let out of his mouth. The guard lets out an irritated sigh at the kid's stubborn refusal to speak. Completely losing his patience, the furious guard violently strikes the defenseless boy. Sent flying, the boy crashes onto the stone floor with a painful cry. From inside his mouth, the panicked fairy desperately asks if he was just harmed. The hidden fairy weeps at the injustice, wondering why the guard behaves so viciously. The guard questions him suspiciously, demanding to know if he swallowed the weeds. Only a faint magical glow remains on the cold stone floor. The battered boy remains silent, refusing to say a single word. Enraged by the defiance, the guard screams at the boy for ignoring him. He repeatedly kicks and beats the child, demanding he spit out whatever is hidden. Terrified for her host, the fairy screams in absolute horror. The fairy begs to be released, knowing the guard lacks the power to see her. She cries out in desperation, begging the merciless guard to stop his brutal assault. Tears stream down the helpless fairy's face as she pleads for the beating to end. With a final agonizing scream, she tries to summon her magic to stop him. An intense aura of dark magic and raw emotion erupts. The guard examines the crushed green remnants left in his hand. Clicking his tongue in deep frustration, the guard turns away and prepares to leave. The heavy iron prison door slams shut, leaving only darkness behind. Hovering near the sprout, the fairy gently asks if he endured the pain to protect her. She wonders if the boy was terrified that she would be taken away if discovered. A bright resolve shines in the young pink-haired fairy's eyes. The fairy comforts him by revealing she knows a secret way out of this dungeon. Smiling through her tears, she surrounds herself with radiant, sparkling magic. She promises to teach him how to speak so they can finally become true friends. The fairy explains he must learn words to defend himself and express beautiful feelings. She tilts her head, asking if he will grow to care for her. The boy's bright blue eye reflects the fairy's gentle, hopeful query. She floats happily above, explaining the origin of the special flower she was born with. A magnificent pink rose blooms within a glowing magical crest. She excitedly encourages him to try saying his very first word. The boy coughs up a tiny pink rose, startling them both with the magical reaction. The fairy playfully guides him to try repeating the word once more. The little fairy beams with absolute joy at his sweet attempt. Hugging his cheek tightly, she warmly praises his quick mind and cleverness. She invites the boy to taste the sweet, magical honey of his flower. The young boy tilts his head in utter confusion at her request. As he takes a taste, she asks if the flower's honey is sweet and delicious. Giggling at his shocked expression, she wonders if she should have taught him the word delicious first. She proudly explains that among all the flower fairies, she belongs to a unique species. The fairy laughs merrily, her cheerful energy filling the quiet cell. She whispers that he is the only human who knows this flower and its sweet honey. The boy frantically looks around, searching eagerly for more sweet honey. She apologizes gently, explaining that as a young fairy, her magical powers are still limited. Unveiling the secrets of her existence, the pink-haired fairy reveals her innate magical power is called Vita. She understands that all newborn creatures, from helpless animals to human infants, require love. The fundamental truth remains that all young lives desperately need affection and attention to thrive. She looks down at the silent, chained child who only managed to learn a single word today. Listening closely to his soft voice, the fairy realizes that the boy possesses an incredibly beautiful tone. Reflecting on his harsh treatment, the fairy's eyes fill with anger as she decides she hates this place too. She looks warmly at the captive boy, realizing he is the very first human to recognize her existence. Consumed by protective rage, she contemplates becoming a dark fairy to punish those who hurt him. The young boy suddenly utters the word honey with the bright, innocent smile that touches her heart. As the boy cheerfully repeats the word flower, an angry guard barks at him from above, demanding to know why he is laughing. Overjoyed by his progress, the affectionate little fairy plants a sweet kiss on the boy's cheek. She beams with absolute happiness, proud of her new friend's incredible growth and effort. The fairy reflects on teaching the boy his very first word, hoping to fill his life with beauty. She smiles gently, feeling a deep, warm connection to the young boy. The boy sits quietly on the stone floor, staring down at his empty, bruised hand. The tiny pink-haired fairy stands gently on the palm of his bruised hand. He looks up in silent wonder as the fairy points out that neither of them currently has a name. She promises him with a bright smile that they will find names for themselves in the future. With deep warmth, she pledges to find a cool, fitting name just for him someday. Suddenly, the young fairy lets out a tired yawn, admitting she is feeling incredibly sleepy. She explains that newborn fairies require a vast amount of sleep to grow their magical powers. Floating gently within a protective bubble on his hand, she teasingly wonders if he even understands her words. The fairy gasps in surprise as the boy begins to cup his other hand over her. He gently clasps his hands together, safely enclosing the tiny fairy to protect her from danger. Floating in his safe grasp, she wonders if the boy is naturally protective and tends to hide his feelings. She notes that being held in his warm hands feels entirely different from being swallowed. Listening to his steady breathing in the quiet dungeon, she watches the bruised boy drift off to sleep. The sleepy fairy wishes him a good night, planning to teach him warm greetings when tomorrow comes. Resting in his gentle hold, she drifts to sleep, comforted by the soothing warmth of his hands. Suddenly, her eyes snap open in absolute shock as a wave of realization hits her. Sensing an abrupt change, she calls out in panic, searching for her little human friend. Looking around the empty, dark space, she desperately asks where the boy has gone. Her heart sinks in dread as she realizes something terrible has happened while she slept. A horrific memory flashes of the cruel guard violently striking the boy down, forcing her to realize he was taken. Staring down the dark shaft, the fairy refuses to accept that her first friend is gone. A fierce resolve burns within her as she vows to never let such cruelty happen again. Determined to rescue her friend, the brave fairy flies straight down into the depths of the dungeon. Standing before a massive locked iron door, she confidently declares that locks cannot stop her. She explains that she can easily bypass solid obstacles because she is an entity unseen by normal humans. Reaching out, the fairy effortlessly begins to phase her hand right through the solid metal door. She demonstrates that physical barriers and inanimate objects are completely powerless against her magical nature. Phasing through to the other side, she cheerfully invites her imaginary friend to follow her through the wall. Emerging into a dark, quiet corridor, she looks around with wide, startled eyes. She notices a long flight of stairs leading upward, realizing the boy's locked on the lowest floor. Glancing back at cell number 4, she notes that the other nearby prisons stand completely empty. She prepares to ascend the dark stone steps to discover what lies beyond the next door. Moving past the threshold, she is shocked to find a vast hallway containing over 100 locked doors. The fairy floats silently toward one of the cell windows, drawn by a heartbreaking sound. Peering inside, she is horrified to find another imprisoned child weeping in deep despair. She observes the room filled with huddled, terrified children who can only mutter nervously in the dark. Stumbling upon a horrific sight, the brave fairy discovers a cold cell packed with innocent, hollow-eyed children held in heavy iron shackles. A chilling wave of dread washes over her as she realizes her precious companion would have shared this exact agonizing fate if they hadn't met. Spotting cold-numbered identification tags on the captive's ragged clothes, she wonders what horrific crimes could justify such cruel imprisonment. She notices her own companion stands apart without a numbered label, sparking a deep mystery about why he was singled out for captivity. Fueled by a fierce, protective determination, the pink-haired fairy vows to solve this dark mystery and decides to ascend the dungeon stairs. The sheer intimidating scale of the endless stone steps weighs heavily on her as she struggles upward through the dim, torchlit corridors. Feeling utterly lost, she desperately questions whether this terrifying place is a highly secured prison or an intricate, inescapable labyrinth. The atmosphere shifts to pure horror as she climbs higher, discovering that the scenery becomes increasingly alien, dark, and hostile. Her heart races as she spots cruel, heavily armed guards in dark uniforms patrolling the halls, echoing the violence of the captor below. Heartbreaking weeping and disturbing manic laughter echo from the locked cells, proving that every corner of this facility is filled with unimaginable torment. A sinister, blood-stained Iron Maiden stands in the shadows, radiating a dark, menacing aura that promises absolute agony. Seeing the horrific array of torture weapons lining the walls of the twisted corridors, she realizes finding a way out is nearly impossible. Swallowing her fear, she desperately tries to memorize the convoluted pathways to ensure she can guide her friend to safety. Realizing the upper levels are far too dangerous to navigate alone, she decides to retreat to the safety of her friend's cell for now. Suddenly, a strange sound catches her attention, causing her to freeze in utter shock as she spots a potential miracle. Peeking into a guard room, she is stunned to see a bearded captor greedily stuffing his face with freshly baked chocolate cookies. The delicious golden brown cookie in the guard's hand looks like a luxurious dream, practically sparkling with sweet temptation. Driven by a sudden brilliant idea, the cheeky fairy instantly decides that this sweet treasure must belong to her. She beams with pure excitement, plotting a daring heist to steal the cookie and share its sweet magic with her starving friend. She pauses to carefully assess the situation, knowing that one wrong move near the massive human will ruin her plan. Knowing she has no other choice, she prepares to unleash a secret, high-level ability to secure the prize. Taking a deep, focused breath, the tiny fairy centers her spiritual energy, preparing to bend the laws of physics to her will. Her long pink hair floats as a radiant, shimmering aura of pure magic erupts from her small body. A sudden surge of ancient power manifests, revealing the unique telekinetic spell known as Pteris. She focuses her glowing purple eyes, activating the kinetic form of Pteris to manipulate physical objects from afar. With a triumphant shout, she commands the delicious cookie to lift off the table and float directly toward her. A joyful, victorious smile spreads across her face as the stolen treat glides smoothly through the air under her magical control. Meanwhile, back in the silent dungeon cell, the dark-haired boy sits alone in heavy chains, desperately clutching a faint magical light. A sweet, gentle humming suddenly breaks the oppressive silence of the corridor, signaling the fairy's return. Straining with all her might, the tiny fairy flies down the hallway while hauling the massive floating chocolate cookie behind her. Sweat pours down her face as she pushes through the exhaustion, fearing her magical energy will deplete before she reaches the cell. Smiling through her fatigue, she eagerly wonders how much her precious friend will love this sweet, incredible treat. Bubbling with adorable pride, she takes a quick, joyful rest on top of her giant, hard-won prize. Phasing effortlessly back through the heavy cell door, she cheerfully announces her successful return to her companion. She floats down excitedly, boasting about the magnificent, sweet surprise she risked everything to bring back for him. Looking at him with deep affection, she is absolutely certain that this delicious snack will bring a smile to his face. Instead of joy, she is met with absolute heartbreak as she finds her friend weeping bitterly on the cold floor, completely shattered. Her blood runs cold as she spots his raw, bloody fingertips, torn to pieces from frantically clawing at the stone floor. Horrified and panicked, she rushes to his side, desperately pleading to know what caused him such intense agony. Seeing the fresh scars on his face, she tearfully curses the cruel, vicious monsters who could bring such harm to an innocent child. Sobbing hysterically, the battered boy protectively cradles her in his bloodied hands, desperately crying out for his beloved flower. Embracing his tear-streaked face, the fairy's heart breaks as she realizes the overwhelming terror her sudden absence caused him. Looking down at the crushed pink rose and his blood on the floor, she understands he tore his fingers apart searching for. Overwhelmed with deep remorse, she tearfully apologizes for leaving him, never realizing how much his soul ached without her by his side. Clinging to his cheek, she makes a sacred, solemn vow to never leave him alone again, begging him to stop crying. She holds him close, gently confessing that seeing him in such agonizing pain makes her own heart ache more than she can bear. Snapping out of her sorrow, she suddenly remembers the chocolate cookie she fought so hard to secure. She proudly presents the delicious treat as a special peace offering, hoping to soothe his heavy, traumatized heart. With a gentle, playful smile, she asks if he has ever experienced the incredible sweetness of a chocolate cookie before. Clutching the golden cookie in his bruised hands, a warm, magical light surrounds the boy, bringing a glimmer of pure hope back to his eyes. Filled with hope, the pink-haired fairy beams with pure excitement as she anticipates her companion's joy over the stolen treat. Suddenly, her joyful thoughts are interrupted by a strange noise echoing through the damp cell. The bruised boy smiles warmly as he splits the golden cookie, inviting her to share the sweet reward together. Deeply touched by his selfless kindness, the fairy gazes at him with affection. As the boy eats, the fairy vows to keep scouting the terrifying facility while he rests. She realizes that protecting his fragile happiness has become her ultimate, most sacred mission. The boy cheerfully expresses his delight, finding a rare moment of solace in the delicious treat. Overjoyed by his reaction, she affectionately praises him as the most wonderful human she has ever met. Safe in his gentle grasp, she watches him drift off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Sometime later, the fairy slowly wakes up, wondering how long they have rested in the dark. She stretches her tiny arms, greeting the morning with a sleepy yawn. Her eyes widen in dismay as she realizes their hands have become covered in dungeon grime. Determined to clean up, she decides to summon her specialized magic, Pateras, to wash away the dirt. Shimmering, pure water manifests around her, enveloping her in a soothing magical bath. Fully refreshed, her elegant, clean feet gently descend back toward the stone floor. Swirling water ribbons dance gracefully around her as she revels in the pristine cleansing energy. Her sparkling feet softly touch down on the damp, cold dungeon tiles. She suddenly gasps in surprise, noticing her companion staring at her with wide eyes. The boy gently asks if she slept well, his gaze fixed on her magical display. She giggles playfully, teasingly asking if her cleansing ritual was truly that mesmerizing to watch. She floats closer, playfully tapping his nose to break his awestruck trance. Though she wishes to clean him as well, she notes that this magic is strictly a fairy's privilege. Looking at him, she is relieved to see that his brutal wounds are healing with miraculous speed. She warmly notes that there is something undeniably extraordinary about him. Correcting his speech, she resolves to properly teach the young boy how to communicate. She playfully warns him not to eat her, promising that they will escape this dark place together. The boy promises to protect her, while the fairy determines to uncover his real identity. She feels a pang of sorrow upon realizing the nameless boy has lived without an identity. Despite his heavy chains, a gentle, genuine smile graces the boy's face. Suddenly, the harsh grinding of a heavy door shattering the silence puts them both on high alert. A stern guard stands at the threshold, signaling the arrival of another agonizing trial. The cold captor demands the boy's cooperation as he prepares to lead him away. The invisible fairy fiercely promises to stay by his side, urging him to follow the guard without fear. The guard glances back suspiciously, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Perched on the boy's shoulder, she reminds him to act natural while the guard grows frustrated by the boy's eerie silence. She watches closely, wondering if the boy's stoic behavior is a deliberate act of quiet defiance. A heavy, tense silence fills the corridor as they move deeper into the dark facility. The fairy covers her mouth in shock as the reality of their situation sinks in. She forces herself to hold back her emotions, knowing she must not ruin the boy's brave act. Bound by heavy chains, the boy is marched toward a bright, foreboding light at the end of the hall. Together, they traverse endless corridors and ascend to the upper levels of the oppressive prison. They finally stop before an unmarked heavy door that radiates a chilling clinical dread. Inside, a group of mysterious, masked figures clad in white robes awaits them ominously. Taking in the horrific medical beds, the fairy is filled with deep panic about what lies ahead. Without mercy, the boy is ordered onto a spiked bed, his small body tense with dread. The masked examiners prepare their tools, coldly initiating a routine status check on the helpless child. They dispassionately conclude that the subject is ready, ignoring the immense trauma he has endured. The floating fairy panics, furiously calling out their blatant lies about his stable condition. An examiner prepares a heavy syringe filled with a glowing, toxic yellow fluid. The cold needle pierces the boy's arm, beginning a cruel and relentless cycle of experimental injections that threatens to shatter his very soul. A cold-eyed examiner with glasses begins meticulously cataloging the boy's agony in a notebook, starting a horrific new phase of the experiment. Floating invisibly beside him, the pink-haired fairy anxiously peers over his shoulder to uncover the grim truth written inside. She is gripped by sheer terror as she realizes these are not medical records, but steps for a sinister mental restructuring. Showing zero remorse, the cold-hearted examiners callously prepare to initiate the next torturous protocol on the helpless boy. The female examiner raises a glowing hand over the bound boy, channeling a wave of invasive magical energy directly into his mind. The fairy gasps in horror as she recognizes the dark nature of the spell, a direct assault targeting the boy's very soul. A brilliant glowing rune pattern manifests above his head, confirming their ultimate cruel goal is to completely brainwash him. Staring down with dead eyes, the examiner chants a hypnotic command meant to strip away the boy's independence. To the fairy's heartbreak, the heavy magic takes hold as the boy mindlessly murmurs the humiliating chant of submission. The systematic reconditioning relentlessly breaks down his defenses, forcing him to surrender his thoughts and desires to their master. Staring into the void, the brown-haired boy mindlessly repeats the chilling words, his consciousness seemingly slipping away. The oppressive magic demands total eradication of any thoughts, feelings, or items not dedicated to the absolute control of their ruler. Hovering above him, the pink-haired fairy watches in deep agony as her friend drifts further into a lifeless, obedient trance. Her sorrow instantly hardens into righteous fury as she angrily rejects the cruel standards imposed on an innocent child. Looking at his bound form, she passionately asserts his right to appreciate beauty, feel joy, and fight against this mental slavery. With absolute resolve shining in her eyes, the fairy vows to dismantle this oppressive facility's hold over his mind. She fiercely declares that no captor can ever truly claim the boy's soul, stating his destiny must only belong to someone who brings him true happiness. A radiant burst of starlight seals her solemn declaration, reinforcing that his choices will always be his own. She vows to search the ends of the earth to find a true guardian who will treat him with genuine love. Tears stream down her face as she silently begs the sleeping boy to hold on and resist the whispering darkness. Encircling him with protective light, she pledges to neutralize the examiner's malicious spells once and for all. A soft floral light cuts through the clinical gloom, signaling a faint glimmer of hope in this dark chamber. She repeats her sacred promise, determined to guide him to safety and a true master who deserves his loyalty. Weeping but resolute, she urges him to drown out the cruel voices attempting to reshape his mind. Enveloping him in her magical ward, she commits to protecting his inner world from any further mental invasion. A warm, peaceful light briefly pushes back the oppressive atmosphere of the laboratory. The lead examiner with glasses suddenly freezes in shock, hearing a faint, defiant laugh escape the boy's lips. The female examiner hesitates in disbelief, desperately hoping her powerful magic didn't just fail against a mere child. Sensing a dangerous shift, the lead examiner cold-bloodedly demands she double the intensity of the spell immediately. He viciously justifies his cruelty by referencing a past incident, declaring that the boy's emotions must be entirely erased. Watching their absolute lack of humanity, the pink-haired fairy clenches her tiny fist as pure rage boils within her. The exhausted female examiner takes a deep, heavy breath, bracing herself to force the spell to its absolute limits. When the magic fades, the examiner stands stunned by the boy's unfathomable mental strength, which completely shattered their conditioning. The fairy is bewildered as the examiners discuss a mysterious force that shielded his mind from the brainwashing. Refusing to accept defeat, the cruel researchers coldly resolve to repeat the grueling process 10 more times at maximum power. A chilling realization hangs in the room as the examiners discuss the fragile nature of their mental restraints. Relieved that his mind remains unbroken but still furious, the fairy descends to check on her battered friend. Gazing at him with profound empathy, she laments the horrific methods used under the guise of behavioral correction. She offers a gentle, loving smile, promising that she will never leave his side to ensure he is protected. Suddenly, a jarring shift in the atmosphere alerts her to a terrifying new change in their situation. Peering past the heavy iron bars, the fairy realizes they have been moved to a completely unfamiliar, desolate cell. Without a shred of mercy, the heavily chained boy is violently thrown onto the cold, damp stone floor of his new prison. A looming shadow stands over him as a mocking voice promises a horrific isolation in this pitch-black dungeon. The guard turns back with a cruel sneer, vowing to ensure that not even a single speck of nature or hope can reach him. Smiling maliciously, the guard expresses his immense anger over the boy's secret defiance and hidden resilience. A dark, ominous promise of future torment echoes through the suffocating silence as the cell door slams shut. Bursting with brilliant pink light, the worried fairy frantically calls out to see if the battered boy is unharmed. A soft floral aura wraps around his silent form, providing a fragile moment of sanctuary amidst the dark. Bubbling with righteous anger, she fiercely vents her fury over the captor's petty and vicious punishments. She demands answers from the cruel world, completely baffled by the extreme suffering inflicted over a single simple flower. Seeking comfort in a painful world, the young boy clings to the bittersweet memory of a voice thanking him for cherishing a single flower. In his mind, the pink-haired fairy smiles through her tears while gently cradling a brilliant pink rose. Spurred by this fleeting vision, his bruised, chained hand reaches out toward the magical blossom floating in the darkness. He carefully takes the delicate rose into his hand, finding a faint glimmer of warmth in this cruel cell. Gracing his face with a rare, peaceful smile, the boy holds the flower close to his nose. Days drag on in the barren room until the guards finally transfer the boy and his invisible companion back to their dreary cell. The heavy cell door slams shut once more, sealing them away from the outside world. Guard shadows loom menacingly over the chained child, coldly announcing that a harsh new regime of special management begins today. With a parting sneer, the guard warns the boy to watch his step very carefully from now on. Left alone in the quiet dark, the boy kneels silently as the echoes of the heavy lock fade. The cell remains completely silent, shrouded in an oppressive clinical atmosphere. Hovering close to his face, the worried fairy repeats the clinical designation used by his captors with utter disbelief. She furiously rejects the dehumanizing number, declaring that it can never be his true name. Gently patting his cheek, the fairy urges her little human companion not to worry about their cruel labels. With absolute determination, she vows to eventually find a beautiful name worthy of his soul. The young boy quietly reflects on the affectionate nickname she just gave him. She proudly points to herself, clarifying that she is actually a magical fairy. Tilting his head in sweet confusion, the boy repeats the word fairy as if trying to understand its meaning. She playfully taps his nose to break his trance, bringing a soft warmth to the cold cell. Her playful mood instantly shifts as she seriously urges him to plan their escape and manage their supplies. She wonders if she should immediately begin teaching the young boy how to communicate. Capturing his attention with a swirl of sparkles, she promises that she will always return, even when she must turn invisible. The boy stands in adorable, total confusion, completely failing to comprehend her complicated warnings. Gathering her starlight magic, the fairy prepares to cast a gentle spell of comfort. A sudden realization strikes her, her vibrant eyes widening in surprise as she senses his underlying pain. She looks down to see the quiet boy kneeling, tears silently tracing down his bruised face. Noting his distress as he frantically searches the empty air, the fairy decides to show herself to ease his panic. She bursts back into view, calling out to her little human companion as he struggles to voice his relief. With open arms and a radiant smile, she floats down to reassure him of her constant presence. Overwhelmed with emotion, the quiet boy continues to weep silently. Deeply touched by his vulnerability, the fairy gazes back with profound empathy. He manages to whisper her name, tormented by the fear that he had somehow driven her away. Weeping, he blames himself for his foolish mistakes, terrified of losing the only source of warmth in his life. She realizes that lessons in speech can wait. What his fragile heart desperately needs right now is comfort. She reaches out to hold him close, determined to wash away his fears and bring a true ray of light to his dark world. Tears stream from his bright blue eyes as he looks up at her in hope. Her heart aches for him as she observes the deep emotional scars left by his confinement.
In a burst of soft light, she prepares to cross the physical boundary to comfort him properly.
The boy looks up in wonder as a warm, magical glow begins to fill the cell. Gathering her magical power, the fairy curls up as she channels a transformation spell. The magical energy peaks as she prepares to manifest a form that can truly comfort him. To the boy's utter shock, the pink-haired fairy grows into a human-sized maiden right before his eyes. Smiling warmly, she reaches out her hands to offer him the physical comfort he has long been denied. Hesitantly, the chained boy reaches his trembling hand toward her. Without hesitation, she pulls him into a warm, gentle embrace, her long pink hair enveloping them both. The boy freezes in pure shock, his eyes wide as he experiences real warmth for the very first time. She smiles softly, letting him feel the profound safety of her embrace. Wrapped in her arms, he finally lets his defenses down, finding sanctuary on the cold cell floor. Weeping softly, she confesses her deep anger over the cruel fate he has been forced to endure. Holding him tighter, she questions the injustice of his captivity, leaving us to wonder if this powerful bond will finally trigger their grand escape from the dark prison. Kneeling on the cold floor, the pink-haired fairy questions why the black-haired boy suffers endless torment and consumes garbage instead of living for himself. Looking closely at him, she wonders in deep sorrow if this tragic captivity is truly all his world amounts to. The boy looks back in silent confusion, unable to comprehend her profound sadness. Determined to save him, she declares her desire to show him all the beautiful wonders of the outside world. Her words strike a chord deep within him, widening his blue eyes in pure astonishment. Standing amidst a blooming garden of light, she lovingly confirms her true identity as his guardian fairy. Staring into his eyes, she hesitatingly asks a silent question that hangs in the quiet air. For the first time, a bright, beautiful smile breaks across the boy's face as he happily repeats her name. Overwhelmed by his innocent joy, tears of deep emotion well up in the fairy's eyes. In a sudden burst of affection, she plants a warm, gentle kiss on his cheek. The chained boy freezes in absolute bewilderment, his face turning bright red from the unexpected gesture. With a heart full of hope, she eagerly asks him to officially become her friend. Clasping her hands together, she gazes at him with an adoring, radiant expression. The boy gives a gentle nod, accepting her offer with a soft, trusting gaze. The cell is filled with absolute joy as she excitedly declares their new friendship. Seated close together in the warm light, the two companions share a peaceful moment of genuine connection. Suddenly, her expression shifts as she feels an odd, unexpected sensation washing over her. Feeling completely dizzy, she realizes she has pushed her human-sized transformation past its absolute physical limit. Reverting to her tiny form, she apologizes to the boy, explaining that her magic is drained from the lack of energy. Despite her exhaustion, she promises to always transform back into a human just to hold him close. Fluttering in the air, the tiny fairy shines with a beautiful magical radiance. Urging him to focus on learning, she gets a quiet, obedient agreement from her little human companion. The next morning, a cheerful voice echoes outside the heavy cell door to greet the young boy. Bursting back into the room, she happily announces her return, boasting about how quickly she came back. Overjoyed by her presence, the little boy runs forward as fast as his heavy chains will allow. Hovering near his face, she praises him for waiting patiently without shedding a single tear. Confused by her praise, the young boy gently taps his cheek in adorable contemplation. The tiny fairy tilts her head, completely bewildered by his cute gesture. Her eyes widen in total shock as she suddenly realizes what the boy is implying. Kneeling before her, the boy slyly asks if his reward for waiting patiently is a sweet kiss. Seeing his bright, knowing smile, she realizes he understood her playful words all along. She bursts into a radiant, happy laugh, deeply touched by his growing warmth. As the days pass, the cold routine of their captivity begins to settle in once more. The sudden, heavy metallic sound of the cell door sliding open shatters the peaceful silence. Looking at her battered friend, the tiny fairy laments that their cruel tormentors will not grant them peace. The oppressive cell door looms large as the brutal Level 5 brainwashing experiments begin to take a devastating toll. The young boy staggers back into his cell completely disfigured, unable to even look at his worried companion. The grueling routine continues day after day, leaving the exhausted child to collapse onto the stone floor as if dead. Crying bitterly, the helpless fairy can only offer her heartfelt apologies for his immense suffering. She is forced to watch in absolute agony, tears flowing endlessly as her friend is subjected to relentless torture. Demanding he lie on the cold bed, the cruel examiners prepare for another session while the boy quietly thinks of his fairy friend. Weeping in frustration, she demands to know why they must inflict such horrific pain on an innocent child. She desperately begs the boy to show his anger instead of quietly enduring the horrific abuse. Crying out in anger, she pleads with him to say something, but he gently tells her to wait. Looking back one final time, the chain boy softly promises to return and tells her to wait for him. True to his protective nature, the young boy forcibly pushes her out of the laboratory to keep her safe. The boy's hand gently pushes her away, leaving the helpless fairy staring back in profound grief. Tears stream down her face as she watches him face the brutal experiments alone. The heavy door slams shut and chains lock it tight, leaving her to cry out in deep despair. The cold, empty stone corridor remains silent, leaving us to wonder if the young boy can survive this ultimate trial. Just when all hope seems lost, the pink-haired fairy collapses onto the cold stone floor in agonizing silence. The chained boy looks back in sheer disbelief, realizing the horrific danger of his choice. The truth strikes the fairy like a lightning bolt. He only pushed her away to keep her safe. Bitter tears spill over as the weight of his absolute selflessness crushes her fragile heart. Hugging her knees, she fiercely scolds herself to snap out of her despair and find a way. Hovering before the locked door, she begs his forgiveness for refusing to stand idly by. Tears still stain her face, but a fierce protective resolve replaces her crippling fear. She makes a solemn vow that she will never abandon him in this living hell. As the cruel researchers surround him, she promises to endure any trial to break them both free. Clutching her resolve, the fairy swears to unlock the power needed to shatter his chains. Her brilliant eyes burn with absolute conviction, setting a daring rescue plan into motion. Beyond the silent, heavy iron doors, the facility's grim machinery of torture begins to grind. Peeking through a narrow slit, she overhears the scientists detailing a minor change in the boy's brainwashing. The lead scientist smiles sadistically, highly satisfied with the horrific success of their mental invasion. A masked female researcher boasts that breaking his spirit made the brainwashing process much easier. They gloat over the boy's motionless body, confident they have systematically crushed his final defenses. The fairy gasps in sheer terror as she hears them declare his ego completely destroyed. The horrifying realization echoes through her mind, freezing her blood in absolute disbelief. Refusing to believe the nightmare, she desperately searches for any sign of her friend's soul. The cold scientist mockingly explains how this trauma gave birth to the boy's tragic new designation. Her heart breaks as the researchers laugh, officially branding the broken boy with a cruel, mocking label. The tormentors proudly verify that the young boy's mind has become entirely numb to pain. Creeping back into the dark room, the anxious fairy desperately begs him to wake up. But the boy lies completely motionless, seemingly lost in a dark, unreachable void. Refusing to yield, the fairy prepares to use her magic to test his shattered mind. She tearfully asks if he has truly abandoned his promise to escape this nightmare together. The heavy wooden door stands as a grim barrier sealing their dark fate. Suddenly, the chained boy stands tall in the center of his dark cell. The fairy floats closer, hesitantly calling out to see if his soul is still there. Exhausted, she lands softly onto his open palm, letting out a weary sigh. Suddenly, the chained boy's face flushes bright pink in a wave of adorable confusion. The tiny fairy blinks in total confusion, completely stunned by his unexpected response. For the first time, a bright, innocent smile radiates warmth throughout the cold room. The fairy grows deeply suspicious, wondering if his cheerful smile is merely an empty shell. Determined to find the truth, she decides to replicate the researcher's diagnostic test. The cute chibi boy cradles the tiny fairy in his hands, waiting curiously. Standing tall, the tiny fairy sternly demands that he name his true master. The boy looks back with incredibly clear, wide eyes, showing no fear. He gently pulls her close to his heart amidst a blooming garden of light. A shocking truth dawns. His mind was never affected by their wicked magic. The fairy's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated joy at this miraculous revelation. She realizes with pride that her brilliant little human completely outsmarted his tormentors. Overwhelmed by relief, hot tears of happiness flood her eyes. She throws herself onto his cheek, sobbing happily that she hasn't lost him. Weeping with joy, she passionately praises the boy for his unbelievable strength. The boy smiles softly, finding perfect comfort in her tiny warm embrace. She reflects on the cruel, empty name his captors tried to force upon him. She declares that although weeds are strong, she refuses to use their ugly label. Her tiny, magical hand gently caresses his cheek, delivering unmatched warmth. With their hearts firmly united, she smiles with resolve, ready to orchestrate their ultimate escape. Determined to reclaim his freedom, the dark-haired boy vows to escape and discover her true name. She explains her deep longing for a real name given with genuine love and affection, leaving him to wonder if he can be the one to give it to her. With a playful wink, she promises to return soon with a delicious reward if he waits patiently. The boy smiles softly, resting his complete trust in her hands as a warm peace fills the cell. Breaking through the cold iron bars, she departs with a cheerful promise to return, launching herself into the unknown. Gathering her magic, she coordinates her ascent straight toward the tower's distant spire. She rapidly surges through the endless floors of the dark facility, leaving the dungeon far behind. Determined to reach the surface, she pushes her speed to the absolute limit as the floors blur past. Her brilliant trail of blue magic cuts through the suffocating darkness, climbing ever closer to her destination. A sudden, blinding flash of pure light signals the end of her climb, marking her breakthrough to the outside world. The oppressive shadows vanish as the warm rays of the sun find her, but what lies beyond this light? Back in his quiet cell, the boy holds her close in his heart, patiently keeping his promise to wait. Emerging at the peak of the stone tower, she finally witnesses the outside world in all its glory. Her heart thumps wildly as she takes in the breathtaking sight of freedom, almost unable to believe her eyes. A magnificent, sprawling fantasy kingdom unfolds beneath her shimmering wings, a sight more beautiful than any dream. Overjoyed, she playfully swoops through the sweet, flower-filled sky, celebrating her first taste of liberty. A pure, radiant laugh of absolute happiness echoes through the open air, releasing years of built-up pain. The refreshing breeze instantly revitalizes her drained magical energy, filling her with newfound strength. Embracing her newborn magic, she resolves to show this beauty to her beloved friend one day. She marvels at the endless scale of the beautiful world below, eager to explore its secrets. Bright, blooming flowers showcase the vibrant life she was so long denied, drawing her down to investigate. Diving down, she is greeted by merchants selling rare medicinal herbs, marking her arrival in the bustling human town. The local shops proudly advertise powerful weapons to passing adventurers, painting a picture of a vibrant, dangerous society. Bustling market stalls offer premium healing remedies and recovery pills, prompting her to search for something that can help her friend. She witnesses a fiery dispute over the price of a rare magic crystal, learning how valued magical items are in this world. The vibrant energy of the town square hums with life and endless chatter, overwhelming her senses. Gliding silently over the snow-dusted roofs, she carefully charts her path through the unfamiliar streets. Suddenly, an elegant pair of golden-sandaled feet descends before her, shattering her quiet exploration. The bustling sounds of legendary high-class adventurers fill her with sheer wonder as she navigates the crowded alleys. She quietly maneuvers through the crowd, listening to the humans' whispers to gather vital clues. Overhearing suspicious talk of capturing rare targets, her heart drops as she realizes the dangers lurking in the shadows. Realizing the danger, she vows to stay hidden, but a sudden voice behind her threatens to blow her cover. An abrupt question about her fairy identity completely freezes her in place, her heart racing in sheer panic. Turning around in panic, she spots another pair of magnificent blue wings, realizing she has been cornered by one of her own. A breathtaking silver-haired fairy with shimmering blue wings smiles warmly at her, dispelling the immediate threat. She gasps in utter disbelief upon realizing she is not alone in this world, staring at her sister in awe. The elegant stranger leans close, playfully asking when the cute newcomer was born into this region. The silver-haired fairy's friendly demeanor quickly dispels her intense anxiety, replacing fear with hope. The stranger notes how incredibly rare it is to meet another fairy here, hinting at a larger mystery. Confused by fairy society, she admits her complete lack of regional knowledge to her curious companion. The mysterious stranger begins to explain the hidden levels of their magical kind, unlocking a history she never knew existed. A memory of an ethereal veiled fairy represents the absolute peak of high-level grace, showing her the potential of her own kind. The sudden laughter of the silver-haired stranger leaves her utterly bewildered, unsure of what she said wrong. Amused by her innocent charm, the beautiful stranger looks at her fondly, completely won over. Her brilliant smile radiates a comforting warmth that instantly builds trust between the two companions. When asked for her name, she confesses she has no name yet, surprising her new companion with her blank history. She explains that she is merely wandering the vast marketplace in search of guidance and answers. The stranger points out that her magical vessel is dangerously depleted of energy, threatening her safety. Offering immediate help, the kind stranger extends her hand to share her magic and save her from collapsing. As their hands unite, a rush of warm, life-saving magic flows into her soul, sealing a powerful new bond that could change everything. Rejuvenated by the divine gift of magic, the pink-haired fairy beams with a brilliant, heartwarming smile. A gentle voice inquires about her ultimate desires now that her energy is fully restored. Clutching her hands, the pink-haired fairy innocently admits she wants a watch and some fresh bread. She wonders if anything in the entire world could possibly taste better than baked treats, cementing her status as a dedicated carb enthusiast. Smiling warmly, the silver-haired fairy weaves a glowing circle of magic to grant her companion's simple wish. She prompts the young fairy to choose her favorite option from the magical selection. With a soft laugh, the silver-haired fairy reveals a fluffy cloud-like magical treat. The pink-haired fairy recognizes the conjured magic as a convenient subspace storage trick. Eagerly taking a big bite, she savors the sweet ethereal confection. A spectacular burst of colorful sparks erupts around her as the pure magic delights her senses. Thrilled by the exquisite taste, she politely asks if she can keep the delicious treat. The silver-haired fairy gently declines, explaining that the treat is reserved for a special human child. Standing side by side, they discuss the mysterious child's background and past hardships. A shadow of concern crosses her face as she considers the possibilities of a soul contract. Undeterred, the pink-haired fairy cheerfully declares her desire to share all good things with others. Charmed by her pure heart, the silver-haired fairy playfully pinches her soft cheek. Walking together, the silver-haired fairy admits she expected such a selfless answer. She reassures her young companion not to worry too much about the future. The warning about the fickle nature of human lifespans causes the pink-haired fairy to freeze in realization. She remembers the chained, dark-haired boy who promised to match her pace in this life. The silver-haired fairy offers a knowing, sympathetic smile to ease her companion's heavy thoughts. She kindly reminds her that it is perfectly fine not to understand everything just yet. A gentle hand pats the pink-haired fairy's head, bringing immediate comfort. Sharing a mutual understanding, the two fairies prepare for their next big step. Turning around, the silver-haired fairy begins to magically shroud herself to blend in. She seamlessly transforms into a sophisticated human lady clad in elegant winter attire.
The bustling snowy streets echo with the lively banter of townspeople conducting their daily trade.
A closer look reveals a customer exchanging a silver pocket watch for goods. Sighing softly, the silver-haired fairy notes how poorly some humans understand their species. The pink-haired fairy floats along, learning the strict laws governing relationships with humans. Terrified by the threat of core-zapping enforcement fairies, she vows never to steal cookies. Well, that's one way to keep your hand out of the cookie jar. Approaching their destination, a pair of dark leather boots steps onto the snowy path. The silver-haired fairy promises to show her a prime example of human-fairy cooperation. A wooden door slowly creaks open, bathed in a warm, inviting glow. The pink-haired fairy peers inside with wide eyes, completely captivated by what lies ahead. Smiling warmly, the silver-haired fairy formally welcomes young Ison to the cozy establishment. The wooden door opens wide, inviting them into a world of sweet aromas. Standing at the threshold, the silver-haired fairy gestures for her young friend to enter. Rows of beautifully decorated cakes and pastries sparkle under the warm shop lights. Trays of fresh muffins and strawberry-topped cupcakes tempt the senses of the visitors. The pink-haired fairy's eyes light up with absolute unbridled excitement at the sweet display. The silver-haired fairy explains that the entire bakery is managed by a close friend. Approaching footsteps signal the arrival of the shop's master. A polite greeting welcomes the fairy back to her favorite spot. The handsome brown-haired pâtissier Mamingo stands ready to serve his guests. The silver-haired fairy happily orders 2 delicious pieces of cake. She gracefully takes a seat at a table to wait for her order. She explains that Mamingo is the talented worker hired by her close friend. The pink-haired fairy realizes this young man is responsible for creating all these masterfully baked delicacies. Fluttering her wings in pure joy, she celebrates this magical haven of sweets as a new chapter of their journey begins. A critical threshold is crossed as the silver-haired companion urges her young friend to step out of the shadows and trust the kind pâtissier. The sweet scent of freshly baked treats fills the room as their delectable order of cakes is finally served. Mamingo questions her solitary double order, but she cryptically reveals she is sharing the sweets with a hidden companion. Filled with sudden anticipation, Pink prepares herself to finally step into the light and reveal her magical form. Softly closing her eyes, the young fairy summons her inner magic to manifest visually before the human. The handsome chef is completely stunned into silence as a breathtaking magical presence begins to unfold. Glistening in a pure white dress with shimmering wings, Pink stands proudly in her true, majestic fairy form. With sweet innocence, she asks if she looks adorable, receiving immediate enthusiastic praise from both of her companions. While her silver-haired friend explains her lack of a formal name, Pink is completely captivated by the gorgeous display of strawberries. Her mouth waters uncontrollably as she stares intensely at the irresistible treats before her. Before they can decide on her future name, a loud comedic growl from Pink's stomach shatters the quiet moment. Amused by her tiny friend's ravenous hunger, the silver-haired lady urges the starving fairy to eat immediately. Without a moment of hesitation, Pink happily dives face first into the delicious strawberry cake. A spectacular burst of absolute culinary bliss erupts as she experiences the heavenly sweet flavor. Tears of overwhelming joy stream down her face, deeply moved by the incredible taste she was so long denied. Her dramatic, tearful reaction to his baking leaves her companions incredibly amused and deeply touched. Mamingo watches with a warm, stunned expression, deeply validated by the tiny fairy's passionate appreciation for his craft. The plates are quickly cleared, leaving only crumbs of the masterfully baked chocolate and strawberry cakes. The silver-haired fairy commends Pink's selfless heart, explaining to the chef that she wants to share these amazing treats with her locked-up friend. Pink looks up with wide, hopeful eyes, humbly asking if it is truly all right to receive such precious gifts. Deeply touched by Mamingo's immense generosity, the grateful fairies pledge to repay his incredible kindness in the future. Smiling warmly, the gentle chef guides his tiny guest to choose from his finest selection of freshly baked breads. Noticing a vase of vibrant red blossoms, Pink asks about them, prompting Mamingo to admit that flowers are an expensive luxury here. The pâtissier reveals that growing any sort of plant in the town of Ulan is an incredibly difficult challenge. Floating near the delicate red petals, Pink learns that the nearby Doomfield's corruptive presence causes all life to quickly wither. A grim shadow falls over their talk as he describes the suffocating reality of living right next to the lifeless wasteland. Despite the harsh conditions, he notes how deeply the townsfolk cherish flowers to bring color to their bleak daily routines. The rare, sparkling red flowers stand as a fragile symbol of resilience against the looming darkness. A spark of deep empathy and determination ignites within Pink's heart as she considers the town's plight. Oblivious to her grand thoughts, Mamingo kindly gestures for her to make her choice from the display case. Eager to bring joy to both her friend and the kind baker, Pink resolves to choose the perfect treat. When prompted, Pink enthusiastically declares her decision to take the delicious strawberry tart. Her silver-haired companion instructs her to safely store the warm tart inside her magical subspace vessel. Handing her the silver pocket watch, she reminds Pink to take good care of the precious item as well. Deeply touched by the immense kindness of her new friends, Pink clutches her hands to her chest in gratitude. Her adorable, heartfelt reaction brings bright smiles and soft laughter to her two companions. The silver-haired lady tells Mamingo she intends to protect and guide Pink until she adapts to the human world. Eagerly joining the cause, the handsome patissier smiles warmly, wishing to remain a helpful ally to the young fairy. Extending his hand, Mamingo reassures Pink that she is always welcome to seek his help whenever she needs it. Brimming with absolute happiness, Pink beams and happily promises to visit the cozy bakery again. As the sun sets and casts a warm golden glow over the shop, the time comes for them to part ways. Stepping out into the cobblestone alley, the silver-haired lady stops Pink to offer crucial parting advice. She warns that those living near the Doomfield are dangerous, urging Pink to remain highly vigilant in the human world. Secondly, she strictly warns her never to wander outside at night when the corruptive doom energy grows far stronger. Gently smiling, she requests that Pink reveal her true name the next time their paths cross. Radiating pure joy, Pink waves goodbye and promises to see her beloved silver-white friend again. Standing in the warm evening light, the elegant lady waves as her young companion takes flight into the sky. Soaring gracefully into the golden sunset, Pink begins her solo journey back to her locked-up friend. Savoring the cool, refreshing breeze, the little fairy smiles as she flies closer to her destination. But as she looks down, a sudden, ominous chill fills the air as she approaches the dark, menacing expanse of the cursed land. An ominous silence falls as the pink-haired fairy wonders if her affinity for darkness stems from her past imprisonment. Her thoughts drift deeper, recalling how she has naturally gravitated toward the shadows since her very birth. But everything changed the moment she met the fragile, captive human child. Seeing a rare, genuine smile on the chained boy's face gave her life a brilliant new purpose. She fiercely raises her hand, completely rejecting the corruptive, whispering temptations of the dark Doomfield. Summoning her magic, she resolves to remain a pure force of light, just like the day she was born. With a gentle breath, the pink-haired fairy blows shimmering magical petals into the cold air. She vows to draw strength from the world's challenges and illuminate every dark corner of existence. Standing tall against the wind, the brave little fairy prepares to step into her destiny. Looking ahead with determined eyes, she finally decides on her perfect true name. Radiating pure happiness, she clutches her hands to her chest in anticipation of sharing it. Her elegant feet rest softly upon a bed of blooming pink flowers. She proudly crowns herself with her majestic new title, Shurencha. Back in the gloomy cell, a sudden burst of pink light pierces the shadows beside the dark-haired boy. A cheerful voice echoes through the cold stone room, announcing her long-awaited return. Shurencha greets her young companion with a radiant, heartwarming smile. She asks if he was lonely and excitedly reveals she brought back an assortment of incredible treasures. Spreading her wings, the little fairy uses her magic to summon her subspace portal. Sparkling before them is a delicious bounty of fresh baguette, strawberry tart, and mouth-watering cake. She eagerly invites her bewildered chained friend to join her for a magical feast. She gently guides him on how to scoop the cake properly, introducing him to his very first fork. The two friends happily dig in, completely lost in the heavenly sweetness of the treats. The dark-haired boy blushes deeply as he experiences the unbelievable flavor for the first time. Suddenly, a sleek black cat appears on the cold stone floor, looking directly forward. The young boy stares in utter amazement at the unexpected feline visitor. Shurencha quickly warns him not to touch it, explaining the cat is just a fragile illusion. Pointing her finger up excitedly, she announces that she has some incredibly important news to share. Floating playfully before him, she challenges the boy to guess her newly chosen name. The dark-haired boy listens closely as she reveals her name is Shurencha. She proudly declares that she is officially Shurencha from this day forward. She hovers gracefully, waiting to see what her dear companion thinks of her name. She coaxes him to try saying it, but the tongue-tied boy struggles to pronounce the syllables. She breaks down the pronunciation step by step, but he only gets more hilariously confused. Seeing his struggles, she realizes the name might be a bit too complicated for him. Staring at her with soft blue eyes, the boy gently utters the name Ren. Overjoyed, she praises his effort, but wishes he had a name of his own as well. Her words linger in the air as she considers how to find a fitting name for him. The gloomy, empty corridors of the dungeon stand silent and cold. Looking at the heavy chains, he silently questions if names have any meaning in a dark prison. Breaking through his somber thoughts, she calls out to her young human friend. The dark-haired boy looks up, his bright blue eyes reflecting a sudden spark of curiosity. He nods, leaving her completely stunned by his quick understanding of the importance of naming. Giggling warmly, she eagerly proposes that they find a beautiful name for him together. She suggests a meaningful, divine name that represents the blessings of the gods. She pauses, wondering if she should choose a name that sounds similar to hers. With a bright smile and a pointing finger, she officially bestows the name Leohan upon him. As the boy tries out his new name, she playfully demands that he state his identity. She giggles and admits she wanted their names to share a special, deep connection. She warmly explains that he will be Lyle and she will be Ren. A bright, genuine smile spreads across Leo's face as he embraces his new name and destiny. The dangerous game of survival begins as a young fairy's heart races with overwhelming warmth and unexpected determination. She floats gently against the cheek of the quiet, dark-haired boy she vowed to protect. Recognizing his gentle, scarred smile, she realizes her fate is now permanently bound to his. Armed with her new companion's name, she eagerly begins her secret investigation of the massive prison.
Within the quiet facility, she uncovers a mysterious document mentioning a classified experiment codenamed VCP-4. Despite her careful search, this cryptic code remains her only lead with no further details. Her stealthy search reveals Lio is on the 17th basement floor while other prisoners are being augmented. The clever little fairy resolves to memorize every single piece of information using her own sharp mind. Spotting a heavy metal door, she wonders if she should risk sneaking into the administrative office. She pauses in surprise as she spots a crucial discovery just ahead in the dark corridor. Hanging on the wall before her is a detailed layout of the labyrinthine zone. She realizes the complex facility is divided into massive zones rather than standard floors. Tracking the stairs, she calculates Lio must be kept in the depths of Zone 10. However, a mysterious black circle on the layout leaves her deeply puzzled with no written explanations. Shaking off her doubts, she enthusiastically decides to go investigate the strange marker in person. Arriving at the location, she discovers a heavy iron door guarded by two stern-looking guards. Peeking from the shadows, she deduces that whatever is behind the door must be incredibly valuable. Summoning all her courage, she prepares to make a daring high-speed move past the guards. With a sudden burst of magic, the pink-haired fairy dives straight toward the heavily fortified entrance. She easily slips past the unsuspecting guards, her tiny frame leaving only a faint streak of light. Wiping her brow in relief, she celebrates bypassing the guards as she approaches the black circle's location. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she gazes upon a dark, swirling phenomenon. Standing before the immense anomaly, she wonders if this swirling portal leads straight to the Labyrinth of Doom. Realizing the nature of the dark portal, she excitedly identifies it as a direct pathway out of the prison. She recalls how the suffocating environment of the Doomfield nearly consumed her when she first arrived. The dark swirling energy confirms that the prison is deeply connected to the cursed wasteland. She wonders what sinister motives the prison's owner has for keeping captives in such a corruptive place. A wave of deep worry washes over her as she contemplates what they intend to do to Lio. Her heart aches as she fears the dark experiments might corrupt her precious young friend. The menacing purple vortex continues to swirl silently, holding dark secrets of the cursed labyrinth. Recognizing her current limits, she decides it is far too dangerous for a fairy to enter the vortex now. She resolves to make her way up to the surface using only the conventional stairs. Scurrying away from the ominous chamber, she descends further into the complex to continue her reconnaissance. Entering the 7th district, she is surprised to see a massive training hall bustling with activity. She observes soldiers actively sparring with heavy swords and practicing their aim with firearms. She notes how diligently the guards prepare, sharpening their combat skills in the shadows. Moving to the next area, she discovers District 6 features a similar militaristic tone and holds 5 exit gates. In stark contrast, District 5 is packed with advanced scientific equipment and busy researchers. Floating cautiously, she wonders if this research district holds the key to uncovering Lio's true origins. Pushing past her exhaustion, she quickly flies toward the next level of the fortress. She discovers District 4 serves as a massive kitchen and food storage area for the entire facility. The upper levels consist primarily of standard prison blocks where ordinary captives are locked away. She reflects on how Lio is still just a helpless child who cannot even speak properly. Shaking off her worries, she refocuses on her immediate goal of reaching the outside world. She commits to finding a safe path to the surface by utilizing the stairwells. Bursting through the final threshold, she celebrates her successful escape into the fresh air. With her freedom secured, she resolves to find a way to earn money to repay her kind benefactors. A brilliant beam of magical light shoots across the horizon, carrying the tiny fairy toward civilization. The bustling town streets come alive under the clear blue sky, decorated with colorful festive banners. Floating high above the unfamiliar city, she looks around and wonders which direction leads to her destination. A sudden celebratory toast echoes through the bustling streets of the city as townspeople raise their wooden mugs to congratulate a newly promoted Tetralim Solar, setting off a wave of excitement. At a nearby wooden table, companions share their envy and vow to train even harder until they reach the legendary rank of Penterim. The lively town square bustles with couples and elegant citizens enjoying the peaceful, sunny afternoon. Young children run through the cobblestone streets playing a game, pretending to chase and conquer the darkness. Watching from above, the pink-haired fairy marvels at how joyful and carefree the citizens of this vibrant town appear. Sharentia smiles warmly, determined to bring this same dazzling happiness and light to her dear friend Rio in the dark depth. Suddenly, a beautiful, resonant chord rings out, instantly capturing the curious little fairy's full attention. Sitting atop a wooden barrel, a handsome blonde-haired street performer wearing a blindfold gently plucks his guitar strings, casting a spell of music over the plaza. The mysterious bard sings of Lucite, a legendary lord of the sea who possesses unmatched courage and a fierce, unyielding spirit. The lyrics grow intense, prophesying that this legendary hero will soon unleash a powerful, world-altering storm at the very border of their land. The blonde bard smiles softly as he loses himself in the melody, his fingers dancing gracefully across the guitar. Sharentia gasps in utter amazement, deeply moved by the incredible depth and emotion of his singing. A fascinated crowd gathers around the street performer, completely captivated by the magical aura swirling around him. Standing in the cobblestone square, townspeople watch in respectful silence as the blindfolded musician fills the air with pure wonder. The listening crowd wonders if the artist's hidden eyes are just as strikingly clear and beautiful as his mesmerizing voice. Grateful listeners begin tossing silver coins into the musician's black hat resting on the pavement. Observing the exchange, the naive pink-haired fairy is shocked to realize that humans must pay money to enjoy such beautiful music. Lacking any funds, Shirencha silently promises the performer she will return with thrice the payment later because she loved his melody so much. The realization hits her hard. If she wants to survive and help Leo, she urgently needs to figure out how to earn money in this human world. The blindfolded bard pauses, feeling a strange sensation as if someone was staring directly at him from thin air. Shirencha panics slightly, reassuring herself that her fairy magic keeps her completely invisible to human eyes unless she chooses otherwise. Shaking off his suspicion, the musician dismisses the feeling as an illusion while Shirencha flies away toward a sweet destination. The cheerful ringing of a bell welcomes visitors as she arrives at the cozy entrance of the local bakery. A friendly, brown-haired baker named Mamingo greets her with a bright, warm smile, presenting a tray loaded with delicious, freshly baked treats. Mamingo asks why she waited, explaining his deep worry that the dark forces of doom might have targeted her. Shirencha boasts of her incredible strength and proudly announces that she has finally chosen her perfect name. Delighted by her confidence, the friendly baker eagerly asks if they can finally exchange names with each other. Placing a hand over his heart, the brown-haired young man introduces himself as a pastry chef at the Very Berry Bakery. Floating proudly in the air, the tiny pink-haired fairy introduces herself to him as Shirencha, the flower fairy. Mamingo is deeply amazed, noting how incredibly rare and precious it is for a divine flower fairy to be born in their town of Ulan.
Shirencha blushes with bashful joy, flattered by his heartfelt praise and warm reception.
To show her gratitude, she decides to gift Mamingo with one of her magical blooming fairy flowers. Mamingo holds out his large hands as Shirencha conjures a radiant, glowing pink blossom of pure magical energy. The young baker's eyes widen in absolute astonishment at the pure, breathtaking beauty of the magical flower resting in his palms. Overwhelmed by emotion, Mamingo tears up, marveling at the most beautiful flower he has ever seen in his life. Mamingo promises to carefully place the flower in a vase and offers her some mouth-watering treats in return, making the hungry fairy jump with joy. The exquisite pink rose sits beautifully inside an elegant white vase, radiating a soft, warm light throughout the cozy shop. Mamingo returns to serve her a perfect, shimmering slice of rich cheesecake on a golden, ornate plate. Shirencha beams with pure ecstasy, completely swept away by the heavenly scent of the sweet pastry. Happy to see her enjoy it, Mamingo generously promises to pack an extra portion for her captive friend, earning her deepest gratitude. The kind baker ponders in silence, wondering how he can best assist the little fairy with her mysterious companion. Shirencha asserts that to successfully rescue Rayo from his chains, she must first understand the layout of the world around them. Mamingo reassures her that it is an easy task, promising to gather the essential tools and knowledge she will need. The baker begins his lesson on geography, explaining the relationship between their spherical planet and their flat maps of land and sea. He reveals a magical glowing orb representing the planet, explaining that worlds are categorized as either ongoing trials or completed realms. He explains that the presence of a supreme fairy lord is what separates these two types of worlds, a savior this planet still lacks. Shirencha listens intently as the ancient and mysterious true name of their planet is finally revealed. The pink-haired fairy absorbs the gravity of the situation, realizing the immense weight of the destiny that lies ahead of her. Cosmic energies swirl through the endless dark void, highlighting the fragile world that she has sworn to protect. A grand decorative floral crest frames the legendary title of this world, officially naming it as the 13th Trial Planet, a realm of ultimate testing and destiny. Shirencha's heart stops as she learns this brutal world is actually the treacherous 13th Trial Planet. This glowing celestial orb holds the secrets of a world desperate for a savior. Mamingo warmly offers to guide her through the continent's geography next to plan her rescue. He points out the northern Kavad Empire on the map, revealing their town of Ulan sits dangerously close to the cursed Doom. Spotting their exact location, she taps on the map to confirm the borders of Ulan. Suddenly, a chilling detail on the parchment catches her eyes, sparking immediate alarm. She points directly at a prominent castle icon, and the baker identifies it as the stronghold of Lord Ulan. This fortress houses Apos, a legendary, inescapable subterranean dungeon directly linked to the horrific Doom Maze. When she asks if humans can wield such corrupt power, Mamingo reveals they can exploit the maze's dark energy. He details how the dungeon's core was actually a supreme fairy who fell from grace and transformed into an evil spirit. She learns that a merciless nobleman named Duke Devlik Musil currently rules over this dark fortress. Realizing this ruthless duke likely locked up her precious young friend Lyle, she instantly declares him her sworn enemy. When she asks about the Duke's true nature, Mamingo warns that he is notoriously cold-blooded and merciless. Shirencha gasps in absolute horror upon hearing that the Duke is an incredibly high-ranking Enarim-level warrior. Pointing at the soul rating chart, she realizes his power is on par with a legendary Eula fairy. A heavy sense of despair washes over her as she contemplates facing such an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Her dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a loud, completely unexpected hiccup that shatters the tension. Blushing furiously, she frantically tries to play off her mistake as just an eager desire to learn. The baker jokingly advises that she needs either overwhelming strength or immense wealth to cause trouble in this world. He chuckles, explaining that having just one of those assets makes a person practically untouchable in human society. The pink-haired fairy falls into deep contemplation, brainstorming how a tiny fairy can generate massive wealth. Mamingo smiles and directly asks if she has figured out a solid plan to earn her fortune. A brilliant idea strikes her as she glances at the beautiful blooming pink rose she created. She proposes selling her magical blooming flowers, a business venture the baker enthusiastically supports. Excitedly, she asks if selling just 4 of her creations will be enough to buy a single slice of cheesecake. Mamingo stares at her in absolute disbelief, stunned by her complete lack of market knowledge. Misunderstanding his silence, she anxiously raises the count to 5 or 6 flowers per slice. He bursts into laughter, gently reminding her of how incredibly rare and valuable real vegetation is in their barren town. Suddenly, the bakery door is flung wide open, interrupting their conversation with a loud bang. A cheerful orange-haired girl named Remy Ingle bursts inside, loudly announcing her craving for cookies and cake. Her happy expression vanishes instantly as her eyes lock onto the glowing pink rose on the counter. She screams in utter shock, frantically demanding to know where this incredibly precious flower came from. Remy eagerly shakes Mamingo, questioning if he bought it from the exclusive local florist. Mamingo whispers a reassurance to the hidden fairy, urging her to safely show herself to this trusted friend. Spinning around in sheer surprise, Remy's jaw drops as she catches sight of a real living fairy. Sharenza floats bashfully in front of the newcomer, offering a nervous but polite greeting. Magical golden blossoms sprout instantly beneath the fairy's delicate feet, proving her celestial lineage. Remy enthusiastically introduces herself as a broker, while Sharenza proudly reveals her identity as a flower fairy of Ulan. Remy's eyes sparkle with excitement, realizing Sharenza is the magical source of the priceless blossom. The two humans share a hearty laugh over the fairy's adorable, naive worries about money. Remy explains that her rare magical blooms are actually a literal gold mine that will sell like hotcakes. Sharenza dramatically declares she only wants enough money for cake, sending the humans into acute overload. Her sweet demeanor softens as she explains her desire to share these wonderful human treats with her captive friend. Remy grows highly intrigued, noting how unusually loyal the newborn fairy is to this mysterious friend. Mamingo drops a bombshell, revealing he has already arranged a meeting with another local fairy. Just as she digests this news, a sudden realization strikes Remy. Remy raises a finger, warning them to absolutely hide the fact that Sharenza was born in Ulan. Confused, Sharenza wonders why the terrifying Duke Devlik Musil would care about a simple birth town. Remy explains that the Duke aggressively tracks every unique fairy in the territory to lure them to his palace. Sharenza's blood runs cold at the thought of dining with the monster who imprisoned Leo, swearing never to collaborate with her enemy. A chilling realization strikes the little fairy as she fears her secret identity has already been exposed. Remy smiles and suggests creating a false backstory to protect her secret. Sharenza imagines herself as a fabulously wealthy, horned fairy making a fortune in Ulan by selling her rare magical flowers at premium prices. The baker Mamingo smiles warmly, agreeing that this cover story sounds highly plausible. Remy proudly claims credit for her brilliant idea while Sharenza floats happily, showering her with praise. The pink-haired fairy expresses her immense relief at having Remy's help, while Remy glances at her with a soft, affectionate expression. Suddenly, a massive hand scoops up the tiny, startled, pink-haired fairy directly from the air. Unable to resist her absolute cuteness, Remy affectionately cuddles the protesting little fairy, wishing she could pocket her forever. Just then, a sharp, authoritative voice demands to know why Remy is bullying the precious pink fairy. A majestic new fairy with long silver hair, pointed ears, and shimmering blue wings stands proudly before them. The silver-haired newcomer narrows her eyes as Remy quickly tries to play off her aggressive cuddling as harmless petting. Cradled gently in safe hands, Sharenza beams with pure excitement, eager to share that she has finally chosen her own name. The silver-haired fairy smiles warmly and agrees that it is time for them both to make a proper grand introduction. Placing a hand over her chest, the beautiful silver-haired fairy gracefully reveals that everyone calls her Diamond. Sharenza clasps her hands together with a sweet, polite smile, preparing to share her identity next. The tiny pink-haired fairy introduces herself to her new companion as Eisen Sharenza, the flower fairy. Diamond's eyes widen in sheer shock and curiosity upon hearing the mention of flowers. Hovering quizzically, Diamond intensely questions how a legendary flower fairy could possibly have been born in Ulan. Sharenza simply smiles back, completely oblivious to the historical weight of her own birth. Breaking the academic tension, Mamingo warmly invites the gathered guests to sit down and enjoy some fresh bakery treats. Diamond suggests that Sharenza transform into her human size to conserve her magical energy during their tea time. The elegant silver-haired fairy steps forward to demonstrate the transformation process first. In a flash of light, Diamond transforms into an elegant, full-sized young woman wearing a stylish blue coat and a feathered hat.
Inspired by the stunning display, the adorable chibi Sharencha eagerly prepares to initiate her own human transformation. A brilliant glow fills the room, leaving Diamond, Remy, and Mamingo completely spellbound by the magical sight. Sharencha's breathtaking human form is met with instant, overwhelming admiration from her companions. Now a beautiful, tall young woman with long pink hair and purple eyes, human Sharencha smiles bashfully in her white dress. Her elegant transformation is complete as she stands gracefully in delicate golden sandals. Mamingo politely ushers his newly transformed guests to the dining table to serve them warm tea and refreshments. A mouth-watering spread of fresh, strawberry-topped cupcakes and hot tea is beautifully laid out on the table. Taking a sip of her tea, human Diamond summarizes the fairy's business goal of earning wealth by selling her magic flowers. Pointing to the glowing blossom on the table, Diamond inquires about Sharencha's daily production and business strategy. Diamond fixes her sharp blue eyes on Sharencha, deeply questioning her actual plan for selling these priceless goods. Sharencha naively imagines giving her rare flowers away to everyone at the market, prompting an immediate deadpan rejection from Diamond. Diamond's eyes narrow as she sternly lectures the pink-haired girl for completely failing to recognize the immense value of her magic. Diamond brings up a famous figure named Flora, while Mamingo suggests that beautifully wrapping the flowers in ribbons would make them a perfect luxury item. Realizing Sharencha has no idea who Flora is, Diamond quickly apologizes for her confusing comparison. Diamond explains that weaving flowers beautifully and infusing them with magical soul skills keeps them fresh for a remarkably long time. Sharencha clasps her hands together, wondering if she can truly trust such a highly skilled expert with her precious flowers. Diamond reassures her that an expert distributor is exactly what she needs to save time and maximize her profits, inviting her to meet tomorrow morning. Remy raises her hand enthusiastically, eagerly asking to tag along as their tour guide to show Sharencha the sights. When Mamingo asks if she is too busy with her brokerage work, Remy explains she still has plenty of free time while learning the ropes from her mother. Remy proposes meeting at 8 in the morning, making the worried pink-haired girl wonder if she can even wake up that early. Remy laughs off her concern, assuring her that a simple alarm will easily solve her morning struggles. The mention of an alarm triggers a bittersweet memory of Sharencha's captive friend, chained in a dark room where noisy clocks are strictly forbidden. Looking deeply saddened, Sharencha begs her new friends to keep the existence of her imprisoned companion a strict secret between the three of them. Mamingo gives her a gentle, reassuring smile, wordlessly promising his complete loyalty to her cause. Diamond nods her head in silent, firm agreement, cementing her trustworthiness as a true ally. Remy warmly offers to help Sharencha acquire any necessary items or information she might need for her rescue mission. A quiet determination settles over Sharencha as she studies the books and pencils, resolved to help her captive friend who is still struggling to speak properly. As their secrets unfold, Remy reveals a devastating obstacle blocking their access to the crucial library books. Unwilling to back down, Remy vows to find another way to secure the books. With sunset looming, Remy charges out into the streets on a sudden mission. Back inside, Diamond offers to craft an even deeper cover story for Sharencha. The two fairies visualize their majestic roles within the grand fabricated history. Diamond explains that a clean, non-combat background will successfully deflect the dangerous lord's attention. Shifting focus, Mamingo asks Sharencha how to keep her magical flower alive forever. Sharencha admits her legendary flowers actually require the same care as ordinary plants. The mysterious limits of Sharencha's unique flower magic remain completely shrouded in mystery. Mamingo realizes the naive fairy lacks the knowledge to preserve her own incredible creations. Deeply touched by his genuine care, Sharencha smiles warmly at the kind baker. Mamingo falters, utterly surprised by the sudden intense warmth in Sharencha's eyes. Sharencha openly expresses her deep gratitude for the baker's unwavering kindness toward her. She happily imagines showering him with an endless supply of delicious human treats. Sharencha's heart swells with determination as she commits to her grand rescue plan. Mamingo watches her with a soft, affectionate smile, completely charmed by her innocence. Overwhelmed by her sweet promise, the baker offers Sharencha his sincere thanks. A peaceful, joyful harmony fills the bakery as the companions share their tea. Suddenly, Remy bursts back inside, triumphantly announcing her successful return with a surprise. Remy eagerly tells the waiting trio to prepare themselves for her amazing reveal. Remy proudly presents her childhood language workbook and writing tools to help Leo. Remy explains that owning this personal workbook eliminates any stressful library return deadlines. Overwhelmed by this incredible act of kindness, Sharencha clutches the workbook in tears. Seeing the fairy's tears, Remy flusters up, completely embarrassed by the emotional reaction. Diamond watches their heartwarming chemistry, realizing the two girls are a perfect match. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Diamond suddenly proposes that they sign an official contract. Diamond defines an agent's true power to connect clients to any desired goal. Diamond assures Sharencha that despite Remy's goofy behavior, her professional skills are elite. Diamond reveals Remy is the daughter of the Empire's top broker, guaranteeing ultimate success. Sharencha looks at Remy with newfound awe, her eyes sparkling like bright stars. Diamond asks for their thoughts on the match, while Sharencha hesitates despite loving it. Sharencha looks down anxiously, wondering if such an amazing partnership is truly possible.
Remy confidently declares she only needs one magical flower at a time to sign.
Sharencha is stunned, disbelieving that such an incredible deal costs only one flower.
Remy bursts into ecstatic laughter, celebrating her very first official career agent contract.
Remy passionately vows to give it her all and protect her new friend. Thrilled by her partner's passion, Sharencha joyfully agrees to sign the official contract.
Remy erupts in sheer excitement, demanding a firm promise never to give up.
Remy happily says her goodbyes, promising to bring the contract first thing tomorrow.
With the flower business officially launching tomorrow, a mountain of preparation lies ahead. Sharencha practically vibrates with pure, unadulterated excitement for the future. As she celebrates, Mamingo gently calls out her name to capture her attention. To her complete shock, Mamingo asks if she will sign a contract with him too. The generous baker asks for just a single flower in exchange for his services. In exchange, he promises her unlimited access to all the bakery's delicious treats.
Sharencha enters absolute fairy heaven at the thought of infinite delicious pastries.
Sharencha worries the deal favors her too much, but the baker insists it is perfect. Mamingo explains that her rare, one-of-a-kind magical flowers are worth absolute fortunes.
With deep warmth, he admits that seeing her happy makes his hard work completely worth it.
Sharencha's eyes widen with pure emotion as the true depth of human kindness sinks in. Joyful Chibi Sharencha declares her absolute eagerness to sign an official partnership contract with the kind baker. Mamingo holds out his professional business card to formally seal their new commercial alliance. The golden trade card is decorated with elegant, mysterious runes and bright yellow blossoms. Mamingo establishes a clever cover story for Sharencha to hide her fairy origins from suspicious eyes. Dee recommends wrapping up their successful meeting to prepare for tomorrow's official launch. Sharencha vibrates with sheer enthusiasm as she prepares for the grand adventure ahead of her. High in the dimly lit, heavily guarded tower, a dark secret remains bound in chains. Sharencha proudly presents a delicious, glowing slice of cake she brought all the way from the bakery. Crouching beside her captive friend Leo, Sharencha eagerly encourages him to share the sweet treat. The two young companions share a rare, blissful moment of pure happiness together in the dark cell. Leo finishes every last crumb, savoring the delicious flavor of the human world's baking. Sharencha presents her childhood workbook, patiently introducing Leo to the basic rules of the common language. She points to the drawings on the page, prompting her friend to repeat the fundamental sounds after her. Leo carefully mimics her, slowly pronouncing the vowels under her gentle guidance. Leo struggles to grip the pencil, realizing his hands are entirely unfamiliar with writing.
Sharencha watches him struggle with deep concern, determined to find a way past this new obstacle.
With a warm laugh, Sharencha decides to focus solely on reading to keep things fun for him today. Closing the book, Sharencha prepares to show Leo the magical secrets of her fairy nature. In a bright flurry of sparkling pink light, she gracefully transforms back into her tiny fairy form. She proudly presents the elegant business card of the bakery where she obtained the delicious treat. She happily reads the name of the establishment, introducing Leo to the outside world. Hovering in front of her chain friend, Sharencha tells him about the kind people she met today. She promises Leo that he will get to meet her new allies once they secure his freedom. Leo listens in utter amazement as Sharencha explains her business plan to sign a contract tomorrow. Striking a proud pose, the adorable fairy playfully demands a little praise for her hard work. Leo's eyes shine with deep gratitude as he looks at his precious friend. Sharencha instructs him exactly how to gently pet her head with his finger. She leans happily into his soft touch, finding comfort in their unbroken bond. Sharencha expresses how his silent encouragement gives her the strength to keep fighting. She vows to succeed so she can show him the vast, beautiful world beyond his prison walls. Leo marvels at the tiny glowing light of friendship that brightens his dark prison. He gently continues stroking her pink hair as she giggles with sheer delight. Sharencha seeks his reassurance, asking him to confirm that she is doing a wonderful job. Leo softly praises her, filling her heart with the warmth she needs to keep going. She clings affectionately to his chained arm, refusing to let the cold shackles dampen her spirits. A heavy wave of exhaustion washes over the tiny fairy after a long, busy day. Leo holds out his hand to provide a safe, warm cradle for his tired friend. Sharencha drops her head onto his palm, explaining that she has completely run out of magical energy. Leo softly bids her goodnight as she drifts off into a peaceful sleep. Cradled safely in his hand, the tiny fairy sleeps soundly amidst a field of glowing white roses. Leo curls up on the cold stone floor, protecting his sleeping friend close to his chest as starlight fades. The scene shifts as a new day begins to dawn over the bustling medieval town. Golden light floods the lively city streets, signaling the start of a brand new day. Inside Berry Berry Bakery, Mamingo is immediately swamped by an unprecedented crowd of eager customers. Delighted patrons line up with trays of exquisite cakes, marveling at the delicious treats on display. Mamingo politely apologizes to his busy guests for the long wait at the counter. A customer notes that the incredible morning rush is actually due to a certain magical decoration. A stunning pink magical flower glows brilliantly in a white vase, instantly captivating the entire bakery. Eager customers crowd around the counter, desperately asking Mamingo where they can buy such a mesmerizing flower. Mamingo smiles warmly, hinting that a merchant named Flora will soon be selling these spectacular blossoms to everyone.
A high-stakes business empire begins with a single closed door as the fateful alliance between fairies and humans finally takes its first real steps. Exhausted from the massive rush of customers, Mamingo sighs with relief that the crazy morning shift is finally over. Looking up from his workspace, Mamingo eagerly asks Sharensha for her perspective on how their secret floral surveillance went. The tiny fairy's eyes sparkle with pure delight as she beams with excitement over their secret project's success. Sharensha praises his highly popular bread, but the grateful baker insists all the success actually belongs to her magical flower. He explains that fascinated customers couldn't stop asking where they could purchase her beautiful, mesmerizing blossoms. Mamingo reiterates that the citizens of Ulan have a deep cultural love for vibrant flowers. He reveals a dark secret. Citizens keep plants because they act as shields, absorbing the lethal, creeping darkness of the night. Hearing this, Sharensha feels deeply grateful that she was born into this world as a helpful flower fairy. Suddenly, the bakery bell chimes as the wooden door swings open to reveal an expected guest. Remy bursts into the bakery, loudly declaring that she has returned specifically for her new fairy partner. Overjoyed to see her partner, Sharensha flies forward with open arms to welcome her back. The two celebrate the reunion, eager to get their grand business venture officially off the ground. Remy lays out the official contract, outlining the sweet deal where Mamingo provides Sharensha with an unlimited supply of delicious pastries. The contract formally binds Sharensha to supply her rare magical flowers to Mamingo, who enthusiastically approves of the terms. Sharensha carefully reviews her very first professional contract, eager to finalize the deal with her official stamp. Remy stops her, explaining they have a busy schedule ahead and should seal all their contracts together at the very end of the day. To show his deep appreciation, the generous baker presents Remy with a free bag of delicious cookies. Remy playfully jokes about her new role as a delivery worker, while Mamingo warmly promises even better service in the future. With their business preparations at the bakery completed, Remy calls on Sharensha as they set off on their grand journey. The door snaps shut as the ambitious duo officially steps out into the bustling city streets. As they navigate the crowded streets, Remy suggests making an official magical seal before they head over to meet the florist. Remy explains that this special mineral seal binds them to the contract, warning that breaking it triggers a severe curse that blocks future alliances. Recognizing her tiny partner's financial anxiety, Remy reassures Sharensha that she can easily pay for the processing fees later. Remy adds that Sharensha must first take a professional photo to secure her official merchant registration card, making it a packed day. With their goals set, they stride eagerly toward the registration office to make the fairy's business official. Inside the studio, a photographer prepares his vintage camera, instructing his unique client to smile as naturally as possible. The adorable fairy flashes an awkwardly sweet smile as the camera flash captures her official registry portrait. Leaving the studio with successful photos in hand, the companions hear the cheerful shopkeeper bid them farewell. Feeling exhausted but triumphant after securing both the seal and the photo, Remy directs them to their final destination, Flora's flower shop. Curious about their next potential business partner, Sharensha asks what kind of person Flora truly is. Remy envisions the mysterious florist as a graceful guardian surrounded by a sea of bright, beautiful sunflowers. Suddenly anxious, Sharensha wonders if the florist will even like her creations, prompting Remy to ask about the limits of her flower magic. To scale her business, Sharensha realizes she must focus on unlocking and upgrading her specialized flower attribute. Remy explains that high-level, specialized flower fairies are incredibly rare, legendary beings that demand immense professional skill and vast fortunes. Remy reveals that even her mother, an elite broker, rarely encounters such legendary high-level fairies in her line of work. Inspired by her mother's reputation as the Empire's greatest spiritual broker, Remy passionately shares her dream of achieving the exact same legendary status. Looking at her tiny partner with deep sincerity, Remy asks Sharensha to stay by her side and support her dream. Arriving at their destination, Remy takes a deep breath as they prepare to pitch their business plan. Standing before them is Flora Ivy, a stunning and charming boutique overflowing with vibrant floral displays. Remy boldly pushes open the door, cheerfully calling out to the owner as they step inside. Inside, a brown-haired woman turns around from her work table, startled by the enthusiastic arrival of her visitors. The beautiful florist, Flora, welcomes them with a gentle and warm smile, radiating a comforting charm. Assuming they are ordinary customers, Flora kindly asks if they have come to browse her selection of blossoms. Flora is utterly baffled when Remy mentions business mediation, completely shocked to learn the contract is actually with a real fairy. Smiling confidently, Remy asks her tiny partner if she is ready to finally show herself to the astonished florist. With a grand gesture, Remy presents Sharensha, formally introducing the magical flower fairy to the speechless shopkeeper. Sharensha floats gracefully in the air, offering a warm and friendly greeting to their prospective business partner. The polite little fairy sweetens the introduction by expressing her absolute joy at finally meeting the renowned florist. Blushing with sheer awe, Flora stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend that a real legendary fairy is floating right before her very eyes. The ultimate destiny of the fairy race hangs in the balance as Flora directly questions the mysterious magical origin of her tiny pink-haired visitor.
Sharencha maintains her composure, carefully reciting her fabricated backstory of arriving in the city to earn an honest living selling flowers. Stepping forward with gentle grace, the fairy politely asks the florist to hold out her hand for a special magical gift.
With a delicate breath, Sharencha focuses her magical energy onto Flora's outstretched hand, ready to conjure a miracle.
Flora watches in absolute awe as a warm, sparkling light begins to envelop her palm. Within moments, a breathtaking pink rose beautifully blooms right from the florist's bare hand, radiating magical warmth. Flora gazes fondly at her new magical partner, completely captivated by the raw beauty of the fairy's botanical magic. Even in her moments of success, Sharencha holds on to the precious memory of her cherished friend, drawing strength from their unspoken bond. The exquisite perfection of the fairy's magical creation instantly explains why citizens are desperately clamoring to buy them. Flora marvels at the rose, deeply moved by how the simple flower possesses the power to warm anyone's heart. The florist examines the vibrant, delicate petals, noting their perfect color and abundant round shape. Remy proudly observes the florist's glowing praise, completely thrilled that their first business pitch is a massive success. Thrilled by the product, Flora officially agrees to purchase the flower and eagerly asks how many blossoms the fairy can produce daily. Flora proposes a stunning purchase price of 100,000 pite per flower, leaving everyone absolutely breathless. Sharencha's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she tries to comprehend the massive fortune she's about to make. Remy quickly confirms that the deal is incredibly lucrative, pointing out that even high-end bakery treats cost only a fraction of that amount. Overjoyed at her newfound financial freedom, the tiny fairy happily envisions a future filled with unlimited delicious pastries. Overwhelmed by the life-changing news, Sharencha playfully slaps her own cheeks to make sure she isn't stuck in a beautiful dream. The vibrant plant displays in the background highlight the rare nature of Sharencha's blooms, which are valued at 5 times the price of normal flowers. Capitalizing on the moment, Flora eagerly asks for an exclusive partnership to research the hidden properties of these magical blossoms. Sharencha eagerly accepts the offer but admits that her limited freedom prevents her from visiting the flower shop frequently. To solve their communication barrier, Flora suggests using a magical device to keep in touch remotely. Remy enthusiastically supports the brilliant idea, clapping her hands as the final pieces of their master plan fall into place. Standing before the beautiful storefront, the allies prepare to draft the official contract that will secure their future. Flora presents the contract terms, and a satisfied Sharencha happily agrees to the proposed conditions. Remy coordinates their next moves, scheduling their final contract signing meeting at the bakery for 3 o'clock. Remy waves a warm farewell to the florist, promising to reconvene later in the afternoon to seal their partnership. As they step onto the stone streets, Sharencha asks about their next destination, eager to complete the registry. Remy explains that their next crucial task is securing an official residence permit, promising to act as the fairy's guarantor.
Sunlight breaks through the clear blue sky, casting a hopeful glow over their ambitious journey.
The grand castle rises majestically before them as Remy guides her tiny partner through the bustling crowd. Inside the administrative office, the registrar begins collecting Sharencha's official personal details for the registration process. The registrar asks the fairy to demonstrate her magical abilities as the final requirement for her permit. The registrar watches in absolute amazement as a stunning magical rose instantly blooms in his hand. Having successfully transformed into her adorable human form, Sharencha wonders if the simple demonstration was truly enough to pass. Anxious about their tight schedule, Remy politely asks the clerk if they can expedite the remaining paperwork. Remy leans in to whisper playfully to her pink-haired companion, admitting she couldn't take her eyes off her beautiful human form. Walking through the halls, Sharencha feels self-conscious under the intense, whispering gazes of the curious onlookers. Remy reassures her, explaining that Ulan has very few young children, which is why her presence is drawing so much attention. The registrar officially hands over the completed residence permit card, validating her identity for any future transactions. Sharencha happily holds up her new card, while Remy highlights the exciting perks of being an official resident. Brimming with pride, Remy vows to protect her new partner and handle any obstacles that stand in their way. Looking up at her loyal broker with eyes full of gratitude, the pink-haired girl sweetly expresses her appreciation. With her new permit secured, Sharencha successfully registers for a library card, expanding her knowledge of the human world. The duo then purchases a magical handheld communicator to ensure they can easily coordinate their business deals. After exchanging contact information, Remy notes that it is finally 3 o'clock, the designated time for their big meeting. The scene shifts back to the rustic wooden bakery sign where their fateful business deal is about to be finalized. Momingo, Flora, Remy, and Sharencha gather around the table, ready to review the official business contracts. Smiling with immense satisfaction, Remy instructs the pink-haired fairy that the final step is simply signing her name. Holding her wooden stamp with determined energy, Sharencha prepares to seal the contract, unaware of the incredible adventures that await her. With a resonant click, a heavy wooden stamp seals a game-changing contract that will rewrite their fortunes forever. A pink magical circle erupts on the parchment, cementing their mystical alliance with absolute authority. Remy loudly and proudly announces that the binding agreement has finally been officially signed by all parties. Sharencha radiates pure happiness, her eyes sparkling with joyful relief at her first major business victory. Mamingo warmly expresses his gratitude to Shiren Shah, who humbly replies that she shares in his great honor. Flora reflects on the sheer rarity of establishing a formal business partnership with an actual flower fairy. Mamingo enthusiastically encourages the pink-haired fairy to celebrate by choosing any delicious pastry from his display case. As Shirencha eagerly examines the sparkling cakes, Remy watches in silent contemplation, calculating their next strategic move. Leaning close, Flora and Remy quietly whisper to each other about how Mamingo seems like an entirely different person. The young baker blushes intensely, offering a shy, heartfelt smile as his gentle nature shines through. A peaceful narrative transition reflects on how she successfully accomplished all of these monumental milestones in human form. The majestic castle stands bathed in the warm golden hues of sunset, signaling the end of their exhausting journey. A mental checklist confirms they have secured every essential document from the residence permit to the final contracts. Striking a playful pose, Shirencha proudly boasts about her incredible accomplishments in securing her place in the human world. The pink-haired fairy realizes her captive friend remains completely bewildered by her rapid transformation and success. Rio, the dark-haired boy, stares blankly at her with wide, beautiful blue eyes, completely speechless in her presence. Sitting gracefully on the stone floor, Shirencha curiously asks why he is staring at her so intently. The dark-haired boy suddenly shifts, causing Shirencha to call out his name in mild surprise. Rio leans in with an anxious expression, deeply concerned that something terrible might have happened to her. Gently reaching out to touch her collar, Rio desperately demands to know who could have caused her harm. Rio inspects the pink-haired fairy's face, his eyes filled with intense worry and protective instinct. Shirencha freezes in surprise, her vibrant eyes widening as his intense concern catches her completely off guard. The deep emotional connection between the fairy and her dark-haired companion begins to blossom amidst their shared struggles. Rio continues to scan her face with intense focus, his heart aching over the unseen burden she carries. Shirencha blinks in quiet astonishment, deeply moved by the boy's raw sincerity and unexpected protectiveness. The young fairy tilts her head in mild confusion, wondering what exactly has triggered his sudden distress. Rio's hand slides gently along her cheek, his touch tender yet filled with a painful sense of urgency. Looking at her with deep sorrow, Rio softly murmurs that whatever she is enduring must be incredibly painful. Desperately gripping her, the chained boy repeats his urgent question, demanding to know the source of her pain. Shirencha quickly reassures him, explaining that she brought this upon herself while celebrating the massive success of her flowers. The pink-haired girl explains she transformed solely to secure their contract, but Rio's eyes still brim with sympathy. A gentle, comforting smile graces Shirencha's lips, warming the cold atmosphere of their dim stone prison. Gently placing her hands over Rio's cold, heavy metal shackles, Shirencha offers him a touch of pure comfort. Vibrant, magical flowers instantly bloom all around them, casting a warm, celestial light upon the dark room. Looking up at her companion, Shirencha sweetly asks if her magic has successfully eased his lingering worries. Holding his hand tight, the tiny fairy cheerfully promises that he no longer has any reason to feel anxious. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Shirencha conjures a swirling vortex of shimmering pink magical energy. Shirencha proudly announces she will teach him how to hold a pencil, sharing her newly acquired writing skills. She demonstrates the perfect grip, holding the black pencil with complete elegance and steady confidence. Kneeling on the cold floor, the fairy carefully writes down her own name to guide her eager student. The elegant cursive signature of Shirencha is perfectly inscribed upon the smooth blue paper. The beautiful letters gleam in the soft light, showcasing her mastery of human writing.
With a bright smile, Shirencha offers the pencil to Rio, inviting him to try writing it himself.
Despite the heavy iron shackles binding his wrist, Rio effortlessly holds the pencil with absolute perfection. Shirencha watches him expectantly, eager to see if he can successfully replicate the intricate human script. The pink-haired fairy leans in closer, focusing her warm gaze entirely on his hand movements. Suddenly, Shirencha's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she notices what he is actually writing. Though she praises his exceptionally beautiful handwriting, she hesitates as a strange realization washes over her. Shirencha sweat drops in confusion, pointing out that he has only been writing her name repeatedly across the page. When she asks why he likes her name so much, Rio smiles softly, admitting it is his favorite word in the entire world. In the depths of their cold stone prison, a flickering spark of hope ignites as she makes a surprisingly intimate request, asking Rio to practice writing his name too. The blue paper displays the elegant cursive signatures of Shirencha and Rio and resting side by side in perfect harmony. Shirencha beams with immense pride, praising the chain boy for his incredibly beautiful handwriting. Embracing her dark-haired companion, Shirencha softly suggests reading a library book together to ease his worries before sleeping. Lying side by side on the stone floor, the pink-haired girl holds the dark book open, beginning a story about a baby bird flying in the wide sky. The pages depict a brave bird soaring free, finally discovering a vast and wondrous world. Shirencha gazes upward in absolute awe, expressing her admiration for the courageous little bird. Rolling over to face him, she sweetly reassures Rio that he is just as wonderful as that brave bird. Rio stares back at her with deep blue eyes, completely transfixed by her comforting words. Sitting up, Shurencha curiously asks why he is staring so intently, wondering what thoughts are on his mind. Rio looks up with a solemn gaze, softly asking about the human contract she finalized earlier. Shurencha looks surprised, realizing he is eager to understand the nature of her business alliance. She explains the division of labor, noting that Remy provided tools while Flora offered crucial funding. A decorative script details how she agreed to provide her magical flowers in exchange for their support. Shurencha asks him if he thinks her floral magic is truly that remarkable. Turning her warm gaze directly toward him, she asks for his personal thoughts on her magical abilities. Gently touching his heavy metal shackles, she asks if her flowers bring any real comfort to his heart. A playful chibi moment captures their growing bond as they share a lighthearted smile. Shurencha wonders aloud what precious gift he would offer her if she gave him a magical blossom. Rio looks at her with intense focus, quietly pondering what he could possibly offer in return. The name Rio Ren stands framed by elegant white roses, symbolizing his quiet inner strength. Shurencha promises to offer her most beautiful flower solely to him. A sudden rush of warmth colors her cheeks, leaving her completely flustered. Leaning close, she shyly confesses that he is far more precious to her than any magical flower. Rio leans in close, whispering that she is the one who is truly precious to him. Shurencha's heart beats wildly, completely stunned by the sheer intensity of his devotion. Flushed with embarrassment, she asks what kind of contract he wishes to forge. Looking at her with absolute conviction, Rio whispers that he wants a soul contract. Shurencha recoils in sheer shock as the gravity of his intense proposal hits her. Sitting on the floor, she gravely explains that binding their souls is an incredibly serious matter. Shurencha looks down with a pensive expression, deeply concerned about the heavy spiritual toll. She details how a human soul connects directly to a fairy, granting them immense magical power. A brilliant magic circle illuminates the dark, representing the eternal gravity of the soul contract. Shurencha asks if he still truly desires the spiritual bond, despite his current lack of strength. Rio's quiet resolve remains completely unshaken as he prepares to commit his fate to hers. Shurencha stares at him in realization, accepting his deep, unyielding desire to be bound to her. She notes that such a profound pact means they will remain together for the rest of their days. Holding hands in a warm embrace, they prepare to seal their eternal spiritual covenant. A brief moment of silence hangs in the air as their magic begins to resonate. Holding his hand tightly, they vow to remain side by side for all of eternity. Shurencha's face flushes a bright red as the reality of their eternal bond sinks in. Rio offers a rare, gentle smile, his eyes filled with absolute adoration. Suddenly panic-stricken, Shurencha pushes him away, loudly declaring they cannot do this right now. She gently reassures him that her sudden refusal is not out of dislike, but to protect him. A mystical illustration explains that a soul contract leaves permanent fairy marks on the human host. She highlights his dangerous situation, noting his daily physical exams would make hiding these marks impossible. Gently touching his cheek, she explains she refuses to put him in such immense danger. Shurencha looks at him with a tender, hopeful smile, offering a reassuring promise. She vows that when the time is right, Rio will officially be her very first soul contactor. Surrounded by beautiful blooming flowers, Rio beams with pure, radiant joy, knowing their destinies are permanently intertwined. In the deepest depths of their cold stone prison, a flickering spark of hope ignites as Shurencha and Rio share a deeply tender moment, their hearts permanently intertwined in a silent vow of eternal devotion. The scene shifts to the bustling human world, where the warm sunlight bathes a cozy, quiet street and a charming little bakery comes into view. Flying high with pure, innocent joy, the pink-haired fairy Shurencha swoops down, her heart bursting with excitement for her human friends. Inside the warm bakery, the light brown-haired baker Mamingo turns around with fresh golden baguettes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Spreading her arms wide in a cheerful greeting, the energetic Remy welcomes the little fairy back with open arms. Sitting eagerly at the table, Remy gestures toward a delicious strawberry cake, inviting her magical friend to share a sweet treat. Mamingo asks Shurencha about her journey, and the little fairy enthusiastically confirms that taking pictures of the human world was an absolute blast. A collection of beautiful photographs scatters across the table, showcasing a vibrant array of blue skies, stray cats, bustling markets, and warm bakeries. Sensing her sudden hesitation, Remy and Mamingo listen closely as Shurencha nervously prepares to ask them a serious question. Clasping her tiny hands together, Shurencha shyly admits that she frequently talks about them to her mysterious companion back in the prison. The young fairy stands before them, looking incredibly sweet, yet visibly anxious about how they might judge her connection to a dangerous prisoner. Overwhelmed by her sheer, undeniable cuteness, Remy erupts in sheer adoration, playfully declaring her desire to kidnap the precious little fairy. Remy chuckles softly, reassuring the fairy of their solid bond and pointing out that they are already true friends. Shurencha's face lights up with sheer, unadulterated happiness, her vibrant eyes shining bright at their warm acceptance. Clasping her hands together once more, Shurencha sweet-talks her companions, asking if they can finally speak to each other comfortably as equals. A radiant, heart-melting smile spreads across Shurencha's face as she celebrates this beautiful milestone in their friendship. In a heartwarming moment, Shurencha sweet-talks Remy and Mamingo, asking them to continue looking after her. Totally overwhelmed by her cuteness, Remy slams her fists on the table while Mamingo steps in with a fresh flower, warning her not to break the furniture. A hilarious argument erupts as Remy points an accusing finger at Mamingo, boldly claiming that he has secretly fallen for Shirencha too. Mamingo is left completely speechless, silently gazing at a pink flower while Remy teases him for pretending not to care. Looking deeply at the beautiful rose, Mamingo quietly acknowledges that Shirencha's unique floral magic is truly one of a kind. He silently reflects on Shirencha's pure nature, realizing that her magical creations are a perfect reflection of her gentle heart. Remy questions if the flowers owe their breathtaking beauty entirely to Shirencha, wondering if it stems from a hidden magical attribute. As Shirencha flies gracefully in the background, her radiant presence continues to captivate everyone around her. Mamingo watches her in silent contemplation, realizing her charm goes far beyond her magical attributes. Shirencha's bright spirit sparkles in the soft light, casting a spell of warmth over the entire bakery.
He softly ponders her mysterious past, noting that her pure, gentle nature reminds him of someone from his own memories.
A subtle, unusually tender smile graces Mamingo's lips as he gets lost in his private thoughts. The mood suddenly shifts to a darker note as Remy deduces that Shirencha's mysterious friend must be locked away in the high-security I-Force prison. A heavy silence fills the air as Remy pieces together the clues, concluding that the boy is likely held in solitary confinement. The scene cuts back to the dark dungeon where Rio lies bound in heavy, cold iron chains, prompting Remy to question how Shirencha befriended such a serious criminal. Remy leans in closely, asking Mamingo for his thoughts on how anyone could survive in such a brutal place, knowing his dark history. The shocking truth of Mamingo's dark past is revealed, labeling him as a highly dangerous criminal with 8 past convictions. Mamingo's gaze turns icy cold as he quietly reflects on the absolute misery of his former prison life. Remy jokingly recalls how he used to curse the terrible prison food, prompting an annoyed, funny reaction from her partner. Mamingo's expression turns deadly serious as he inquires about the typical occupants of solitary confinement, and Remy explains that only vicious criminals or exceptionally powerful solars are kept there. Sighing softly, Remy expresses her quiet hope that the mysterious prisoner possesses a good heart beneath his dark exterior. Deciding he has heard enough, Mamingo announces he is closing up the shop, ignoring Remy's worried questions about his next destination. With a chillingly calm response, the former convict prepares to step back into the shadows. With a massive burst of dark magical energy, Mogmingo unleashes his true power, summoning a gigantic, deadly scythe as he prepares to hunt throughout the night. The scene transitions to the eerie, blood-red skies of the Class B Dunefields, a barren wasteland teeming with lurking dangers. In the shadows of the rocky cliffs, 2 scouting guards notice a menacing figure approaching in the distance. Emerging from the darkness, Mamingo stands tall in his majestic Heptarum solar battle gear, wielding his massive red scythe with absolute authority. The guards whisper in absolute terror, utterly shocked that someone dared to invite a legendary Heptarum solar to the front lines. Without a moment's hesitation, Mamingo violently shoves a guard out of his way, demanding they clear a path for him. Suddenly, an arrogant guard steps forward, mockingly greeting Mamingo and claiming they have crossed paths before. The cocky guard shrugs his shoulders, mockingly questioning if a famous figure like Mamingo would ever bother to remember a commoner. His eyes narrowing with a sinister intent, the guard reveals he has recently caught wind of a highly intriguing rumor. A beautiful floral border frames the mysterious rumor, teasing the sudden birth of a powerful young flower fairy. Shirencha stands amidst a shower of glowing petals, her gentle smile hiding the massive storm brewing as her secret existence is finally exposed to the dangerous human world. Surrounded by delicate pink blossoms, the young flower fairy Shirencha's peaceful aura is about to be shattered by a dangerous rumor. The arrogant guard confronts Mamingo with a mockingly suspicious question, asking if he lured the fairy into a contract. Shrugging mockingly, the guard demands to know Mamingo's secret, insolently declaring that he also wants to seduce an innocent fairy and forge a contract. Moving with terrifying speed, Mamingo places his massive scythe against the guard's throat, delivering a chilling threat to stay silent if he wants to live. With the cold, gleaming edge of his weapon pressed tightly against the guard's neck, Mamingo commands him to repeat his words. Staring directly into the terrified guard's eyes, Mamingo fiercely demands to know who seduced whom. A purple-haired hunter watches in horror, silently cursing the guard for foolishly insulting the legendary Mamingo berry. Sweating but remaining defiant, the guard sneers that Mamingo is simply using the fairy as a pathetic excuse to start a fight. Pressing the blade closer, Mamingo mockingly offers to sever the guard's heavy head, prompting a terrified squeal before a calm hand taps his shoulder. The blonde hunter urges Mamingo to focus on the hunt, reminding him not to waste his valuable strength on a worthless target. Mamingo glares back with icy fury, his bloodlust barely contained. Lowering his weapon, Mamingo warns the trembling guard to stay far out of his sight from now on. Walking away, Mamingo leaves a chilling promise that their next encounter will end in the guard's absolute death. Shivering in absolute terror, the guard whimpers as his companion quickly coaxes him away from the deadly solar. The blonde hunter reflects on Mamingo's vicious personality, deciding he can tolerate the danger if it keeps them alive. Steps echo through the barren wasteland as the hunter reminds himself of Mamingo's true reputation. Unleashing his dark, sweeping magic, Mamingo prepares to prove why he is feared as a highly skilled hunter. A grotesque Capitum monster screeches in fury, ready to tear its human prey apart. With a single devastating swing of his crimson scythe, Mamingo cleaves the monster in two. The hunters watch in awe as Mamingo kills the beast instantly, rallying everyone to charge now that the path is cleared. As hunters charge into battle, the narration notes that the brutal struggle will continue endlessly until the core of the Doomfield is destroyed. A weeping hunter's arm begins to corrupt, illustrating the terrifying risk of weak ego hunters having their souls consumed by doom. A demonic beast roars, a grim reminder of the endless threats lurking in the Red Wasteland. The narration warns that close combat melee dealers face an even greater risk of horrific soul contamination. Beautiful pastries and flowers highlight the vital importance of finding a comfortable hobby to protect one's sanity. Sharencha's radiant, innocent smile serves as the ultimate anchor for Mamingo's war-torn soul. Resting after the brutal battle, Mamingo sighs softly, finding peace in the memory of his sweet fairy friend. Looking forward to returning to his quiet bakery life, he quietly hopes tomorrow comes quickly. A decorative title card marks a peaceful transition back to the human world. Back in his bakery, a cheerful Mamingo presents a freshly baked, delicious strawberry cake. Clasping her hands together in excitement, the human-sized Sharencha enthusiastically thanks Mamingo for the cake. As Mamingo sets the cake down, he curiously asks why she wants to decorate it herself, prompting a playful giggle. Proudly flashing a peace sign, Sharencha reveals that her prisoner friend Rio has finally learned how to write. Remembering their times in the cell, Sharencha fondly recalls how incredibly smart Rio is, reading a book every single day. Sharencha holds a frosting bag, determined to personally write a heartwarming message on the cake. Flora and Mamingo smile warmly, deeply touched by Sharencha's sweet dedication to her friend. Together, they guide her to write Rio's name with chocolate and decorate the cake with beautiful flowers. The finished cake is beautifully decorated, bearing a heartwarming message of pride and congratulations for Rio. Beaming with accomplishment, Sharencha happily declares that her masterpiece is finally complete. Flora gently suggests they start packing the cake, and Sharencha eagerly agrees. The precious cake is safely packed away in a lovely pink gift box. Flora styles Sharencha with a beautiful blue ribbon, wanting her to look absolutely perfect for the special occasion. Fluttering her arms in pure excitement, Sharencha hopes her dear friend Rio will love her pretty new look. Flora and Mamingo smile warmly, wishing that the special cake perfectly suits Rio's taste. Smiling with heartfelt gratitude, Sharencha promises she will definitely pass along their warm wishes. Wrapping Flora in a warm embrace, Sharencha bids them goodbye to quickly deliver her gift to Rio. After Sharencha departs, Mamingo asks Flora if the magical flowers are selling well. Flora happily reveals that Sharencha's rare flowers have become so popular their price has skyrocketed to 300,000 pite. Flora chuckles softly, explaining that they are completely sold out due to the overwhelming demand. Feeling relieved that Sharencha no longer needs to worry about money, Flora and Mamingo celebrate their booming floral business. Leaning on her bakery counter with a thoughtful expression, Flora ambitiously calculates the rising profits, dreaming of the massive fame and wealth that lies just within their grasp. Her hopeful expression suddenly shifts as a lingering, heavy shadow of worry creeps into her thoughts. Looking up at the towering, majestic fortress, she quietly fears that their booming business might ultimately attract the dangerous attention of the castle's powerful lord. Deep within the cold stone depths of the I-Force prison, a chilling staircase descends into absolute darkness. A sweet celebratory message appears before Rio, congratulating the young prisoner on finally mastering his reading and writing skills. Sitting together on the cold cell floor, Rio stares in disbelief at the beautiful strawberry cake Sharencha has lovingly brought him as a special gift. Sharencha excitedly explains how the character in his book blew out birthday candles, eagerly urging him to do the exact same thing. Rio's eyes shimmer with deep emotion as he realizes this precious gift belongs entirely to him. Surrounded by a bright pink aura of joy, Sharencha happily prepares to blow out the flickering candles with her dear friend. The warm wax begins to melt rapidly, threatening to ruin their perfect moment. Fearing the melting wax will spoil the beautiful treat, Rio impulsively reaches out his hand to stop it. In a shocking display of selflessness, Rio tightly squeezes the burning candles with his bare, chained hand. Smoke rises as the intense heat sears his flesh, prompting Sharencha to scream in absolute terror for him to let go.
Horrified by his reckless action, Sharencha desperately begs him to show her his badly injured hand.
Looking at his severely burned and bleeding palm, Sharencha tearfully questions why he would do something so incredibly dangerous. In a quiet, heartbreaking revelation, Rio explains that he only did it because the fire tried to hurt his precious friend. Looking down with a serious expression, the brave boy reasons that the hot candles would have badly injured Sharencha if she had touched them. Staring directly into her eyes, Rio gently declares that she is far too precious for him to ever allow her to get hurt. The ruined cake lies forgotten on the stone floor as Rio's protective thoughts echo through the silent cell. Sharencha gently holds Rio's injured, chained hand, her heart aching at his profound devotion. Gazing up at him with a soft, tearful smile, Sharencha's warmth begins to break through Rio's cold world.
Startled by her close, gentle presence, the flustered young boy quickly averts his gaze.
Looking back with teary, vulnerable eyes, Rio anxiously asks if his reckless actions ended up hurting her instead.
Shurencha immediately panics, waving her hands in a cute chibi style to assure him that she is completely unharmed. Pulled into a tight chibi embrace, Shurencha warmly implores Rio to value his own safety just as much, offering to heal his wounds immediately. Summoning her vibrant, glowing magic, Shurencha casts a powerful healing spell over Rio's badly burned hand. Shurencha silently hopes that Rio will soon realize his own immense worth. Staring at her glowing green magic, she reflects on how truly irreplaceable Rio is to her. Framed by beautiful blossoms, Shurencha's heartwarming promise to find him a companion who cherishes him forever echoes in the light. With a soft, glittering glow, the burn marks completely vanish from Rio's hand, leaving it flawlessly healed. Inspecting his clean palm, Shurencha's expression turns slightly suspicious as she notices something highly unusual. Watching Rio look down, Shurencha quietly wonders how a severe burn could possibly heal at such an impossibly rapid pace. Shurencha gasps in utter shock as Rio begins eating the dropped cake straight off the dirty prison floor, stubbornly refusing to let her precious gift go to waste. Shurencha screams in comical panic, warning him that he absolutely must not eat food that has fallen on the ground. The scene transitions back to the cold, foreboding stone hallway of the high-security prison.
Holding a dark, ornate spellbook, a sinister masked researcher in a white hood prepares to initiate their next cool experiment.
The ruthless lead researcher coldly declares that they will not proceed to completely destroy Rio's remaining mental stability. Walking away, the assistant researchers casually discuss Rio's shattered ego and confirm that his brutal training begins next month. Adjusting his glasses, the lead researcher smugly prepares to report their successful progress directly to the Castle Lord. Looking down mockingly at the seemingly catatonic boy, a researcher sneers that Rio was a fool for attempting such a useless resistance. Hovering defiantly near the apparently defeated Rio, the invisible fairy Shurencha mockingly calls the researchers fools. Pulling a cheeky face, the sassy chibi fairy proudly boasts that the foolish captors are actually the ones being completely deceived by Rio. Whispering closely into Rio's ear, Shurencha promises to secretly tail the researchers today and meet him back in the cell later. Bidding her friend a stealthy farewell, the tiny fairy flutters out of the cell as the researchers lock the heavy iron doors. Under a shimmering pink trail of magic, Shurencha silently stalks the three cloaked researchers down the dimly lit corridors. Sneaking into the elevator alongside the target group, Shurencha carefully notes that they have arrived straight at District 4. Reaching the lavishly furnished District 4 cafeteria, Shurencha is disgusted to find the researchers dining and chatting lightheartedly, completely unbothered by their cruel work. Looking closely at their plates, Shurencha notes how their fresh hot meals and coffee contrast starkly with the garbage fed to Rio. Watching a researcher laugh, Shurencha feels a chill run down her spine at how naturally these monsters behave after torturing a child. Her cute features twisting with pure fury, the tiny fairy clenches her fists and vows to hunt down and punish these evil captors once and for all. Stalking her prey, the invisible fairy Shurencha realizes the glasses-wearing researcher is their leader, deciding to shadow him to uncover secrets about Rio. Following the researcher deep into the castle, she witnesses him ascend directly to the heavily guarded second floor. He enters a luxurious private office, revealing his true identity as Dominic Grayson. Dominic triumphantly reviews a newly arrived report on a specialized bulletproof skin reagent called Ricodium. Hovering closely, Shurencha grows suspicious as she overhears Dominic's plan to send the recipe to an unknown recipient. Her gaze locks onto a stack of highly classified documents lying on the desk. Shurencha's heart stops as she spots the chilling project code assigned to her dear friend Rio. The gruesome records reveal that only 4 children out of 20 survived the initial horrific experiments. Overwhelmed with horror, Shurencha struggles to process the tragic fate of the other test subjects. Desperate for answers, she turns her attention to the massive bookshelf lining the walls.
The sinister files confirm that the experiments aim to build superhuman weapons, resulting in the deaths of almost every child except Rio.
To force Rio's survival over the past 7 years, they pumped him full of highly toxic, agonizing experimental drugs. Shurencha finally realizes that Rio's superhuman strength and rapid regeneration are merely the painful side effects of these brutal chemicals. A chilling revelation dawns on her as she learns the systemic torture has been active for a whole decade. Tears well in her eyes as she envisions a young, helpless Rio enduring years of solitary torment in the dark. Stealing her resolve, Shurencha wipes her tears away, determined to commit this crucial evidence to memory. Suddenly, the door creaks open as Dominic Grayson prepares to leave his private office. Activating her stealth magic, the tiny fairy flutters closely behind him as he steps out. Navigating the increasingly opulent upper corridors, she notes how the grandeur masks the castle's dark secrets. Dominic finally stops before a pair of majestic, heavily decorated double doors. Shurencha's eyes widen in absolute shock as she overhears him approaching the feared castle lord. She freezes in terror, realizing she is about to face the true mastermind behind Rio's suffering. Knowing this man holds the ultimate authority over Rio's life, her dread intensifies. A booming, authoritative voice echoes from inside, granting Dominic permission to enter. The heavy doors part, revealing the imposing, dimly lit chambers of the absolute ruler.
Seated at his massive desk is the ruthless Lord, staring down cold and unimpressed. The chilling air grows heavy as a dark greeting welcomes Dominic into the chamber.
Dominic advances with absolute caution, stepping deeper into the oppressive atmosphere of the room. His footsteps echo through the tense silence of the chamber as he prepares to make his report.
Shurencha quietly hovers alongside him, masking her presence to ensure she isn't detected. Standing before the towering desk, Dominic prepares to address the sinister master of the castle. The true name of the tyrannical lord is finally unveiled as Devlik Musil.
Peeking from behind a column, Shurencha panics upon realizing Devlik is a powerful spiritualist capable of sensing her fairy energy if she gets too close. Taking a deep breath, she gathers her magical essence to suppress her presence completely.
Satisfied that there are no active magical barriers in the room, she prepares to make her next move. Dominic delivers his progress report, assuring the lord that the final developmental stage is nearing completion. Stroking his golden beard, Devlik expresses a rare moment of satisfaction at the smooth progress. Dominic confidently declares that the next phase of the brutal project will launch in May. Devlik dismissively accepts the timeline, tapping his desk with impatient anticipation. With a terrifying, murderous glare, the Castle Lord demands that they train the subjects ruthlessly without mercy. Needing to hear every detail of their conspiracy, Shurencha cautiously drifts closer to the desk. She unleashes a specialized stealth spell, blurring her vision and sound to blend seamlessly into the ambient energy. Under the table, she overhears their shocking 10-year plan to prepare Rio for a mysterious ultimate trial. Devlik grows impatient, asserting that their supreme master is no longer willing to wait for results. Bowing his head in deep submission, Dominic vows to execute the cruel instructions flawlessly. Devlik wears a sinister, blood-curdling smirk, thoroughly enjoying his absolute power.
Horrified by their sheer malice, Shurencha stares at the monsters in pure disbelief. As she prepares to slip away, her eyes catch a mysterious, heavily detailed document on the desk.
Inspecting the file titled Valma's Child Project, she uncovers the deepest secret of the entire facility. Her soul shatters as she finally decodes the true tragic meaning behind Rio's VCP designation. The ultimate mystery begins as Shurencha gazes out into the night sky, desperately trying to comprehend the enigmatic name Valma that she just uncovered. Hovering over the dimly lit roofs of the sprawling town, the pink-haired fairy is convinced this mysterious figure is the key to unlocking Rio's tragic past. A small, glittering orb of magical pink light zips past two unsuspecting townspeople, completely unnoticed in the dark alleyway. Shurencha stops in her tracks, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief as she overhears a hushed conversation about a weapon linked to Valma. Down in the shadows, two shady men eagerly discuss the incredibly rare and precious weapon they have managed to acquire. Clenching her hand to her chest, Shurencha is utterly startled to hear the terrifying name confirmed right before her eyes. A smug, knowing smile creeps across the face of one of the mysterious buyers as they complete their clandestine deal. The scene shifts to the bright, cheerful face of Remy, radiating warmth and safety away from the dark streets. Arriving at Remy's cozy office, Shurencha is greeted with open arms by her bubbly and welcoming friend. Embracing the tiny fairy in a playful hug, Remy listens as Shurencha admits she has a highly urgent question to ask. Looking directly into Remy's eyes, Shurencha asks if she has any knowledge regarding the legendary weapons of Valma. Remy instantly recognizes the name, pointing out the famous and deadly weapon factory associated with the legendary figure. Remy explains that Valma personally operated this grand factory, crafting the absolute finest armaments across the entire universe. Shurencha nearly faints in comical shock when Remy reveals that the highest-tier weapons cost an astronomically high fortune. Remy notes that all the legendary gear wielded by Valma's formidable children originated from that very forge. Bemused by her friend's ignorance, Remy questions how Shurencha could possibly be unaware of Valma's legendary status. Shurencha gasps in utter astonishment as she finally learns that Valma is actually a legendary fairy lord. Remy begins explaining the lore, noting that typical fairies are strictly limited to possessing only 5 magical attributes. The legend details a mysterious fairy with golden sandals walking through a path of blooming roses. Remy describes the transcendent beings who managed to conquer the mythical Candle Tower and unlock the ultimate 6th attribute. Completely gripped by the tale, Shurencha begs Remy to share every single detail she knows about this legendary figure. Smugly crossing her arms, Remy agrees to spill the secrets and beckons the tiny fairy to listen closely. Remy notes down the facts, explaining that Valma was a remarkably powerful male battle fairy renowned across the universe. Tilted in curiosity, Shurencha listens as Remy explains that Valma was also notorious for his bizarre and unique personality. Remy giggles sheepishly, wondering if it is truly appropriate to share the scandalous details of the fairy lord's personal life. Remy explains that while normal fairies only bear children with those they truly love, the truth about Valma is far more sinister. A dark, menacing gaze looms in the shadows, hinting at the terrifying greed that consumed the rogue fairy lord. Driven by a toxic obsession, Valma sought an absolute, unyielding power to build his own unstoppable personal army. Valma's insatiable lust for strength led him to father countless children with numerous women to create his ultimate force. Tragically, the overwhelming power proved fatal for most of his offspring, leaving only a tiny fraction of survivors. Those rare survivors grew up to possess immense spiritual power, earning them the dread title of the Children of Valmet.
With his specialized children in tow, Valma successfully challenged and conquered the formidable Candle Tower centuries ago. In that glorious moment of triumph, Valma was officially crowned as a transcendent, godlike fairy lord. But his insatiable hubris would soon lead to an absolutely devastating downfall. Blinded by greed, Valma attempted to climb to the absolute top of the tower again, resulting in a catastrophic failure. The failed attempt proved utterly lethal, completely wiping out every single one of his first generation of children. Shurencha's heart beats wildly as she asks if there was a second generation, prompting Remy to confirm the dark tale continues. Remy reveals that after a period of deep exile, Valma returned to the shadows to spawn a second generation of over 100 children. Pointing to her desk, Remy details the sheer scale of the horrific lineage created during the Fairy Lord's second attempt. Remy explains that out of the second generation, only 8 were officially confirmed on their planet, with 6 dead and 2 missing. Sinking into deep dread, Shurencha realizes the missing children were likely kidnapped by power-hungry factions. The horrific truth suddenly pieces together, explaining the cruel experiments and solitary confinement Rio was forced to endure. A chilling vision reveals a young Rio standing before the looming shadow of the massive dominant fairy lord. The dark memories linger as a playful, cute, purple-haired chibi waves a cheerful goodbye to the audience. A heavy silence fills the room as Shurencha stands in stunned contemplation, processing the devastating revelation about her dear friend. Trembling with anxiety, Shurencha quietly asks if the legendary fairy lord is still alive to claim Rio. Remy delivers a massive sigh of relief, confirming that the tyrannical fairy lord passed away several years ago. Remy narrows her eyes in suspicion, questioning why Shurencha is suddenly so deeply invested in Valma's history. Quickly panicking, Shurencha tries to play it off as mere curiosity about the famous weapons, but Remy remains unconvinced. Backed into a corner, Shurencha hesitates to speak, leaving her friend waiting for the truth as the secrets threaten to boil over. The devastating truth finally breaks as Shurencha uncovers the chilling reality behind Rio's endless torment. Her heart shatters as she realizes the gentle, pure-hearted boy was shackled and abused solely because of his bloodline. Overwhelmed by the tragic revelation, Shurencha breaks down in silent tears, catching her friend off guard. As the tiny fairy's tears begin to fall, her friend cries out in deep concern. Thoroughly panicked by the sudden display of grief, Remy desperately asks what is wrong. Wiping her tears, Shurencha laments the horrific fate endured by Valma's tragic offspring. She admits that she has never heard of such a heart-wrenching and cruel destiny. Remy finally understands the source of her friend's profound sorrow. Comically relieved, Remy collapses onto her desk, realizing she didn't cause the crying, while Shurencha apologizes for her sudden outburst. Grateful for the invaluable information, the tiny fairy sweetly thanks her friend before taking off. Touched by her sweet demeanor, Remy offers her unwavering support whenever Shurencha might need it. The scene transitions to the quiet, star-filled night outside the office. Shurencha bids her friend farewell as she flies out into the starry night. Remy waves back, wishing her a safe journey. Watching her leave, Remy begins to suspect that this sudden interest is deeply connected to a mysterious friend. Deep within the ominous Iphos laboratory, the sinister heart of Dr. Dominic's domain looms under the night sky. Shurencha sneaks inside, desperately searching the cluttered room for critical evidence. She sifts through scattered papers, certain that the key files are hidden nearby. Her search pays off as she finally lays her hands on the secret record. She realizes with absolute dread that she is holding the official records of Valma's children. The shocking files reveal a horrifying timeline where 20 innocent children were forced into a ruthless experiment 13 years ago. Guided by a shadowy master's command, the twisted goal was to craft a deadly human weapon. The ultimate purpose was to strip these children of their humanity and mold them into soulless soldiers. Through unbearable torture, the project sought to artificially amplify Valma's legendary traits within the captives. Looking at the data, Shurencha's heart breaks for the countless lives shattered by this ruthless cruelty. She turns the page, filled with the sinking certainty that Rio was one of the tragic subjects. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a highly specific entry in the dark records. The text details the dark rise of the ominous Doom Era in the year 690. A cosmic catastrophe known as the Doom Tornado swept across the cosmos, leaving utter ruin in its wake. Out of all the children subjected to the catastrophe, only a single miraculous survivor remained. The lone child miraculously withstood the explosive blast of raw, cataclysmic doom energy. Because of his survival, researchers expected him to harbor an incredibly rare resistance to the dark forces. Realizing Rio's survival was a complete miracle, Shurencha desperately searches the file for any clues about his origin or his mother. A ruthless trial with a lethal serum wiped out 13 subjects, leaving only 4 tragic survivors standing. Surrounded by chemical cocktails and clinical torture devices, the young captive stands utterly isolated in the dark. The cold data confirms the ultimate tragedy. Rio was the most flawless match for their horrific experiments. Back in the present, Shurencha sits beside the shackled boy, speaking his name with immense tenderness. She steps softly across the cold floor, leaving a symbolic path of blooming white roses in her wake. She leans in close, her long pink hair draping over him as she prepares to comfort him. Throwing her arms around the tormented boy, Sharencha holds him in a warm, desperate embrace to ease his pain. She whispers softly, acknowledging the agonizing loneliness he has forced himself to endure. Surprised by her sudden warmth, Rio looks up as Sharencha tells him she has something vital to share. She sits before him, finishing her explanation of the dark truth she uncovered. When Sharencha worries the truth is too complex, Rio quietly assures her he understands everything perfectly. He accepts his grim reality, acknowledging that his torture was solely due to his heritage. Sharencha praises his sharp mind, though the realization only makes the tragedy feel far more painful. She wishes with all her heart that she had the strength to rescue him immediately. Her tears fall onto her hands as she laments her agonizing powerlessness to change his fate. As she breaks down in helpless frustration, a warm hand gently reaches out to wipe away her tears. Looking directly into her eyes, Rio tenderly reassures her that she is incredibly strong, promising a glimmer of hope in the darkness. This is it, the heartbreaking point of no return, where Sharencha's resolve completely shatters as she clenches her trembling fists in sheer agony. She laments her utter helplessness, crying out over her inability to free her dearest friend from his tragic confinement. Sensing her overwhelming despair, a hand gently reaches out to grasp her wrist, still heavily bound by cold iron shackles. Rio gazes up with gentle, tired eyes, insisting that he is the weak one who should be apologizing instead. Sharencha gasps in disbelief, but the boy softly cuts her off, expressing his deepest gratitude for her constant presence by his side. Even though he felt weak and insignificant, he reminds her of the warmth, education, and genuine friendship she brought into his dark life. With a soft, melancholic smile, he confesses that her kindness finally made him realize he was never truly alone in this cruel world. Tears well up in Sharencha's violet eyes as his final words of gratitude pierce straight through her heart. Raising his chained hands to gently cup her cheek, the boy promises a beautiful future where they will finally escape this hell together. She leans into his touch, weeping softly as she vows to make their dream of freedom a reality no matter what. A heartwarming vision flashes before them, imagining a peaceful life where they can happily browse pastry shops together like normal children. In this beautiful dream of a brighter tomorrow, she envisions introducing him to all her beloved friends over a grand celebration. They stand hand in hand under a shower of falling petals, bound by a silent, unbreakable vow to survive this ordeal together. The peaceful morning light breaks through the lush green trees as birds chirp, shifting the focus back to the present day. Outside the cozy Berry Berry Bakery, a serene and normal day begins, contrasting heavily with the dark secrets of the past. Inside, Sharencha rests her chin on her hand, deeply lost in thought as she contemplates her next move to become stronger. She visualizes the legendary spiritual pathways of a master, knowing she must unlock her inner potential to stand a chance. Her sudden, intense training session on the bakery counter leaves Mamingo utterly bewildered as he carries in a fresh tray of buns. He sets the baked goods down with a soft click, questioning why she is suddenly pushing her tiny body to its absolute limits. He chuckles behind his hand as she passionately declares her fierce desire to defeat a powerful rival in battle. Mamingo smiles warmly, listening as she explains that gaining physical strength is the only way to secure a crucial advantage. Reading through his spellbook, he notes that advanced forms of magic and spiritual cultivation remain far too complex for her current level. The tiny pink-haired fairy sits quietly among vibrant orange blossoms, looking down in deep disappointment. To lift her spirits, Mamingo suggests she find a highly skilled mentor who can teach her advanced combat tactics and weapon mastery. Her eyes instantly light up with brilliant hope at the prospect of finding a powerful teacher to guide her. Leaning in close, Mamingo flashes a confident smirk, casually offering himself as her personal instructor. Sharencha jumps back in absolute shock, unable to believe the humble baker possesses such incredible combat credentials. Legend has it that the elite possessors of multiple solems wield unfathomable spiritual authority, commanding the highest ranks of power. To her utter disbelief, she realizes her cheerful baker friend is actually a legendary, high-ranking warrior of the fearsome Bacchus order. Seizing the ultimate opportunity, the tiny fairy hovers before him, begging the mighty warrior to take her on as his disciple. She beams with pure, innocent joy, proud of her quick thinking at securing a legendary master. A subtle, knowing smile creeps onto Mamingo's face as he accepts her desperate request. Crossing his arms, his gentle demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a terrifyingly strict aura as he prepares to correct her form. A cold sweat breaks across Sharencha's face as she realizes her new master might be far more ruthless than she ever anticipated. With a bright but deeply chilling smile, he enthusiastically announces the brutal commencement of her training from the absolute basics. A blood-curdling scream echoes from the bakery under the bright morning sun as Sharencha experiences the terrifying reality of her new master's regime. The scene transitions as time passes in a blur, shifting back to the dark and painful past of Aphos Laboratory. Deep within the ominous Sector 7 training room, a sinister atmosphere looms over the cold stone walls. The sharp, terrifying crack of a heavy whip cuts through the heavy silence of the chamber. A ruthless, red-eyed instructor tightly grips the massive whip, his cold face hardened with sadistic intent.
A bruised and battered young Rio sits huddled on the stone floor, enduring the guard's towering, oppressive presence.
Struggling against his heavy iron chains, the young boy forces himself to stand as his brutal training officially begins. He takes a painful, trembling step forward, his bare, scarred foot firmly gripping the cold, unforgiving floor. Every single day becomes an agonizing struggle for survival as the young boy desperately clashes against his relentless tormentor. He is repeatedly knocked to the ground, crying out in pain as the heavy shackles drag his frail body down. A booming, merciless command echoes through the darkness, ordering the starving boy to consume his entire meal. A massive pile of dry, highly suspicious, and unappetizing meat patties is dropped before him on a cold plate. Under strict orders, the young boy is forced to gorge himself on massive portions of low-quality, foul-smelling food to artificially build muscle.
In a gut-wrenching vision, the spectral form of Shurinshaw watches in horrified tears as the choked boy desperately forces the food down his throat.
Chewing through the pain with unyielding determination, the young boy's gaze hardens as the agonizing process slowly molds him into a survivor. Determined to survive, the captive finishes his meager meal, resolving to grow stronger at all costs. Time passes in a flash, signaling the arrival of a brand new season. The scene shifts to the picturesque, autumn-colored town of Yulin. Deep within the cold stone cells, a brilliant pink light suddenly erupts. Ren excitedly displays her improved magic, showing Rio she can now bloom 20 flowers. A gentle hand pats her pink hair, filling her with pure happiness.
Admiring his progress, she notes how remarkably tall and muscular Rio has become.
Ren eagerly offers her terra-filled flowers to help him recover his strength. Still bound by heavy chains, Rio rests peacefully amidst the glowing roses. The pink-haired fairy quizzes him on the mechanics of their spiritual energy. She explains how terra accumulates in the lungs to spark raw power. She describes the ultimate transformation of becoming a powerful, awakened solar. Ren sets their training goal, urging him to feel the ambient energy. She softly guides him to focus and begin the ritual. Under her gentle instruction, Rio takes a deep, focused breath. Glowing particles swirl as the boy absorbs the endless spiritual energy. Time ticks away relentlessly as the arduous meditation session continues. In deep concentration, Rio keeps his eyes shut, processing the power. Suddenly, his brilliant blue eyes snap open, overflowing with immense power. Ren gasps in utter disbelief at the sudden shift in atmosphere. His heavy iron shackles glow as a cosmic energy begins to break through. Recognizing the critical moment, the pink-haired fairy urges him to strike. Flying close, she commands him to unleash his inner soul beat. Rio clenches his fist as the volatile energy reaches its boiling point. A blinding, cataclysmic explosion of blue light completely consumes the chamber. Shielding her eyes, Ren struggles against the overwhelming pressure of his raw power. The blinding light bursts outward with a deafening, echoing roar. The violent shockwave of energy hurls the tiny fairy backward through the air.
Just in time, Rio's massive scarred hands safely catch her.
Resting safely in his palms, Ren lets out a relieved, nervous laugh. She beams with absolute pride, praising his mind-blowing transformation. She excitedly declares that he has officially awakened as a legendary solar. Ren clenches her fists with joy, celebrating their triumphant step forward. Bubbling with excitement, the tiny fairy zooms around the stone room. She flies in ecstatic loops, thrilled by their incredible success. Her face lights up with pure, unadulterated happiness for her friend. Overjoyed by her support, Rio looks up with a warm, grateful smile. Ren smiles back softly, her heart swelling with hope for their future. A grand lore diagram explains the mortal path to perceiving the soul. The visual reveals how this fills the lungs to unlock one's spiritual authority. An awakened human soul rises majestically, transcending the boundaries of reality. Under the starry cosmos, the path to becoming an elite warrior becomes clear. Ren envisions using a rare Om crystal to further empower their spirits. Unfortunately, obtaining the crystal means confronting highly dangerous legendary beasts. Despite the impossible odds, Rio vows to find a way to succeed. He falls into a peaceful slumber, determined to succeed for her sake. The scene shifts to a snowy street outside the Flora Ivy flower shop. Suddenly, a patch of vibrant green grass begins to melt the snow. A brown-haired woman gasps as a beautiful field of white roses blooms. Hidden nearby, the proud pink-haired fairy strikes a playful, sheepish pose. Just as the dust settles, a stunning financial miracle sends shockwaves through the quiet town. A single divine bloom has become the most coveted artifact in the region. This celestial flower holds the ultimate power to completely repel deadly dark energy. Shurinshaw is utterly overwhelmed by the sudden praise for her legendary cultivation. As word spreads of her miraculous power, powerful forces begin searching for her. The young fairy stands ready to face the heavy burdens of her new destiny. Meanwhile, the peaceful sanctuary of Berry Berry Bakery stands calm before a storm. A magnificent celebration is prepared to honor the fairy's incredible financial triumph. Her close companion enthusiastically cheers for the massive fortune they are about to accumulate. However, Shurinshaw reveals she still needs far more wealth to execute her secret mission. With unwavering determination, the fairy prepares to pursue an incredibly dangerous source of power. The mention of highly prized legendary crystals instantly shocks her companions. Suspicion fills the room as they realize she's risking everything for Rio. Concern grows that the mysterious boy might simply be using her pure heart for power. A terrifying vision warns her of the dark path Rio might be walking.
Shurencha fiercely rejects the doubt, defending her friend's ultimate innocence.
She vows to personally hunt down and secure the legendary gems herself.
To protect her identity, her companion devises a brilliant plan to buy them discreetly.
Grateful for the support, the allies unite to make her secret mission a reality.
Suddenly, an unexpected arrival disrupts their strategy meeting.
A mysterious messenger delivers a highly unusual envelope to the bakery. Her companion steps forward to receive the enigmatic message. The elegant, high-status script on the envelope hints at an elite sender. They eagerly gather around the table to uncover the contents of the letter. The scene reveals a powerful noble writing a prestigious invitation. She warmly requests the pleasure of Shurencha's presence at her private estate. The noble promises that this elite gathering will yield powerful new allies. The prospect of attending a legendary gathering of elite fairies excites her companion. Shurencha hesitates, doubting if she belongs in such high-status company. Her friend urges her to seize this golden opportunity to build crucial networks. Deep in thought, the young fairy prepares to take a massive leap of faith. She boldly approaches the breathtaking, glowing gates of the noble estate. The majestic architecture of the legendary mansion towers over her. Shurencha is completely awestruck by the sheer scale of the estate. A playful sudden pinch instantly snaps her out of her stunned silence. The graceful hostess greets her with a welcoming smile. They fly side by side toward the main event chambers. They glide effortlessly through the grand sunlit corridors. Brilliant light fills the skies as they reach the garden. Shurencha gasps in utter shock at the guests waiting for her. Two legendary, highly intimidating figures sit quietly at the grand table. The hostess formally introduces Shurencha to a massive fiery warrior. The colossal warrior enthusiastically welcomes her, revealing his legendary identity. Shurencha is struck by a sudden sense of incredible familiarity. A crucial memory of her humble baker friend flashes in her mind. She recalls the mysterious runic card once kept at the bakery. The ancient secret script suddenly makes perfect sense. A brilliant realization illuminates the hidden truth of the bakery's origins. She exposes the warrior as the true legendary founder of Berry Berry Bakery. Thrilled by her cleverness, the legendary master prepares to guide her next training phase. The mysterious green-haired fairy introduces herself as Venok, a deadly poison specialist. Venok stands quietly, carrying the dangerous and cold reputation of her attribute. Shurencha extends a friendly hand, but Venok quickly retreats in fear of incompatibility. Rejecting the rejection, Shurencha boldly grabs Venok's hand to force a connection. The sudden, warm physical contact leaves Venok completely frozen in absolute shock. Shurencha quickly inquires about Venok's unique elemental attribute that break the ice. Despite the warning, Shurencha holds Venok's hand with gentle and reassuring warmth. Shurencha's radiant, innocent smile completely disarms the highly defensive poison specialist. Venok murmurs softly, deeply intrigued by Shurencha's rare and pure flower magic. A tranquil tea party sets the stage for a critical magical revelation. Venok explains that the surrounding dark doom energy was significantly stronger there. She notes that Dia's greenhouse serves as a natural sanctuary against corruption. Shurencha is amazed by Venok's rapid and effortless analysis of dark energy. Venok explains her innate mastery over decay, decomposition, and lethal synthesis. Preparing a visual demonstration, Venok reaches out her hand over the table. A volatile spike of green magic suddenly crackles at her dark fingertip. A highly concentrated droplet of lethal green poison slowly begins to form. Venok demonstrates her unique ability to convert dark doom energy into poison. Shurencha squeals in pure delight while a flustered Venok downplays her power. Venok's expression suddenly turns serious as she addresses Shurencha's pure nature. She warns Shurencha that her light attribute is the exact opposite of doom. Shurencha reflects on her origins, admitting she once wanted to join the darkness. Her mind flashes back to the captive boy still locked in cold chains. Deep down, she was all to become a bright light under the stars. She vowed to become a beacon capable of saving others from despair. The elite companions find Shurencha's noble dream profoundly moving and unique. The hostess instantly realizes Shurencha's dream is inspired by a special friend. Shurencha softly smiles, confirming her absolute resolve to walk this path. Venok notes Shurencha is already utilizing an advanced second-stage energy breathing technique. Berylin breaks the tension, boisterously boasting about his own grueling training history. A heartfelt compliment suddenly washes away the young fairy's lingering self-doubts. Feeling completely accepted, Shurencha finally shakes off her persistent, heavy nervousness. Surrounded by legendary figures, Shurencha realizes she has found a true sanctuary. Shurencha listens intently as they reveal more secrets of their magical world. She envisions the grand scale of the universe where elite fairies gather. Clasping her hands in prayer, she sends a silent wish into the cosmos. She wonders if she will find other kindred spirits across the universe. The hostess shares the staggering centuries-long bonds that connect their elite circle. Shurencha is completely awestruck by the immense lifespans of her new companions. A hilarious flashback reveals Berylin persistently clinging to Venok in the past. Berylin loudly teases Venok, who blushes furiously and tells him to shut up. The hostess warmly encourages Shurencha to seek out her own true companions. Shurencha admits she is still incredibly anxious about connecting with other fairies. She wonders if someone as humble as her can truly belong here. Her adorable innocence instantly wins over the hearts of the legendary warriors. Berlin boisterously praises Dia for bringing such an incredibly cute new friend. They reassure Shurencha that they gathered today solely to offer her friendship. The hostess gently asks Shurencha to officially join their circle of friends. Overwhelmed with profound joy, Shurencha accepts their friendship with a beaming smile. Together in the Radiant Garden, a legendary new alliance is officially forged. The ultimate legendary alliance is officially forged, but our pink-haired heroine's heart-melting cuteness instantly conquers the hearts of these ancient, overpowered warriors. Curious about elite magical gear, Shurencha eagerly asks Dia about her legendary partogram and fairy wand. Dia confidently smiles, preparing to unveil the majestic artifacts that house her legendary power. Power surges as the white-haired fairy elegantly levitates, initiating a breathtaking magical transformation. A vibrant, glowing magical crest erupts beneath her feet, blooming with beautiful celestial flowers. Shurencha watches in absolute awe as Dia floats effortlessly inside her newly formed massive spell circle. Intense blue energy fractures the space, signaling the arrival of an exceptionally high-tier artifact. The massive spell circle expands wildly, absorbing a staggering amount of raw natural energy. A highly advanced, glowing blue handle floats right into Dia's outstretched hand. The brilliant artifact extends seamlessly, molding into a weapon of pure magical devastation. Dia officially reveals her majestic, colossal ice scepter, radiating in pressure that demands absolute respect. The raw power crackles across the courtyard, leaving Vanak and Berlin quietly stunned by her demonstration. Shurencha's heart beats rapidly as she experiences the overwhelming weight of true elite class power. Absolutely thrilled, Shurencha praises Dia's multi-attribute power, but Dia warmly reassures her that her future wand will be even more magnificent. Dia gently lowers her massive scepter, dispersing the brilliant icy energy back into the garden. The white-haired hostess makes Shurencha promise to show off her own unique weapon the very moment she obtains it. Their solemn promise is sealed underneath a glowing celestial crystal, cementing a deep, lasting bond. The scene transitions back to the snowy, silent town as winter fully settles over the bakery.
Time flies in a blink, and the last day of December finally arrives in a flurry of gentle snow.
The narrative descends deep into the cold, torchlit spiral staircase of Aphos, where secrets await. Radiating pure elegance, Shurencha prepares to venture forth into the mysterious grand banquet. In her thoughts, Shurencha playfully checks in on her precious captive human companion. She reminds him not to worry, knowing that time in the fairy realm flows vastly faster than the real world. Gently touching his sleeping face, she promises to return to him soon, leaving the brown-haired boy dreaming of her name. With a determined look, the young fairy prepares to step forward into her massive destiny. She offers one last radiant smile before her consciousness fully shifts back into her spiritual form. Behind the cold iron bars, the chained brown-haired boy looks up, sensing her departing warmth. Clasped in deep prayer, Shurencha surrenders herself to the magical flow, her pink hair drifting gracefully. Wrapped in her beautiful white gown, she begins her official descent into the sacred lands. Her eyes widen in absolute amazement as the breathtaking, sun-drenched capital of the fairy realm reveals itself. She wanders down the majestic white stone steps of the grand sanctuary, surrounded by beautiful floating platforms. The sheer scale of the bustling magical gathering completely takes her breath away. A bright, joyful smile spreads across her face as she prepares to meet other fairies just like her. Spotting several tiny winged figures, Shurencha squeals in pure delight at finding her fellow Izans. Two adorable little fairies float up to her, completely stunned by her unusual presence. They curiously inform her that only young Izans are permitted within this sacred temple courtyard. Shurencha excitedly explains she is indeed a young Izan born just last year at the prestigious fairy drop. She proudly boasts that her rapid, impressive physical growth is the direct result of her grueling, constant training. The tiny fairies gasps in shock, struggling to believe that someone so remarkably tall is a young Izan. Instantly becoming a local celebrity, Shurencha proudly reveals her rare identity as a flower fairy. A friendly little earth fairy named Toddy eagerly steps forward, offering his hand in warm friendship. Another young flower fairy named Sanjay proudly boasts his own ability to make sunflowers bloom. The entire garden gathers around, intensely curious about how this mysterious newcomer grew so exceptionally fast. While some fairies are absolutely amazed by her human partner in Ulan, a dark undercurrent of jealousy begins to rise. Sneering bullies mock her mercilessly, claiming she has a giant body but zero real-world experience. Irritation flares behind Shurencha's calm smile as she prepares to teach these arrogant brats a serious lesson. Snapping completely, she threatens to smack them into oblivion, sending the terrified bullies running away in tears. Standing proudly with her hands on her hips, she proudly declares that she has successfully made her first true friends. A reassuring hand rests on her shoulder as a supportive ally tells her to ignore those worthless bullies. Suddenly, a menacing red-eyed boy carrying a deadly doom attribute emerges from the shadows, locking his gaze directly on her. Just as a dangerous confrontation looms, a cheerful green-haired wind fairy suddenly breaks the tension with an enthusiastic greeting.
A shy blue-haired water fairy quickly steps forward next to introduce herself. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of crowd attention, Sharencha breaks into a nervous swipe.
Incapable of handling the intense social pressure, the pink-haired heroine bolts from the gathering. Catching her breath deep inside the bushes, Sharencha sighs in immense relief. Her instinct suddenly flares as she detects a hidden presence tucked inside the dense foliage. Crouched silently beneath the leaves is a quiet purple-haired girl hugging her knees. Surprised, Sharencha accidentally blurts out that someone is already occupying her secret hideout. Realizing her bluntness, Sharencha sweat drops and immediately regrets speaking her thoughts aloud. Apologetically introducing herself, the flower fairy politely asks if she can sit beside her. The mysterious purple-haired girl simply responds with a silent, intense stare. Sweat dropping at the awkward silence, Sharencha nervously worries she has overstepped. Suddenly, the quiet girl leans her head gently against Sharencha's shoulder in silent trust. Sharencha warmly pats her head, instantly dissolving the icy barrier between them. Sitting under the glowing moon, Sharencha learns the girl's name is Mir and asks how she became a star fairy. Mir explains how nomads once successfully navigated their journeys by gazing at the twinkling stars. She recalls a magical night when glowing shooting stars began to gather directly around her. Mir describes the breathtaking moment the stellar energy officially transformed her into a star fairy. Ever since, she has crafted celestial compasses to guide lost travelers through the sky. Deeply touched by the tale, Sharencha praises Mir's beautiful origin story. Mir gently inquires if Sharencha plans on remaining in the town of Ulan. Sharencha confirms her stay, driven by her absolute resolve to help her captive friend. Mir smiles warmly, offering her genuine encouragement for Sharencha's noble mission. Grateful for her first true friend's support, Sharencha sincerely hopes she will succeed. Mir suddenly proposes exchanging their unique fairy stones to plant a Sharencha flower. Thrilled by the idea, Sharencha promises to swap their stones at next year's fairy festival. Suddenly, Sharencha gasps as she realizes the sacred water of origin is rising. Mir looks on in silent wonder as glowing water droplets fill the air. Bubbles of pure shimmering liquid float upward from the grassy field. The majestic water droplets ascend into the sky, creating a breathtaking trail of light. A grand announcement suddenly echoes through the air, signaling the start of the sacred fairy banquet. Eagerly taking off, Sharencha calls out to Mir as they prepare to leap. Sharencha gracefully leaps into the sky, her pink hair drifting behind her. Together, the two newly bonded companions fly gracefully through the starlit sky. Brilliant beams of celestial light erupt from the grand temple's central courtyard. Glowing blue particles float higher into the sky, signaling a major magical awakening. A massive torrent of magical water pours down, washing over Sharencha's body. Sharencha stands calmly beneath the waterfall, surrendering to the cleansing energy. A giant glowing sphere of pure water forms majestically in the air. Sharencha watches in absolute awe as the magical fluid begins to solidify. Reaching out her hand, she calls upon the concentrated power as a pink crystal wand forms. The elegant wand glows intensely within an intricate, expanding magical circle. Sharencha holds her new weapon, officially claiming her majestic fairy wand. Below, the temple's sacred waters begin to churn and boil with intense energy. A colossal pillar of magical water erupts upward, breaking through the courtyard. The powerful wave surges into the sky, completely enveloping Sharencha. Floating peacefully within the torrent, she experiences the sensation of being reborn. A deep, burning magical heat flares within her core as her power reaches its peak. As she regains consciousness, she discovers the sacred water has completely evaporated. Vibrant fireworks explode across the sky as the senior fairies officially welcome the newly reborn flower fairy to their ranks. But what legendary trials await her as she prepares to return to the human realm? Witnessing the breathtaking wonders of the fairy banquet, Sharencha's eyes light up with pure, unfiltered amazement as she lets out a joyous cry. Weaving enchanting melodies, the majestic fairy of music sings beautiful songs that manifest as glowing golden musical staves in the starry night. Adding to the grand festival, the radiant fire fairy breathes a colossal pillar of brilliant fire, painting the sky with a spectacular elemental fireworks show. Guided by their wise elders, the newly awakened fairies float gracefully as they learn the sacred rules of the human world and etiquette among fairies. Exhausted from the overwhelming festivities, the quiet, purple-haired Mir rubs her cheek and lets out a sleepy yawn. Dropping her head, Mir sleepily announces she must find a place to sleep, prompting Sharencha to warmly tell her to rest while she visits the other fairies. Looking up with her striking purple eyes, Mir softly wonders if they will ever meet again on a planet, sadly noting that Ulan is dangerously close to the doom border. Heartbroken by the realization of their parting, the pink-haired chibi Sharencha tears up and dramatically weeps over the sad goodbye. Pulling her first true friend into a tight, warm embrace, Sharencha passionately promises that they will absolutely reunite at next year's fairy festival. Waving her hand against the soft blue sky, Mir bids a gentle, silent farewell to her departing companion. Soaring high into the air, a beaming Sharencha waves back and enthusiastically yells that they must meet again next year. Gazing down at the glowing sanctuary, Sharencha eagerly plans to boast about her incredible new friend to Dia, Berryland, and Venek. Shifting the scene, a mysterious narration warmly congratulates Sharencha on successfully making her very first Ison friend. Elegant and radiant, the white-haired Dia smiles tenderly, admitting she was deeply worried about Shurencha encountering strange fairies but is relieved everything turned out beautifully. Clasping her hands together amidst blooming yellow flowers, a joyful Shurencha promises to introduce her new companions to everyone next time. With a sweep of her hand, Dia invites them to enjoy the remaining hours of the grand banquet as they soar high into the starry sky. Under the shimmering heavens, the senior fairies unleash their elemental magic, painting the celestial sky with breathtaking, brilliant lights. Beyond the sacred lands, the divine presence of the 9 fairy lords can be felt, each silently guarding their own distant mystical realms. Pacing the passage of time, the grand 10-day journey through the majestic fairy realm officially comes to a peaceful end. The scene abruptly shifts back to the human world, focusing on the dark, brick-lined chamber of Rio and Ren and Iphos. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of radiant pink magical light erupts, illuminating the cold chamber with warmth. Emerging from the light, a vibrant Shurencha winks playfully, her pink hair drifting as she happily returns to her physical form. With immense pride, she holds up her newly acquired majestic pink crystal wand, showcasing her earned elemental weapon. Thrilled by her return, the brown-haired human boy, Rio, enthusiastically praises her amazing wand, while Ren happily offers to let him hold it. Looking closely, Rio marvels at her incredibly gentle life force, prompting Ren to tease that she has yet another massive achievement to brag about. Posing confidently with a peace sign, the pink-haired flower fairy prepares to reveal the true extent of her newly unlocked power. With a knowing, brilliant smile, she whispers that her successful awakening means something truly extraordinary has changed. Striking a dramatic pose, Ren summons an intricate, glowing pink magic circle that expands majestically around her. Sitting on the stone floor in heavy iron chains, Rio praises her beautiful magic circle and congratulates her on safely completing her perilous journey. Inspecting a small cut on his hand, the chain boy wonders what mysterious gift Ren could have possibly brought back for him. The atmosphere turns heavy as crimson splatters of fresh blood paint a dark, ominous stone wall. Deepening the dark tone, more drops of blood slowly run down the cold, textured gray surface. A single dark droplet of blood hangs precariously from the tip of his pale finger. Tiny and delicate, Shurencha floats up and gently presses her hand against his massive bleeding finger, calling out his name in soft concern. As a soft white light heals the wound, Rio explains that this blood is actually breath and he desires to give his very first breath to her. Startled by his confession, Shurencha's eyes widen as she silently wonders how on earth Rio managed to acquire the elusive force of breath. Demanding answers, she questions where he obtained the required Om crystals, and Rio calmly reveals he harvested them directly from her own flower. Highlighting his words, a glowing green plant stem with radiant leaves shines brightly as Rio explains how drinking its essence gathered Om. Resting her chin on her hand, Shurencha narrows her eyes, instinctively sensing that something is deeply wrong with this explanation. Realizing the truth, she recalls that Doom is an unkillable law of nature, making direct conversion to Om physically impossible without harvesting a Doom core. Stunned by the terrifying implication, the pink-haired fairy stares in utter disbelief as the puzzle pieces finally fall into place. Shifting the focus, a mysterious, glowing golden flower tattoo shines brilliantly across her foot, indicating her unique connection to the elements. A majestic rose blooms in the dark, absorbing the surrounding corruptive Doom energy and miraculously converting it into pure radiant Om. Shifting back to the snowy bakery garden, the brown-haired Berryland marvels at the massive bed of beautifully bloomed pink roses. Hovering nearby, Shurencha proudly boasts that having her own magical wand makes blooming flowers look like absolute child's play. Delighted by her immense progress, Berryland wears a cute, proud chibi smile as she observes her young companion. Looking at her warmly with bright green eyes, Berryland genuinely congratulates Shurencha on growing so much stronger. Overflowing with happiness, the pink-haired flower fairy beams with a radiant close-eye smile. Turning slightly, Berryland's tone shifts to a serious note as she calls out Shurencha's name, preparing to deliver critical news. Standing amidst the blooming roses, Berryland locks eyes with the floating fairy, but what heavy secrets is she about to reveal that could alter the fate of their world? Cradling a delicate pink rose, the brown-haired Flora prepares to make a high-stakes choice that could alter their magical destiny forever. A vast pile of glittering silver coins shines, hinting at the massive wealth accumulated from her dangerous hunts. Flora gently explains that her previous contracts with senior fairies have all been highly successful. She warmly promises the pink-haired Shurencha that she will treat her with the utmost care if they contract. Standing alone on a cobblestone path, Flora patiently awaits the young fairy's final decision. Shurencha nervously clutches her white dress as she hesitates to give her answer. When asked about her status as a solar, Flora confirms she has already prepared a special soul cell. Looking up with her striking purple eyes, Shurencha gently declines the contract offer. She explains that she must honor a prior promise to contract with a friend first. Flora instantly realizes the friend in question is Rio, currently imprisoned deep within Iphos. A dark suspicion flashes across Flora's face as she wonders if Rio is simply exploiting the fairy's powers. A chilling blood-red vow echoes in the darkness as she resolves to eliminate him if he is using her. Quickly masking her deadly thoughts, Flora smiles and offers to become Shurencha's second contract partner instead. Shurencha hesitates, warning that Rio is a brand new solar who cannot yet split his soul. A dark truth looms as Rio remains entirely unfit to form any magical contracts. Deep in a dark cell, the chained brown-haired boy waits helplessly in the cold. Flora remembers the grim reality that an Eisen fairy can only survive 10 years without ascending. Without a contract, the pink-haired fairy will eventually dissolve into a mere droplet of water. Standing alone near the pink roses, Flora silently calculates the remaining time. With only 9 years left for Shurencha, the clock is ticking to save her from absolute erasure. Flora firmly resolves that they must complete their contract before her time runs out. She promises to wait, but requests a definitive answer within those crucial 9 years. Stunned, Shurencha realizes Flora has known about her tragic time limit all along. Tears well up in the young fairy's eyes at Flora's selfless devotion to her survival. Shifting the topic, Flora asks Shurencha about her search for the elusive breath. Flora gently offers to bestow some of her own breath upon Shurencha as a gift. Shurencha gasps in utter disbelief at the incredibly generous, priceless offer. Flora explains that true gifts require no payment, wanting only to see her grow stronger. Deeply moved, the pink-haired fairy stares at her benefactor in awe. Flora looks back with a warm, encouraging smile. Inspired by her kindness, Shurencha passionately vows to grow up as quickly as possible. Clasping her hands together, Shurencha beams with pure, absolute joy. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, crimson-tinted wasteland echoing with dangerous power. A massive red-eyed demonic wolf snarling fiercely emerges from the shadows. Armed with her whip, Flora stands her ground, ready to face the terrifying beast. The monstrous wolf unleashes a deafening roar, preparing to strike. With incredible agility, Flora slides beneath the beast's deadly leap. Even in the face of absolute danger, Flora's expression remains completely cool and collected. With a precise flick of her wrist, her whip scrags forward. The heavy whip wraps tightly around the giant wolf's neck. Flora constricts the weapon with relentless force, choking the massive beast. The giant wolf shatters in a spectacular explosion of crimson energy. Onlookers watch in absolute awe as she effortlessly obliterates the massive creature. They marvel at the overwhelming power of the legendary Pentalim Solar Flora. Her companions note her unusually aggressive tactics, wondering what sparked this sudden change. Flora calmly explains her decision to focus heavily on hunting from now on. Her motivation is driven by a secret precious flower she is determined to nurture. Holding a glowing crimson crystal shard, she smiles with renewed purpose. The scene transitions to the snowy exterior of the Berry Berry Bakery. Inside, Mimingo declines a party invitation to focus on hunting solo, but what hidden trials await her next? Stunned by a sudden rejection, the brown-haired youth reacts in disbelief to the voice on his communication orb. Looking deeply somber, he absorbs the weight of the harsh message, realizing their plans have completely fallen apart. Sweating nervously, the boy internally notes that his allies were entirely correct about Mimingo's incredibly difficult attitude. Instantly brightening up, the brown-haired boy resolves to fulfill his long-awaited promise to head into the dangerous Doomfield with his fairy companion. He warmly reassures the pink-haired Shurencha that turning down the gathering is a small price to pay to focus solely on her. Taking his first steps toward danger, the boy begins explaining the complex structure of the treacherous Doomfields. He reveals that these zones are ranked from F to S, choosing a low-level F-rank field for their initial trial. Keeping her expectations grounded, he warns Shurencha to stay alert while they test the true potential of her flower magic. Flashing a confident wink, the brown-haired boy expresses his absolute excitement to witness her incredible newly awakened power. They plan their departure for right after closing time, prompting a tiny pink-haired chibi Shurencha to eagerly head off to train. A grand cosmic division illustrates the two fundamental warring forces governing their world, Origin and Doom. A desolate, red-tinted wasteland stands as a grim monument to the territory conquered by the corruptive power of Doom. Together, the brown-haired boy and his loyal pink-haired fairy step into this oppressive landscape of pure ruin. The terrifying stakes of their journey become real as another young warrior screams in agony, trapped within the wasteland's depths. A bloody hand lying next to a discarded sword reveals the tragic fate of those who underestimate this hostile environment. A haunting truth echoes in the hazy air, reminding all travelers that the unskilled meet a swift and merciless end. Shurencha looks on in growing dread, warning that the crushing doom energy will overwhelm anyone lacking proper elemental resistance. Under a crude shelter, a group of heavily bandaged, wounded survivors cry out in sheer pain. Nearby, an injured young fairy clutches herself in agony, her face marred by fresh, painful wounds. Seeing the sheer scale of the suffering, Shurencha stares in absolute horror at the broken bodies of humans and fairies alike. Sensing her fear, the brown-haired boy smiles warmly and promises to protect her from any harm as long as they stand together. Looking up at her trusted partner, the pink-haired flower fairy finds her resolve renewed by his reassuring words. She eagerly places her complete trust in him as they venture further into the ominous red haze. Stopping in his tracks, the boy calmly notes that a suitable target has finally crossed their path. Scurrying through the ruins, a low-level gelatinous black creature known as a doom slime emerges. Standing directly before the dark, bubbling monstrosity, the boy prepares his companion for her very first battle. Drawing a sleek black revolver, he explains that they will start their combat assessment using this basic minion.
He begins a breakdown of battle tactics, demonstrating how a physical strike can be used against the target.
He outlines the second method, which involves utilizing weapons imbued with special magical energies to freeze the enemy. Lastly, he shows how directly striking the creature's core will obliterate it instantly. When asked if she wants to manifest her human size to fight, the pink-haired fairy enthusiastically agrees. Emerging in a flurry of pink rose petals, her golden flower-patterned sandals gently touch down on the ground. A close-up of Shirenshaw's purple eye reveals a brilliant, determined spark of magical energy igniting within her. Standing in her full, majestic human form, the pink-haired maiden prepares to unleash her power upon the dark slime. Her violet eyes glow with immense power, completely focused on the looming threat ahead. Extending her pale hand forward, she prepares to summon her ultimate weapon. In a radiant flash of bright pink magical light, her majestic wand materializes in her grasp. Brandishing her elegant pink weapon, Shirenshah stands poised to strike with absolute confidence. With a swift command, a swarm of beautiful pink rose vines suddenly wraps tightly around the black slime. The magical thorns constrict the dark creature with relentless, overwhelming force. The target shatters violently in a spectacular burst of dark energy and sparkling light. Delighted by her effortless victory, the brown-haired boy praises her talent and urges her to claim her prize. Shirenshah beams with pure joy, thrilled to have successfully completed her first real combat test. A brilliant, glittering purple encore sits perfectly intact amidst the scattered rose petals. Bending down, the young maiden reaches out to gently claim her hard-earned reward. Her heart swells with pride as she marvels at the very first magical core she has ever personally hudded. Holding the radiant crystal close to her chest, she smiles warmly, basking in her massive achievement. Walking up behind her, the brown-haired boy congratulates her on demonstrating far greater talent than he had ever anticipated. With their confidence soaring, he suggests pushing deeper into the dangerous territory to challenge a much stronger foe. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying Clawfoot crashes down with a deafening thud, heralding an elite beast's arrival. A terrifying, red-eyed, colossal rhino beast roars fiercely as immediate danger strikes. The monstrous creature is identified as a Grade 7 Doom Shadow minion. A brilliant pink flash of energy suddenly bursts across the battlefield. With a deafening roar, the red-eyed beast prepares to unleash its fury. A spectacular explosion of dark energy instantly obliterates the monstrous target. Shirenshah shields herself from the shockwave while clutching her elegant magic wad. A glittering purple Ohm core drops, prompting Shirenshah to gleefully celebrate her victory with Mamingo. Mamingo looks on, deeply intrigued by his companion's incredible magical growth. I'm sorry, but I can't change the speed of my speech. I can, however, read the text back to you at my standard pace. Would you like me to do that? Mamingo bends down to closely examine the newly dropped crystal core. Staring closely, Mamingo finds the unfolding situation completely fascinating. He notes that Shirenshah's rose has completely paralyzed the shadow monster. The magical rose has successfully seized the doom, completely halting its movements. Mamingo asks her to bloom another flower, which she eagerly agrees to do. As more flowers bloom, their cumulative purifying power begins to scale dramatically. With the core left behind, the paralyzed minion dissolves into nothingness. Mamingo realizes Shirenshah's flowers can absorb the corruptive doom energy itself. Encouraged by her performance, Mamingo proposes testing their limits in an E-grade field. He praises her unprecedented speed in advancing past the initial rank. Shirenshah is absolutely delighted, eagerly asking if she is truly that amazing. She happily walks through a bed of beautiful blooming pink roses. Mamingo warmly confirms her talent before a sudden, agonizing scream shatters the peace. Terrified warriors flee in panic, desperately calling for a retreat as danger approaches. A terrifying swarm of Grade 6 Doom Phantoms suddenly surrounds the area. Mamingo asks if she is ready to face them, fueling her determination. He warns her to remain cautious as the danger level spikes significantly. These new conscious phantoms actively hunt and organize their deadly attacks. The sinister creatures always lock onto their most vulnerable targets first. A creepy phantom grins maliciously with its glowing star-patterned bright eyes. Shirenshah stands shocked as a loud thud signals the enemy's sudden advance. The swift shadow monsters close the distance with terrifying speed. A dark phantom suddenly looms directly behind the unsuspecting pink-haired fairy. Shirenshah tenses up, feeling the cold breath of the enemy nearby. Instantly, a burst of rose petals restricts and paralyzes the attacking phantom. The restrained beast begins to crack apart under her immense purifying power. Shirenshah unleashes a spectacular wave of holy light to disintegrate the threat. Her purple eyes burn with fierce determination as she commands the battlefield. The surrounding monsters turn their heads, startled by her overwhelming magical display. Suddenly, a massive swarm of phantoms completely surrounds the young duo. Mamingo calmly points out that the entire horde has sensed their presence. Though Shirenshah worries about fighting crowds, Mamingo reassures her with calm confidence. Looking down gently, Mamingo promises to protect her no matter what happens. Amidst blooming red roses, Mamingo slowly begins to unsheath his deadly blade. Shirenshah stares in absolute awe as Mamingo flashes a reassuring smile. Gripping his sword, Mamingo prepares to unleash his true hidden power. Mamingo's eyes suddenly flash with a dangerous glowing crimson light.
A dark aura gathers as he calmly decides to warm up.
With a sinister smirk, the brown-haired boy prepares to slaughter the horde.
The series logo shines brightly, promising an epic and unforgettable magical journey.
Mamingo firmly tightens his grip on his dark blade for the onslaught.
He steps forward aggressively, ready to decimate the oncoming storm of phantoms.
As the horde of terrifying phantoms closes in, Mamingo unleashes the devastating wrath of his glowing red scythe. A clean, deadly slash instantly decapitates one of the shadowy beasts.
Leaping through the air, Mamingo swings his massive weapon with absolute precision.
2 more phantoms fall instantly, their heads cleanly sliced from their bodies. Multiple glowing Ohm cores drop onto the rocky ground as rewards. Shurencha watches the devastating display of power with wide, shocked eyes. Stunned by his prowess, she praises Mamingo's incredible combat skills. Inspired by his strength, Shurencha resolves to become just as powerful.
Clutching her chest, she notes her overwhelming desire has given her a headache.
Gently lifting her up, Mamingo cradles the pink-haired maiden in his arms. He insists on carrying her, noting she must be exhausted from the battle. Blushing slightly, Shurencha warmly accepts his kindness with a sweet smile. Together, they make their way back through the desolate, dark wasteland.
A sudden voice interrupts their peaceful walk, calling out Mamingo's name.
2 arrogant hunters confront them, questioning why a B-grade powerhouse is here. They aggressively accuse Mamingo of stealing their prey simply because they are weaker. Stepping forward, Mamingo coldly demands they watch their mouths. He snaps back, pointing out he just saved their lives from certain doom. He dares them to speak to his face if they have any real issues. As Mamingo walks away in disgust, a worried Shurencha calls out to him. Realizing he may have spoken too harshly, Mamingo sighs softly. Shurencha quickly reassures him, flashing a bright, understanding smile. He admits he is glad to have witnessed a different side of her personality. A close-up of Shurencha's face reveals her growing affection for her companion. Mamingo looks back at her with a gentle, reassuring expression. Under the starry night sky, the scene shifts to the peaceful Berry Berry Bakery. Inside, hands present a leather pouch filled to the brim with glittering cores. Shurencha is shocked he's giving her everything, but Mamingo happily dismisses it. The pink-haired maiden rests her chin on her hand, thinking deeply. In his bakery uniform, Mamingo marvels at a bouquet of pink roses. Shrinking back to her fairy form, Shurencha explains she collected these battle-bloomed flowers.
She beams with pure, innocent joy at her companion's soft reaction.
Deeply moved, Mamingo holds the beautiful flowers close to his chest and thanks her. Shurencha suddenly sweat drops, realizing another friend named Rio will take the course. Mamingo smiles, explaining that Rio only uses them to share life-saving breath. Still, Mamingo mutters that he is glad her friend has at least some conscience. Shurencha wonders why everyone reacts so fearfully whenever Rio is mentioned. In a playful tone, Mamingo asks if she wants to share some gathered breath. A blinding blue light erupts as Shurencha touches Mamingo's finger to share her power. Shurencha confidently promises that she will be the one providing his cores from now on. Mamingo smiles warmly, explaining it will help her grow stronger much faster. He notes that he knows Rio was her first contractor and Flora was her second. Shurencha looks at him in surprise as he calls her by name. He gazes at her with a deep, fond smile that warms her heart. Shurencha's purple eyes shimmer with deep emotion at his gentle words. Overcome with happiness, the tiny pink-haired fairy sniffs back tears of joy. Mamingo encourages her, declaring she is destined to become an incredible fairy. Thrilled, Shurencha enthusiastically asks Mamingo to become her 3rd contract holder. Resting happily on his giant finger, she looks up at him with absolute trust. With a gentle smile, Mamingo silently accepts her offer, cementing their unbreakable bond. Returning to the dark, silent castle depths, a cheerful voice echoes through the cold stone stairwell, calling out for Rio. Flaunting her incredible prize, the pink-haired fairy gleefully demands praise for harvesting a massive fortune of valuable Ohm cores. Looking up with bright, adoring eyes, Rio warmly welcomes her back while declaring she is the most beautiful being in the universe. Chained to the cold stone floor, the captive boy marvels at his tiny companion's spectacular achievement. Spilling onto the cold floor, the radiant blue glowing crystals are introduced as powerful Ohm cores. Floating gracefully, the tiny fairy instructs the shackled boy to pick up a glowing core to learn its secrets. Beaming with pride, the tiny guide instructs him to press the crystal directly against his skin. Panic strikes as the boy suddenly pops the crystal into his mouth, prompting a horrified scream from his fairy partner. A desperate, furious scream echoes through the stone walls as she tries to stop his reckless action. Her eyes wide with utter shock, the tiny maiden stands completely appalled by his sudden madness. She angrily explains that chewing such a solid mass will break his teeth instead of absorbing its power. Unfazed, the chain boy calmly replies that mouth absorption is vastly superior, casually revealing he even ate her magical flowers before. Pondering his words, she reluctantly recalls that mucous membranes do indeed absorb powerful magical energy far quicker than ordinary skin. Though she warns him never to swallow it, the boy simply nods in silent agreement. Lifting the brilliant glowing crystal once more, he prepares to absorb its raw power. Spotting the strange movement of his jaw, a sudden wave of dread washes over the tiny fairy. A sickening crunch echoes through the room, prompting another panicked cry of absolute disbelief. Sinister, dark energy begins to spill from his lips as he forcefully swallows the raw crystal. She panics, realizing his fragile human body cannot possibly contain the explosive force of a grade 3 core. Leaping into action, the brave fairy flies straight to his face to stabilize the volatile, overflowing energy. His intense, shimmering blue eyes lock onto her with unwavering focus amidst the swirling energy. With a slow blink, the violent thrashing of the dark aura suddenly begins to quiet down. Smiling gently, the boy softly assures his worried companion that he is perfectly all right. He promises to rapidly refine the massive energy into life-giving breath to share with her. Stunned, she can barely believe he successfully synthesized the entire dangerous core in a single breath. Sitting in deep meditation, the Shackle Boy begins to channel the newly acquired divine energy. She gently guides him, telling him to focus on opening his inner spiritual pathway first. Pressing her hand to his chest, she explains how his heartbeat must resonate perfectly with his inner solum. Stealing his resolve, the young captive quietly promises to give it his absolute best effort. Suddenly, his chest erupts with a brilliant pulsing light as the resonance takes hold beautifully. Cheering him on, she instructs him to pour his gathered breath directly into the glowing vessel. She warns him to proceed slowly, ensuring the powerful essence does not spill or overflow. Pleased with his progress, the fairy decides to use this quiet moment to inspect her own core. Surrounded by blooming pink flowers, she sinks into a deep state of quiet magical introspection. She notes with satisfaction that all her gathered breath has successfully materialized into pure form. Recognizing she is still far from ranking up, she plans to dedicate some energy to Origin. Raising her hands, she resolves to use the remaining magical power to strengthen her personal partogram. A glowing pink magic circle crackles to life, pulsing with refined spiritual energy. A system message notes that her magical structures will grow increasingly complex as she gains power. With absolute resolve, the determined little fairy prepares for the next step of her evolution. Gripping her elegant pink wand, she prepares to dedicate her remaining energy to the ancient Origin. Closing her eyes, she channels her wishes into the wand, basking in its warm, radiant light. Smiling softly, she officially marks her very first day of sacred magical dedication. The narrative reveals that a rare blessing from an Origin god might await her dedication. Peering over her shoulder, she casts a warm, hopeful gaze back at her companion. Surrounded by swirling blue light, the chained boy continues gathering power to grow stronger. A hopeful vision of a bright blue sky promises they will one day soar together. The scene shifts to the flower shop, where a sudden panicked shout shatters the peace. Sweating and out of breath, the pink-haired fairy gasps as if returning from a grueling journey. A gentle brown-haired woman looks down with concern, wondering if her tiny friend has already worn herself out. In a world threatened by creeping corruption, a brown-haired woman gently points out the pink-haired fairy's physical limitations. Despite her current physical limits, the pink-haired fairy flashes a bright, reassuring smile. The brown-haired woman presents beautiful pink roses gathered during her dangerous hunts. She explains that these unique flowers glow brighter in areas of intense doom. The brown-haired woman expresses deep admiration for the flower's breathtaking, radiant beauty. The pink-haired fairy enthusiastically confirms her plans to hunt alongside her companion. Hoping to witness the magic, the brown-haired woman requests to join the upcoming hunt. The tiny fairy eagerly welcomes her to join their small party. The brown-haired woman quickly sends a message to Mamingo to coordinate their joint hunt. The scene shifts to the local bakery where a new query arises. Sharensha curiously inquires about the terrifying strength of high-ranking Doom minions. The light brown-haired baker ponders the power ranking system of their enemies. She is absolutely stunned to learn about the massive exponential power gap. The chilling mathematical reality of what lies ahead begins to set in. Intense panic strikes the fairy as she realizes the sheer scale of danger. Despair washes over her as she doubts her own combat capabilities. Mamingo gently pokes her cheek, cutting through her negative thoughts. He reminds her of her unlocked ability to upgrade her magical strength. Reinvigorated, the fairy praises her companion's quick and logical thinking. Suddenly, an energetic orange-haired girl bursts through the door with enthusiasm. Rumi loudly greets everyone, bringing a burst of positive energy. Mamingo warmly welcomes her back, though a surprise still awaits. Everyone is left staring in awe at the massive wooden crates. They curiously ask Remy about the mysterious contents of the heavy shipment. Remy responds to their questions with a highly confident smirk. With a dramatic flourish, she prepares to unveil her grand surprise. She reveals a box brimming with highly valuable, sparkling blue crystals. They inspect the beautiful, high-quality magic crystals up close. Mamingo reveals that absorbing a single core normally takes a week. Sharensha is stunned, recalling how effortlessly her companion Rio did it. She begins to question the true, unfathomable depth of Rio's power. Remy reminds her that these powerful cores are incredibly expensive. Sharensha resolves that no price is too high for Rio's sake. She happily demands the absolute highest grade of crystals available. Remy warns her that such excessive spending will completely deplete her funds. Remy offers to manage and invest the fairy's money to grow it. Overjoyed, the naive fairy readily hands over her financial responsibilities. Remy is deeply touched by the fairy's absolute, unwavering trust. Sharensha cheerfully reiterates her complete faith in her capable friend. Remy suddenly remembers one last question before they set off. She asks to join the hunt to observe the fairy's magic. Sharencha looks to Mamingo, who easily gives his consent. Mamingo is suddenly surprised to hear that Flora is joining Meh. The party gathers their gear, finalizing plans for the joint venture. The scene shifts to the ominous landscape of the F-grade Doomfield. Local hunters suddenly spot something highly unusual in the distance. 3 highly notable figures have inexplicably gathered in this low-grade field. The observers realize their presence is tied to the newly emerged fairy. Rumors spread about the fairy's shockingly rapid growth and mysterious origins. As tension builds, a weapon is drawn, ready for battle. A dark and treacherous Doomfield suddenly blooms with radiant, glowing pink roses. Sharencha realizes that strengthening her magical circle has significantly boosted her energy efficiency. The pink-haired fairy floats effortlessly, surrounded by a gentle, blossoming aura of light. Sharencha wonders if her physical body will undergo a similar rapid development. Intrigued by the corruption, she reaches her bare hand out toward the dark energy. Mamingo suddenly intercepts her hand, stopping her with a look of deep concern. Mamingo sternly questions why she would try touching the toxic Doom energy unprotected. Sharencha laughs sheepishly, trying to brush off her reckless and dangerous curiosity. Mamingo sighs and implores her to pull away immediately if anything feels wrong. Sharencha brightly promises to follow his warning and remain extremely cautious. She carefully lowers her bare hand back down toward the menacing dark corruption. Knowing the stakes, Sharencha resolutely decides she must go through with her test. Sharencha boldly declares her intent to absorb the hostile energy to fuel her growth. A brilliant flash of pure pink light erupts as her magic collides with darkness. The blinding light settles, leaving the pink-haired fairy standing completely unscathed. Sharencha hovers gracefully above a shimmering stellar circle of pure magical power. Mamingo stares in absolute disbelief, shocked by her incredible feat. Mamingo marvels at her radiant glow, which Sharencha attributes to the newly absorbed energy. Her allies celebrate her victory, admitting that her sudden power boost is incredibly shocking. Feeling satisfied, Mamingo calmly suggests they have neutralized enough phantom threats for now. Sharencha beams with excitement and enthusiastically agrees to move on to their next target. Shimmering golden particles of light slowly ascend into the dark forest canopy. A grotesque, multi-eyed floating monster appears, identified as a low-ranking Doom minion. Sharencha praises Remy's incredible shooting skills while Remy confidently offers to cover her. Flora springs into action, lunging downward to wrap the beast with her heavy whip. The thick, braided whip wraps securely around the flailing, multi-eyed monster. Flora proudly announces she has fully locked down the enemy using her soul skill. Mamingo tells Sharencha that the immobilized monster is now entirely hers to deal with. Sharencha reaches her bare hand out toward the trapped beast, ready to assault it. She lightly taps her fingertips against the bound creature's dark outer shell. A sudden, jarring shockwave of raw mental power catches Sharencha completely off guard. Ominous research documents appear, detailing a tragic project involving a helpless human child. A dark memory reveals a young boy bound to an altar, enduring relentless torment. A sinister voice reminds the young boy of his tragic and limited remaining lifespan. The corrupting force maliciously declares that he will never escape his inevitable despair. The dark entity coaxes Sharencha to surrender her soul to find peace. Sharencha listens quietly to the whispers, her expression remaining surprisingly calm. She gently closes her eyes, refusing to let the dark illusions shake her resolve. Sharencha suddenly snaps her eyes open, her gaze burning with absolute defiance. She plunges fearlessly down through the blinding vortex of pink light. Shimmering cracks of pink energy violently rupture the dark, suffocating mental barrier. The shadow entity mocks her reckless attempt to shatter the mental walk. Sharencha defiantly shatters the barrier anyway, completely disregarding the entity's warnings. A heartwarming memory flashes of Sharencha embracing her beloved human companion with joy. Sharencha collapses unconscious onto the ground, leaving a glowing, pristine core behind. Sharencha slowly blinks open her eyes, recovering from the intense mental battle. A dazzling high-grade magical core sparkles brilliantly on the forest floor. A hand reaches down to retrieve the sparkling, newly generated magic core. Sharencha beams with absolute delight as she identifies her hard-earned Grade 5 own core. She proudly shows off her prize to her allies, leaving them completely speechless. Breaking the heavy, tense silence, Sharencha questions why everyone has suddenly gone quiet, while Remy and Mamingo exchange hesitant glances. Hoping to ease the growing anxiety, Sharencha gently holds hands with Remy amidst a sea of beautiful pink roses. Sharencha's eyes widen in absolute shock as she loudly voices her sheer disbelief. Standing together, the companions sheepishly realize they were all secretly harboring the exact same thoughts. Remy smiles warmly, explaining that future fairy lords are known to display remarkable legendary talent even during their early Eisen stages. A majestic vision of a fully matured pink-haired fairy lord holding a golden staff appears, showcasing their true potential. Sharencha admits she has never once heard of any Eisen possessing such an extraordinary level of power. The group enthusiastically imagines their names being written in future history books alongside their legendary friend. Deeply moved, Sharencha tenderly embraces her companion, wishing they could remain together for a very long time. Remy suddenly laments that they might never see her again once she ascends, catching Sharencha completely off guard. Remy vows to watch over her for the rest of her human life, casting a bittersweet shadow over their future. Mamingo silently observes that with her boundless talent, Sharencha reaching the rank of a grand fairy would not be surprising. Standing before a shattering mirror, Shirencha fears that ascending as a fairy lord means her dearest friends will no longer be by her side. Deeply troubled by the cruel reality of her immense lifespan, Shirencha desperately holds back her tears.
The tiny pink-haired fairy playfully taps Remy's shoulder to break the depressing mood.
Remy asks if they should turn back, but the spirited fairy eagerly insists they keep pushing forward. Claiming she is slightly fatigued, Shirencha requests to rest in her pouch while watching them hunt in higher-grade fields. Mamingo playfully teases her about ordering them to gather ohm cores, while Flora happily agrees to target a C-grade field. Mamingo tasks Remy with protecting the fairy, prompting Remy to salute eagerly while Shirencha lets out a playful sigh. Resting comfortably in her pouch, Shirencha clears her throat and prepares to act like a demanding master. Adopting a playful regal persona, the tiny fairy formally addresses her human companions. She dramatically commands her allies to hunt down doom beasts and present her with mountains of ohm cores. Quickly breaking character, Shirencha gets flustered and sheepishly promises to repay them for their hard work. Completely charmed by the fairy's adorable demands, Remy eagerly pushes her comrades forward to begin the hunt. Surrounded by bright yellow blossoms, Shirencha smiles warmly, feeling incredibly blessed by her companion's kindness. The party officially enters the turbulent, wind-swept territory of the C-grade Doomfield. A sudden powerful gust of wind catches the tiny fairy off guard, making her cry out in surprise. Remy warns Shirencha that the doom energy behaves like a violent vortex in high-grade fields, urging her to stay close. Stepping forward, Flora tightly grips her dark whip, ready to confront the oncoming danger. Flora swings her weapon with deadly precision, effortlessly fending off multiple crawling doom beasts. Intrigued, Shirencha asks Remy how a whip, normally used for striking, can be so effective against doom. Remy proudly explains that Flora's immense strength is the key to her devastating combat style. Remy reveals that Flora enhances her whip with Vis and her unique soul skill, allowing it to shred through doom. Flora's elegant hidden charm shines through as she displays her quiet but terrifying combat prowess. Shirencha notes that Flora's daily routine of cutting flower stems matches her cutting attribute perfectly. A vicious strike tears through a doom beast, spraying dark blood across the battlefield. Shirencha is thoroughly impressed, realizing the combination of binding, preservation, super strength, and cutting is truly terrifying. Curious about her other companion, Shirencha asks Remy about Mamingo's specific contract attributes. Remy explains that Mamingo's flaming staff can reshape itself into various deadly scythe forms during combat. Mamingo swings his blazing scythe, harnessing the power of flame, which is highly effective against dark doom. Infused with intense heat, his strikes leave most doomed enemies completely powerless to resist. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shirencha marvels at how lucky she is to have contracted such incredibly powerful allies. Remy turns back to the fairy, noticing a change in her demeanor and asking if everything is okay. Shirencha admits she felt a tight, suffocating pressure from the ambient doom energy. Remy pulls out a specialized glowing item called an ohm balloon to assist her friend. The fairy wonders why Remy is carrying such a highly valuable and expensive protective tool. Remy warmly explains she brought it solely to protect her favorite pink fairy from any sudden danger. Taking the balloon, Shirencha immediately begins to blow into it to stabilize her energy. Feeling relieved, Shirencha happily thanks her thoughtful friend as her strength begins to recover. Suddenly, Shirencha's eyes widen in sheer panic mid-breath as a new disturbance catches her attention. Just as the team celebrates their victory, an unexpected group of hunters suddenly intercepts them at the edge of the dangerous C-grade field. The rival squad's leader notices Mamingo and immediately questions if they came here searching for something rare. Walking forward with an arrogant swagger, the man mockingly accuses Mamingo of monopolizing both the high-grade field and a rare fairy. A smug, knowing grin spreads across the mysterious hunter's face as he closes the distance between them. Unfazed by the tension, the brown-haired man reaches his hand out toward Shirencha, who shrinks back behind Remy. He introduces himself with polite words, claiming it is an absolute honor to finally meet the legendary fairy. Shirencha hesitantly reaches out to return his greeting while Remy watches on with a quiet, polite smile. But Mamingo instantly snaps, fiercely stepping in and threatening the man for getting too close to his companion. Startled by the sudden hostility, the squad leader frantically waves his hands to clarify he meant no harm. Remy quickly steps in to defuse the situation while Shirencha wonders how this stranger already knows her friend. The awkward tension dissolves into comedy as Mamingo is forced to hold back his teammates' aggressive posturing. Mamingo sighs and formally introduces the annoying man as the actual leader of his own squad. Standing tall, the charismatic hunter proudly introduces himself as Harold Gordon, an elite Heptarum Solar. Shirencha's eyes sparkle with curiosity as she processes this new ally's formidable title. Dropping his formal guard, Harold warmly tells the tiny fairy to simply address him as Uncle Harold. Shirencha beams with delight, immediately trusting him since he is a close friend of her companions. Harold scratches his chin, casually noting how rare it is to see a young Eisen fairy like Shirencha. But as the weight of his own words sinks in, Harold's expression suddenly turns completely pale with shock. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the clearing as Harold stares at the young fairy in utter disbelief. Before anyone can react, Harold lunges forward and aggressively grabs Mamingo by the collar. Boiling with absolute rage, Harold demands to know if Mamingo has completely lost his mind. He furiously reprimands Mamingo for bringing a fragile, low-stage Eisen fairy into a highly dangerous C-grade field. Harold continues his harsh lecture, accusing him of recklessly exposing an innocent fairy to corrupting forces. Seeing her friend in trouble, Sharencha bravely steps between them to defend Mamingo from the squad leader's wrath. With absolute determination, the pink-haired fairy insists that going to the high-grade field was entirely her own decision. She sheepishly thanks Harold for worrying about her safety, completely disarming his intense anger. Dumbfounded by the fairy's loyalty, Harold jokingly asks Mamingo if he saved a kingdom in his past life to deserve this. Sharencha gently clutches Mamingo's leg, proving to everyone that she is completely unaffected by the ambient energy. Laughing off the tension, Harold admits the remarkable fairy is certainly going to make waves across the entire region. Smiling warmly, Harold invites Sharencha to find him at the Campfire at Dusk Tavern if she ever needs assistance. In a gesture of pure goodwill, Harold gently presents a gorgeous blooming pink rose to the fairy. Touched by the kind gesture, Sharencha holds up a beautiful bouquet of roses as a special gift for the squad. Harold and his teammates are instantly flustered, deeply moved by the adorable fairy's heartwarming generosity. To show his gratitude, Harold surprises Sharencha by gifting her a highly valuable sparkling third-rank Ohm crystal. Sharencha hesitates at the valuable gift, but Mamingo assures her that the wealthy old man can easily afford it. Waving a friendly goodbye, Harold wishes them luck as his squad officially parts ways with Mamingo's group. Harold calls out a warm farewell, telling Mamingo that he is free to assist the fairy as long as she needs him. The moment Harold's back is turned, Mamingo whispers a protective threat to Sharencha about dealing with the old man if he causes trouble. Sharencha giggles softly, finding the friendly banter between her companions incredibly endearing. Clearing his throat to hide his blush, Mamingo eagerly asks if they should focus on gathering more valuable crystals. Sharencha flashes a brilliant, joyful smile, ready to continue her magical growth alongside her loyal allies. As night falls, Sharencha transforms into a shooting star, soaring gracefully back toward her secret sanctuary. Reflecting on her exhausting but highly rewarding day, the pink-haired fairy prepares to return to her true home. She recalls her comforting conversation with Flora, who had listened to her deepest secrets with absolute kindness. Flora's warm words echo in her mind, reminding her that true trust must be earned gently rather than forced. Sharencha gently manifests through a shimmering pool of magical light inside her hidden chamber. Her eyes light up with joy as she is warmly welcomed back by her beloved human companion, Rio. Sitting quietly in heavy iron chains, the bruised black-haired boy notes how incredibly exhausted the fairy looks. Sharencha gently sits beside him, assuring Rio that she still has plenty of energy left for their critical task. Opening a massive wooden chest overflowing with glowing blue crystals, she urges the boy to absorb as much power as he can. Locked away in the dark, a desperate training regime begins to forge the ultimate soul weapon. The pink-haired girl tells the chained, black-haired boy that they must push his soul to the limit. Despite the stakes, the pink-haired girl gently promises she will never force him if the training becomes too painful. Overwhelmed by her kindness, the black-haired boy leans into her warm palm. She cradles his face, expressing her deepest desire to make him happy. Smiling warmly, the boy insists the training isn't hard because being with her is his ultimate happiness. Knowing the hardships ahead, she warns him of the struggle, but his devotion makes every burden feel light. Surprised by his eagerness to start, she questions his desperate rush to get stronger. The boy explains his burning desire to escape this prison and finally form a soul contract with her. Touched by his resolve, she smiles and instructs him to begin by absorbing the smallest crystals first. In a cute, quiet moment, she hands him a glowing blue crystal, advising him to take it slow. A wooden chest glows brightly, filled with highly valuable mana-infused crystals. Absorbing the energy, the boy finishes the first tier of crystals with shocking speed. The girl playfully suggests tasting a higher-rank crystal next, causing the boy to gulp nervously. Suddenly, a wave of intense nausea washes over the boy as the raw energy overwhelms him. The boy gasps in pain, throwing the girl into a state of sheer panic. She frantically holds him close, demanding he release the raw energy to clear his congested heart. Exhaling a deep breath, the boy finally finds relief as his pain subsides. A brilliant mystical aura erupts around them, leaving her completely awestruck. She anxiously checks on him, but he assures her he is unharmed and urges her to return the energy. Together, they witness a swirling vortex of energy, discussing the agonizing but necessary process of compression. She holds his face, explaining that compressing energy is painful but key to ultimate power. She looks into his eyes, relieved to hear he is adjusting well to the sudden surge. Determined to survive, they resolve to adapt to the pressure and compress their power together. The boy suggests a clever theory to bear the burden himself so she won't suffer. Although she urges him not to overexert himself, his selfless devotion refuses to waver. He looks at her with absolute conviction, begging to carry this weight for her. Sharing a tender smile, she yields to his stubborn kindness and accepts his protective proposal. Looking at him, she is astonished by his boundless, terrifying potential. Nothing says "I love you" like a flying chibi tackle hug out of nowhere. Returning to seriousness, she asks him if he'd rather escape slowly or endure pain for a fast breakout. Placing her hands on his shoulders, the boy proudly chooses to endure any pain to secure their freedom. Her expression turns solemn as she reveals a terrifying secret. Without a soul contract within 9 years, she will die. She counts down the desperate timeline, recalling her life is ticking away in this dark prison. The boy recalculates the timeline, leaving her completely stunned by his genius. He effortlessly solves the complex math in his head, proving his intellect is as formidable as his soul. Deeply moved, she gazes up at him from his glowing cupped hands. The exhausted fairy collapses onto his palm as he gently praises her hard work. A ticking red alarm clock confirms the passage of time, leaving them with exactly 3,302 days left. He really just asked if he can eat a magical rose? Someone feed this boy. She looks at him with deep affection, promising to save him no matter what. Falling soundly asleep in his protective hand, she sleepily calls out his name. Alone in the dark, the boy gently breathes in the sweet scent of the rose. He sits silently in his chains, the beautiful flower a small beacon of hope in his prison cell. The scene darkens as white-robed figures carry a gurney, imposing harsh mental training upon the boy. A hand rests heavily on his head, releasing steam as his mind is forced to endure constant pressure. In the grim dungeon, a hand drops another glowing crystal into the chain boy's lap. The surrounding white-robed cultists watch in pure shock as the air crackles with dense energy. One of the cultists frantically reports the boy absorbed every body, but the cold leader remains unfazed. A sinister grin spreads across the leader's face as he realizes the strongest weapon in history is being born. Laughing maniacally, the cult leader vows to shape this ultimate power with his own hands, leaving the boy's fate hanging in the balance. A dark rebellion begins as the Flower Fairy plots her quiet revenge against those who underestimated her. Deep within her secret chamber, Sharensha commands Rio to report once he successfully converts his energy into breath. She patiently guides Rio on how to channel his breath to enhance his magical solum. As Rio focuses, a brilliant blue light erupts around him, miraculously blooming flowers around his heavy iron chains. The oblivious cultists cheer his incredible progress, completely unaware that Sharensha is using them to empower her partner. Returning to the bustling city streets, Sharensha walks alongside her trusted companions, Mamingo and Remy. Mamingo warmly reassures the pink-haired girl that she is destined to become a truly formidable fairy. Overjoyed by his encouraging words, Sharensha bubbles with adorable gratitude. Her radiant, heartfelt smile lights up the alleyway, bringing warmth to everyone around her. Bound by a shared destiny, the two allies exchange a silent, desperate vow of mutual salvation. While Rio successfully completes his intense training, Sharensha officially graduates from Mamingo's hunting class. Sharensha credits her growth to Mamingo, who praises her hard work and prepares her for her first solo hunt. Despite her absolute confidence, Mamingo cannot help but feel deeply anxious about her venturing out completely alone. Mamingo warns her about the lawless troublemakers in Ulan, but she confidently explains her straightforward social strategy. He further warns that aggressive contractors will constantly pester her regardless of official association rules. Remy expresses deep concern about greedy opportunists swarming the young fairy, leaving Sharensha slightly taken aback. Remy comfortingly embraces her while Mamingo notes that her unique flower magic will always make her instantly recognizable. Remy playfully suggests she hide her powers to avoid trouble, cooing over how irresistibly adorable the young fairy is. Curious about human behavior, Sharensha decides to travel as herself first before resorting to any disguises. She warmly reassures them both as she will quickly escape and seek their help if anyone causes trouble. Deeply touched by her sweetness, her companions affectionately squeeze her cheeks in a heartwarming moment of love. Sharensha beams with gratitude, thanking her loyal mentors for always looking out for her. Mamingo proposes introducing her to a human who can assist with a disguise, sparking her curiosity. Remy explains that their agency has specialized employees who happily lend their faces to fairies for camouflage. Remy asks if she is willing to meet one of these face lenders, and Sharensha eagerly agrees to the meeting. As Mamingo opens the door, Remy correctly guesses they are visiting the renowned Miss Knox. Sharensha is pleasantly surprised to learn this new contact is close friends with Mr. Berryland. Mamingo presents a beautiful business card, revealing Miss Knox as the talented artist behind the drawing. Sharensha instantly recognizes the beautiful floral artwork, establishing a perfect mutual appreciation between artist and fairy. Remy suddenly asks Sharensha to be freed today after tomorrow, sparking her curiosity. Sharensha is left in suspense, wondering what secret plans her companions have in store for her. Confetti suddenly bursts into the air as a festive party hat is placed on Sharensha's head. Her friends throw a spectacular surprise party to celebrate her very first upcoming official solo hunt. Sharensha warmly hugs Flora, expressing her absolute delight over the beautiful gifts she received. Mamingo eagerly introduces Sharensha to a fiery orange-winged male fairy, prompting her to greet him. Suddenly, an elegant blonde-haired woman steps forward to greet the young flower fairy. The sophisticated woman introduces herself as Nova, the master painter behind the beautiful artwork. Inspired by Nova's stylish flair, Sharensha warmly introduces herself while dreaming of dressing Rio in a matching style. Nova congratulates her on the hunt and thanks her for the business partnership, which Sharensha accepts with mutual gratitude. Nova inquires about Sharensha's southern origins, noting that many clients from the south seek out her artistic services. Sharensha nervously confirms the lie while Nova praises Latonia as the ideal birthplace for flower fairies. Nova's sharp observation catches Sharensha off guard as she questions if the fairy's flowers actually originated from the north. Sensing Nova's dangerously sharp intuition, a nervous Sharensha resolves to be extremely careful with her secrets. When asked about her future plans, Sharensha confirms her intention to remain in Ulan. Shurencha is shocked when Nova casually announces she will move to Ulan solely for their ongoing partnership. Nova hints that capturing Shurencha's unique floral magic on canvas might take anywhere from a year to an entire lifetime. Nova confesses that the entire business proposal was merely a clever excuse to stay close and paint her beautiful flowers. Driven by pure artistic passion, Nova reveals she was deeply overwhelmed with inspiration the very moment she first saw Shurencha's flower. Explaining her artist's philosophy, Nova declares her burning desire to freely capture the fairy's magic exactly where it blossoms. With intense determination in her eyes, Nova admits she used business as a mere excuse to get closer, leaving Shurencha's deepest secrets in absolute jeopardy. An artistic obsession unfolds as Nova praises Shurencha for being an even greater source of inspiration. Driven by creative passion, the master painter eagerly begs for permission to paint the young flower fairy. Shurencha happily accepts the proposal, leaving Nova absolutely delighted to discover the fairy is already a fan of her art. The beautiful bakery design serves as the perfect visual bridge for their exciting new artistic alliance. Nova is overjoyed to learn her delicate pencil sketches are Shurencha's absolute favorite pieces. Shurencha gasps in utter amazement as the spectacular artwork is unveiled before her eyes. A stunning hand-drawn portrait perfectly captures the radiant, gentle beauty of the flower fairy. Bowing gracefully, Shurencha offers a magical flower as a heartwarming token of mutual appreciation. Nova confidently guarantees massive commercial success, instantly easing Shurencha's nervous doubts about making a fortune together. Nova playfully reassures her that any product themed around her magical flower will sell like crazy. Visualizing a blooming brand of rose merchandise, Nova predicts endless business partnerships in their near future. Dia and Remy reveal that the Crafting Guild is already planning to create custom flower jewelry. Shurencha happily entrusts the business details to Remy, who proudly vows to prove her skills as an agent. Dia warmly promises to pull strings with the Crafting Guild, leaving Shurencha feeling deeply supported by her allies. Nova playfully envisions Shurencha bathing in gold, promising her a highly lucrative and sparkling future. Shurencha firmly clasps hands with Nova, sealing their exciting new partnership with absolute conviction.
A radiant, hopeful smile spreads across Shurencha's face, overflowing with happiness.
Remy officially introduces the specialized face lenders who will assist with Shurencha's upcoming disguise. The newly arrived guests warmly greet Shurencha, capturing her immediate, curious attention. The beautiful dark-haired twin sisters gracefully introduce themselves as Julie and Judy. The twins generously offer their identical appearances to help Shurencha disguise herself whenever she needs. Remy admits her lingering worries about Shurencha hunting alone and proposes a clever safety measure. She suggests having Julie discreetly shadow Shurencha from a distance to guarantee her absolute safety during the hunt. Remy explains that using Julie's face is a foolproof strategy since her identical twin Judy will keep her cover intact. Julie happily accepts the guard duty as a perfect chance to train her own magical skills. Dia fiercely warns that anyone who dares to trouble Shurencha will face immediate, painful doom. She commands Shurencha to remember the face of any troublemaker so she can personally teach them a lesson.
The brown-haired baker enters the room presenting a strange dark purple cake to celebrate the party.
Shurencha is left thoroughly bewildered by the bizarre dessert humorously named the Ugly Doom Cake. The baker explains that eating the slime-like cake represents tearing through monsters to secure a victorious hunt. Shurencha hesitates, gathering her courage to face the daunting task of eating the odd slime cake. With deep determination, Shurencha plunges her spoon directly into the soft center of the dessert. Taking her first bite, Shurencha is pleasantly surprised by the cake's shockingly delicious flavor. A magical floral aura erupts around her as she finishes the traditional pre-hunt feast. Her supportive companions clap and cheer, celebrating her readiness for her very first solo journey. The surrounding fairy allies raise a celebratory toast, cheering for Shurencha's brilliant future. Filled with courage and gratitude, Shurencha promises her cheering friends to do her absolute best. The journey officially begins as the scene shifts to the barren, desolate volcanic terrain of Doom's territory. Shurencha mentally prepares her tactical plan to immobilize targets with flowers and absorb their dark energy. She feels confident that this efficient tactic will keep her safe while conserving her vital energy. An ominous pitch-black shadow monster with glowing red eyes suddenly blocks her path. The shadow monster strikes her across the face with a painful, unexpected blow. Refusing Julie's assistance, Shurencha resolves to fight on her own to truly grow stronger. With burning determination in her eyes, Shurencha vows to face close combat completely head-on. She reminds herself that true strength is forged only by enduring the harshest elements. Rejecting the safety of a sheltered life, Shurencha steps forward to embrace the brutal trial. Lunging back into the fray, she absorbs another heavy blow with absolute unyielding resolve. Shurencha's eyes flash with intense power as she refuses to back down. She makes a powerful vow to become a stubbornly strong, unstoppable flower that breaks through any barrier. In a stunning display of power, Shurencha grabs the terrified monster by the throat, ready to unleash her true wrath. Driven by a painful memory, the pink-haired girl vows never to let the black-haired boy suffer again. Standing tall, the determined pink-haired girl pledges to become the strongest warrior in existence. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, she quickly realizes hunting common-class enemies is far too risky and inefficient. The exhausted pink-haired girl stares in wonder at a glowing blue gemstone in her hand. A close-up reveals the mysterious glittering blue magic crystal held delicately in her fingers.
Shifting to another realm, sparkles drift lazily through a peaceful dark atmosphere.
Back in their sanctuary, Sharensha joyfully calls out to Rio while holding a giant rose. Shrunk down to fairy size, she presents the rose to the chained black-haired boy who welcomes her warmly. The pink-haired fairy floats down gracefully, spreading a magical aura of glittering stardust around them. Rio accepts the beautiful flower, expressing his absolute gratitude for her thoughtful gesture. Standing in the stone cell, she admits her training is exhausting, yet feels immensely proud of her progress. She eagerly recounts her physical clash with the Phantom, prompting a worried Rio to ask if she was hurt. With a playful smile, Sharensha admits she shed a few tears during the intense close combat encounter. Angered by her pain, Rio darkly declares his intense desire to smash the Phantom to pieces. Dealing a sudden flare of pain, Rio describes his burning sensations, though Sharensha notes he feels cold to the touch. Rio sadly wonders if his head is broken, prompting Sharensha to look at him with deep concern. With a light, affectionate chop to his head, Sharensha reassures Rio that he is perfectly fine. She gently reminds him that she fought back against her attackers, reaffirming their unbreakable bond as loyal friends. Locking eyes with the black-haired boy, Sharensha gets a quiet mutual confirmation of their deep connection. Clasping her hand over his chained wrist, she reminds him that they must face everything together. Lying down by his side, she reasons that sharing everything means her battles are his battles as well. In a cute simplified moment, Sharensha playfully equates her phantom-smashing victory to his own personal triumph. Feeling comforted by her logic, Rio smiles warmly as Sharensha breathes a deep sigh of relief. Sharensha explains she got hit while practicing close combat, asking Rio not to worry every time she returns hurt. Recalling her combat practice, she emphasizes her need to master close combat to avoid future disasters. Firmly holding his shackled hand, Sharensha vows to return any blow she receives tenfold. She tells Rio about the new people she met, promising him he will also meet kind folks once he goes outside. Rio smiles brightly, eagerly expressing his desire to make friends with all of Sharensha's allies. Overjoyed by his positive response, she enthusiastically promises to introduce him to everyone she meets. Watching him from her memories, Sharensha deeply desires to see Rio freely socializing with others in the future. Seated in the dim room, the black-haired boy gently yields to her wishes with a soft smile. Surrounded by a beautiful floral display, she silently reflects on her possessive, jealous nature regarding his attention. Leaning her head close, Sharensha and Rio both express their shared, desperate desire to escape this confinement. Interlocking their fingers tightly, Rio promises to always stay by her side once they finally gain their freedom. Startled by his intense vow, Sharensha looks at Rio with wide, surprised eyes. Rio gazes up at her with his hand over his chest, his eyes filled with absolute adoration and hope. Lost in quiet contemplation, the pink-haired girl ponders their future journey outside of this dark sanctuary. The scene shifts back to the volcanic terrain where human hunters recognize Sharensha and ask why she is alone. Waving them off with a gentle smile, Sharensha politely declines to make any contracts with them. Unleashing her physical training, Sharensha delivers a powerful body slam directly into a shadow monster. The defeated monster dissolves, leaving behind a glittering purple magic gemstone in the dark molten landscape. A brown-haired man in a vest warns Sharensha about low-level monsters lurking near the entrance of D-rank fields. The brown-haired instructor advises Sharensha that joining a team is highly recommended in the early stages of hunting. Sharensha clutches her chest, processing the warnings about the high risks of going solo. Shifting to the town, a bustling shop advertises healing medicines provided by the Eden Herbalists. Sharensha wanders through the busy street corner, drawing curious glances from the passing townsfolk. Spotting someone familiar in the crowd, the pink-haired girl looks up in sheer surprise. A brown-haired warrior with a goatee and a green-haired archer walk side by side through the town. Sharensha runs up to greet her old friends Chloe and Derek, who are shocked to see her there. Gripping Chloe's hands in a joyful reunion, Derek eagerly asks what brought Sharensha all the way here, paving the way for a thrilling new adventure. With her sights set on mastering group hunting, the pink-haired Sharensha enthusiastically requests to join her friend's party. Chloe, the green-haired archer, confirms their D-rank destination, welcoming her new ally aboard. As they march through the stone streets, Chloe wonders if Sharensha is familiar with standard team roles, to which the pink-haired girl confidently nods. Visualized graphics explain the critical party dynamics, detailing the precise duties of melee attackers, range dealers, and buffers. Standing alongside her green-haired friend, Sharensha deeply ponders which combat role would best match her magical abilities. Smiling warmly, Chloe advises Sharensha to choose whichever role she prefers, trusting in her hidden potential. Feeling reassured, Sharensha happily decides to take on the role of a ranged damage dealer or a supportive buffer. Suddenly, a massive crowd of human adventurers swarms Chloe and her companions, loudly begging for a spot in their party. Spotting a reliable candidate in the crowd, Chloe bypasses the rowdy applicants to select a brown-haired man in a vest. The chosen man, named Glenn, gratefully accepts the invite while Sharensha recalls previously seeing his impressive outdoor cooking. Radiating a warm and mouth-watering culinary aura, Glenn proudly introduces himself as a chef who recently opened a local restaurant. Chloe eagerly chimes in, passionately testifying that Glenn's incredible cooking skills are absolutely legendary.
She animatedly hypes up his signature vegetable-packed beef stew as an absolute culinary masterpiece. Touched by the high praise, Glenn is delighted his skills and his family regular status, solidifying his party invite. With their solid 4-member squad finally finalized, Derek prepares the group to officially head out into the wild. Arriving at their destination, the party navigates the desolate, volcanic badlands of Doom's territory. Suddenly, a massive black phantom monster ambushes the party, prompting a swift defensive stance from the warriors. Standing firm before the dark beast, Derek encourages Sharensha to attack freely while the team coordinates around her. Chloe warns Sharensha that the phantom is hyper-focused on her, noting that Derek's provocation skill has inexplicably failed. Observing the hostile creature surrounding them, Sharensha realizes how perilously quickly she would have been overwhelmed if she were alone. Recognizing the absolute necessity of teamwork, she grips her magic staff, determined to contribute to her allies' efforts. With intense, focused resolution shining in her purple eyes, Sharensha readies herself to unleash her magic. She raises her silver staff, ready to channel her floral energy directly into the looming phantoms. A beautiful, radiant rose bursts into bloom, unleashing a brilliant, purifying light across the dark cavern. A massive shockwave of pink magical energy erupts, violently shattering the dark phantom's advance. Sharensha stands in complete, wide-eyed bewilderment as the battlefield suddenly falls silent. Looking at her green-haired companion, Sharensha is shocked to realize her simple slowing spell was strong enough to completely obliterate the beast. Looking down at the sparkling rose residue, she calculates her explosive growth, wondering if just 3 flowers can do the trick now. To test her theory, Sharensha swiftly channels a focused beam of pink magical energy toward another looming target. Radiant and smiling brightly, she holds her staff aloft, thoroughly enjoying her rapid combat progression. She celebrates her incredible advancement, realizing her magical output has effectively grown tenfold since the beginning of the year. Amazed by her inner potential, she realizes she is now capable of blooming up to 500 flowers simultaneously. Walking up to Glenn, Sharensha politely requests him to leave the final monster alive so she can practice her physical close combat. She clutches her chest, calculating her ability to endure burst attacks so she can eventually take down common tier phantoms completely alone. Gently reaching down, she places her hand directly on the smooth dark surface of the defeated shadow beast. Suddenly, an ominous swirling purple sigil flashes in her mind, triggering a deep psychological shift. A chilling, disembodied dark voice confronts Sharensha, accusing her of harboring a secret, possessive desire to control Rio. Sharensha's eyes widen in sheer shock as the malicious voice directly challenges her hidden thoughts. A vision of Rio smiling softly appears in her mind as the dark voice mockingly whispers that she wants his happiness entirely for herself. The sinister, manipulative voice taunts her, claiming she wishes Rio would never look at any other flower besides her. Sharensha sits paralyzed in a white void, helplessly listening as the dark phantom's words drill deep into her psyche. The voice continues its deceptive assault, urging her to stop holding back her selfish emotions and embrace her true desires. Sharensha looks utterly devastated as the whispering dark forces command her to seize Rio's life and make him exclusively hers. Tempted by the illusion, Sharensha's lips tremble as she quietly begins to agree that Rio indeed only knows her. Sinister dark vines begin wrapping around her wrist, urging her to curse Rio so he can never survive if he ever leaves her side. Breaking free from the dark suggestion, Sharensha fiercely rejects the illusion, vowing never to become another binding chain in Rio's life. Surrounded by a gentle floral display, she reflects on her protective nature, admitting she has only delayed her true worries. A beautiful memory of Rio smiling brightly amidst a vibrant field of flowers flashes before her eyes. Sharensha holds on to the hopeful promise that the day Rio finally sees the wider world with his own eyes will inevitably come. Banishing the dark thoughts with absolute resolve, she delivers a crushing command to utterly obliterate the lingering shadows. Just when the smoke clears, a panicked green-haired archer rushes over to check if her powerful pink-haired companion survived the devastating blast. Relieved that Sharensha is safe, Chloe admits her immense worry while the others praise her awe-inspiring power. Presenting a massive pile of glowing blue crystals, Derek boasts about their remarkably smooth and successful hunt. Touched by their overwhelming praise, Sharensha smiles warmly, thrilled by their shared victory. Looking out at the desolate landscape, a teammate asks if she will seek a contractor soon, but Sharensha declines for now. Grasping her chest, Chloe pledges to train tirelessly to become a worthy ally to Sharensha in the future. Hearing her promise, the other male companions playfully beg for a chance to be considered as her contractors too. Sharensha warmly explains that she chose to join Chloe and Derek's team first because of her deep affection for them. Framed by gorgeous roses, Sharensha promises to establish a contract with them if they ever meet again.
A sudden nostalgic thought of a beautiful bouquet transports her mind back to her deepest memories. Kneeling in a stone cell, she happily presents a colorful bouquet to a shackled black-haired boy named Rio. Shurencha nervously watches as Rio carefully observes the vibrant red and purple petals of the flowers. Looking up with pure adoration, Rio sweetly declares that she is the only truly beautiful sight to him. Shurencha explains the happy feeling of beauty, but Rio insists she is the only lovely thing in his life. Blushing deeply, the pink-haired girl shyly thanks him for his innocent, heartfelt praise. Holding the flowers, Rio smiles warmly, admitting he has finally grown to love them too. He explains that he likes the flowers and her friends simply because they bring out her happy new side. Holding a blue flower, Rio promises to love anything that brings a smile to her face. Overwhelmed by his pure affection, Shurencha buries her burning face in the fragrant blooms. Cosmic lore explains the legendary cycles of fairy drop rains, doomed tornado storms, and the mysterious candle tower. 2 years after her birth, the harsh reality of Rio's confinement in the cold cell is revealed. In her tiny fairy form, Shurencha rests on Rio's hand, sighing at their boring everyday confinement. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoes through the dark, warning Shurencha not to grow too full of herself. A massive glowing planet Trial 13 floats silently in the starry depths of space. A red-haired girl with a cap explains that Trial 13's massive scale makes its doomed tornadoes exceptionally dangerous. She urgently warns never to underestimate the catastrophic swirling storms of their powerful planet. Looking at the tiny fairy in his hand, Rio silently resolves to protect her, knowing he cannot escape. Peering through the heavy cell bars, the fairy laments the tight surveillance keeping Rio from speaking or enjoying life. A mysterious, dark voice suddenly breaches her mind, demanding to know if she can hear its call. Confused, the fairy asks Rio if he heard the voice, while the entity confirms its sinister connection to her. The quiet is shattered as a guard commands Rio, under his combat alias Wiz, to step forward. As the guards escort Wiz down the dungeon hallway, the fairy notes they are bypassing their usual destination. Flying closely behind, she anxiously wonders if they are transferring him to a different location. Her heart stops as a swirling magical portal suddenly materializes before the heavily guarded boy. A white-robed high priest cold-bloodedly tells Wiz that it is finally time for his real combat trial. Shielding her eyes, the tiny fairy is pulled along through the blinding, swirling energy of the gate. Emerging in a desolate, green-tinted valley of towering rock pillars, she realizes they are in a dune field. Noting the multiple swirling green tornadoes, she deduces the danger level is at least a C-rank field. Hovering in the air, the pink-haired fairy grits her teeth, filled with intense anxiety for Rio's safety. Suddenly, a massive muscular shadow beast with glowing red eyes materializes, confirming a threat above C-rank. The fairy panics, realizing they are forcing an inexperienced boy to fight a lethal level 4 doom monster. Before the beast can strike, the guards activate a defensive barrier, shouting for the party to block it. Sitting on his shoulder, she finds comfort knowing the guards will intervene if the battle becomes too dangerous. Rio looks sideways at his tiny companion, silent but completely focused on the looming threat. The crowd parts to greet the golden-bearded Lord Devlik Muscle, striking dread into the fairy's heart. Shurencha panics, covering her mouth as the guards anxiously report they have delivered the boy as ordered. The priest notes the monster is strangely focused on the Lord rather than Wiz, indicating it senses his presence. Lord Devlik's eyes narrow as he chillingly realizes the beast is driven by a greedy hunger to consume the fairy. Trembling in sheer terror, the tiny fairy clings to Rio's collar, hoping they can survive this nightmare. Looking out over the toxic green fields, the priest suggests a greeting, but Lord Devlik demands they show him the results of Wiz's training. A cruel command echoes through the toxic valley, sealing a boy's grim fate as he is forced into a deadly trial. Bound in heavy chains, the young slave boy Wiz unleashes a desperate surge of emerald magical energy under the watchful eyes of his captors. With absolute desperation, the boy strikes forward, his glowing blue eyes reflecting a life of brutal torment. While the ruthless spectators analyze his combat performance, a tiny pink-haired fairy watches in absolute heartbreak, crying out for Rio. Collapsing onto the toxic battlefield, the exhausted boy lies defeated at the feet of his cruel master. Fluttering beside his scarred face, the worried fairy frantically checks if her companion survived the brutal ordeal. A sinister glare from the tyrant's glowing red eye signals an impending punishment for the weak slave. The ruthless master, Lord Devlik, cold-bloodedly demands his slave submit and kneel before him. A sudden wave of oppressive crimson gravity slams down, leaving the helpless fairy gasping in sheer agony. Cruelly exerting his dominance, the tyrant grinds his heavy boot down onto the boy's chained foot. Noticing a sudden change, the fairy desperately asks why his eyes are glowing with genuine human emotion. Clinging helplessly to his cold iron shackles, she tries to convince herself that she is simply hallucinating. Tears of pure rage stream down her face as she swears vengeance against the monstrous tyrant. Standing over the broken boy, the captors cold-bloodedly plot to push him to his absolute physical limits over the next 8 years. The cruel lord smugly declares that the boy's defense is already strong enough to survive a devastating storm without guards. Back in the grim confines of their stone cell, the boy softly checks on his visibly distressed companion. Utterly devastated, the girl confesses her explosive, overwhelming anger at their cruel reality. Tears of helplessness pour from her vibrant purple eyes as the weight of their confinement crushes her spirit. Refusing to let her suffer alone, she desperately reaches out and grasps his hand. Clinging to him in absolute sorrow, she begs him never to leave her side in this dark world. Broken and defeated, the boy collapses to his knees before her in silent apology. She fiercely demands that he stop apologizing and kneeling, questioning why he should ever beg for forgiveness. With tears streaming down his face, the boy helplessly asks what else he is supposed to do. Overcome with guilt, she wraps him in a warm embrace, apologizing for taking her anger out on him. Holding him close, she confesses her deep frustration with her own helplessness and the tyrant's cruel treatment. She passionately commands him never to bow his head to anyone once they finally escape. To her shock, the boy softly admits that he actually enjoys looking up to her from below. Gently taking her hands, he demonstrates a way they can face each other without him kneeling. A symbolic bloom of blue flowers represents a new promise of mutual respect and warmth. Lifting her up in his arms, the boy holds her close, bridging the gap between them. Wiping away his tears, he quietly insists on keeping his humble devotion to her. Relenting to his stubbornness, she affectionately tells him to do as he pleases, but asks to be put down. Vibrant purple blossoms frame their quiet moment as his devotion remains unshakable. Holding her tightly, the boy desperately begs her never to abandon him in this cruel prison. A violent memory of a brutal strike flashes, leaving a trail of pure white petals in its wake. The boy calmly explains to his fairy companion why the mindless monsters are always drawn to her. Reliving her past panic, she remembers the terrifying fear of being separated from him. Delicately tying a beautiful blue ribbon, she prepares a special token of her affection. Smiling warmly, the pink-haired girl proudly holds her carefully wrapped gift. Observing the captors from afar, she takes comfort in knowing the cruel castle lord has not yet returned. Clutching the gift box tightly, she tries to steady her racing heart. As she fumes over their tormentor, an ominous dark voice suddenly echoes within her mind.
Startled by the sudden mental intrusion, she realizes the sinister entity has returned to plague her thoughts.
The malicious voice mockingly times its arrival to explode her deepest moments of despair. Unleashing a defensive burst of pink magical stars, she fiercely warns the entity that she is ready to fight back. The sinister voice beckons her downward, promising to release her from her burning rage. Drawn by the promise of power, she slowly approaches the swirling dark vortex on the stone floor. A mysterious force continues to lure desperate souls toward the dark abyss for its own sinister purposes. Observing the swirling darkness, she notes the strange lack of hostility or intent to infect her. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy sits in absolute isolation, waiting in his silent stone cell. The silence of the abyss is shattered as an ominous whisper asks if a catastrophic force has arrived. A sudden pop echoes as the pink-haired fairy lands gracefully on the stone floor. Panic grips the pink-haired fairy as she realizes the sinister voice is speaking directly to her. In the dark depths, a massive chained serpent reveals itself, demanding the fairy come closer to speak. Chills run down her spine as she realizes she stands before Iphos, the legendary demon commander. The giant serpent chillingly confirms its terrifying identity as the legendary demon commander. Horrified, she realizes this monster brought the Dark Ages upon their world. The colossal beast explains it awakens whenever the planetary doomstorms grow stronger. Gritting her teeth, she demands to know why it called her while the monster mockingly coaxes her closer. The monster cruelly insults her power, provoking an explosive wave of anger from the tiny fairy. The beast cuts straight to the point, offering to help them escape their brutal prison. Claiming to rule the maze, the serpent offers aid, making her question its true, sinister motives. The chained beast laughs mockingly, dismissing her suspicion that it wants her to break its seal. Spreading her translucent wings, the pink-haired fairy flies forward with a heavy heart. Gritting her teeth in anger, she vows to make her tormentors pay for their arrogance. The monster reveals their escape will utterly ruin the jailer's long-term malicious plans. A dark, malicious chuckle echoes through the abyss, anticipating the jailer's ultimate downfall. The serpent claims it has witnessed everything, knowing far more about the jailer's plans than she does. The massive beast reveals a chilling truth. It has watched the young boy since the day of his birth. She tries to act indifferent, but the monster mockingly calls her reaction boring. Her hand clenches in terror as the beast reveals the captor's plan to turn the boy into a weapon. Floating in sheer shock, the fairy desperately demands to know what final procedure they plan. A horrifying vision reveals the captor's plan to bind the boy with the serpent's rare soul skill. Shock and horror wash over her face as the cruel reality sinks in. Horrified, she protests that forcing a human to contract with an evil spirit will corrupt him into a monster. The dark energy reveals the boy was imprisoned on the lowest floor to adapt to its corrupting aura. Desperate, she asks when the contract will happen, but the beast urges her to escape before it's proposed. Looking down in despair, she learns they have less than 7 years left before his fate is sealed. She begs the beast to simply refuse the contract, hoping to ruin the captor's plans. The serpent laughs maniacally, revealing its cruel intention to corrupt the boy into doom once the contract starts. The sadistic monster confesses it wants to see her face contort in absolute despair.
Surrounded by glowing pink flowers, she fiercely accepts the challenge, promising endless entertainment if she can save Rio.
Glaring with its glowing red eye, the massive beast acknowledges her pathetic yet special nature.
The colossal serpent promises a hidden opportunity to escape will present itself within 7 years.
She demands one final promise, that the beast reject any contract with Rio until they find a way out. A dark presence looms, noting a divine blessing has finally breached the deep darkness. The chained demon commander reiterates its offer of information, leaving the execution of the escape to her. A chilling final warning echoes through the dark, sealing his fate if they fail to escape. Returning to their cold stone cell, the pink-haired fairy wraps her arms tightly around the exhausted boy.
Surprised by her cold touch, the dark-haired boy pulls her close and asks where she went.
Gazing into his eyes, she prepares to reveal the terrifying truth about their impending fate. Holding him close in their desolate cell, she explains they must escape before 7 years pass. Gently cradling her face, the loyal boy asks if she wants comfort, but she tearfully declines.
Blushing deeply, she looks up at him, overwhelmed by his pure, unyielding devotion.
Tears of relief stream down her face as she smiles warmly, promising to do her absolute best. Leaning in close amidst blooming flowers, she wishes Rio a happy birthday on this special rare day. A beautifully decorated chocolate cake symbolizes a rare moment of warmth and celebration in their dark prison. Holding a glowing pink rose, the young boy looks on with deep gratitude and hope in his eyes. Sitting together on the cold stone floor, they share a quiet moment of beauty and mutual connection. Wrapped in a sweet, heartfelt embrace, she wishes him a happy birthday as they face their dangerous future together. A majestic city erupts in celebratory fireworks as the name of Sharensha echoes across the grand architecture, marking the dawn of a new era. The silver-haired fairy Dia lands gracefully to check on Sharensha after the terrifying onslaught of her first doomed tornado. A warm confession reveals she was unable to witness the storm directly from her home, though the eerie atmosphere was undeniable. With a bright, cheerful smile, Sharensha proudly boasts about successfully enduring the storm and celebrating a special birthday cake with Rio. After a playful pat on the head, Dia bids farewell and encourages Sharensha to go find friends her own age. Watching from afar, a curious blonde fairy asks Dia if the vibrant pink-haired girl is indeed the one they've been discussing. Dia affectionately claims Sharensha as her own, fiercely warning the others to protect her or face severe consequences. Elder fairies watch in amazement, admitting they never expected Sharensha to remain under her care for more than a year. Whispered predictions build anticipation for Claudia, the silver-haired fairy destined to achieve a monumental breakthrough this year.
Claudia stands tall, holding a glass as she contemplates just how far the young pink-haired fairy will advance.
The group lightheartedly laughs, joking that Sharensha might even ascend to the legendary rank of a fairy lord. Swirling her drink, an elder solemnly details the extreme duality of gifted fairies, who either reach absolute glory or tragically break under the pressure. Claudia's eyes gleam with quiet determination, knowing the heavy trials that lie ahead for her precious friend. A tender hand clasp amidst blooming roses symbolizes an unbreakable vow of loyalty and love. Sharensha, radiant in her formal white dress, gently holds hands with her companion as they step toward a new future. In the heart of a bustling, music-filled town square, Sharensha finds peace sitting beside a blindfolded blonde guitarist. The guitarist's fingers pluck the strings, playing a resilient melody about standing tall against the fiercest winds. She visualizes herself as a powerful flower, ready to swallow the encroaching darkness and illuminate the world. A striking close-up of Sharensha's vibrant purple eyes reveals an unwavering fire of resolve. Brilliant explosive sparks pierce through the heavy void, signaling a massive breakthrough of magical energy. A desperate hand reaches upward, grasping for the blinding light of freedom amidst the dark abyss. Standing protectively over a chained Rio, Sharensha fiercely declares her ultimate desire to live freely with those she loves. Clinging to hope, she sweeps away the remnants of her dark past as her friends walk forward into the light. Beautiful pink roses bloom against a dark, sparkling cosmos, carrying her vow to fight any force that threatens their freedom. The legendary demon serpent remains bound in heavy iron chains, a constant reminder of the darkness lurking on the horizon. The blindfolded guitarist offers a gentle, reassuring smile as his melody continues to soothe her soul. Sharensha smiles back with pure warmth, completely at ease in this brief moment of tranquility. Holding her teacup tightly, she muses on the deep philosophy that even pure darkness simply deserves to be cherished. The scene shifts to the charming berry shop as a gentle bell chiming marks a warm reunion. Sharensha eagerly leaps into the arms of the brown-haired shopkeeper, Flora, happily expressing how much she missed her. Flora gently teases Sharensha for losing track of time while losing herself in the beautiful street music. The conversation turns to the mysterious street musician, making the friends wonder how Sharensha ever met him. Flashbacks reveal they crossed paths deep inside a dangerous Doomfield during the previous year. Sharensha proudly shares how they recently became close, leaving her friend pleasantly surprised by her social nature. Blushing slightly, Sharensha reveals that the guitarist was actually the one who took the initiative to ask for her friendship. The room fills with laughter and playful teasing, leaving Shurencha delightfully embarrassed as tea is poured.
Shurencha shifts the topic, asking how everyone managed to survive the terrifying outdoor conditions.
Her friends shuddered, describing the sheer unprecedented intensity of the catastrophic doom tornado. The ancient cosmic lore dictates that the primal forces of light's origin and darkness's doom must forever remain in balance. When the light prevails, blessed fairy drops descend from the heavens to birth new magical life. But when the dark energy dominates, violent and merciless doom tornadoes ravage the lands. Graphic records depict the horrific aftermath of the century's worst storm, which swept away countless innocent souls. Shurencha realizes with deep relief that being trapped deep underground with Rio was actually what kept her safe. Flora smiles warmly, confirming her thoughts and validating her immense relief. Holding her cup, Shurencha finds comfort in the small, beautiful things that keep her grounded. A peaceful, glowing smile spreads across her face as she appreciates the safety and warmth of her companions. She confidently reassures her worried friends that as a fairy, she is far stronger than she looks. Just then, the handsome Mamingo enters the room, proudly presenting a beautifully decorated strawberry cake. Shurencha happily devours the delicious cake, while Mamingo gently tells her to slow down and enjoy it. Energized and determined, Shurencha confidently announces her plans to challenge a dangerous Class C field next. To survive the brutal challenges of a high-tier dungeon, she must master the impossible, and she is running out of time. Mamingo warns Shurencha that entering a Class C field requires mastering 3 complex attribute combinations, leaving her completely stunned. Panic instantly grips Shurencha as she realizes she is completely barred from entering the Class C field. Shurencha despairs in the dark, realizing she cannot hope to advance without finally signing a contract with Rio. The pressure intensifies as she worries about Rio's urgent need to grow stronger inside the Class C field. Finding comfort in a quiet moment, Mamingo gently holds her hands at the tea table to soothe her fears. Shurencha clutches her head in utter bewilderment when Mamingo suddenly proposes a surprise solution to her problem. Mamingo holds his teacup high, analyzing her combat styles and urging her to diversify her magical attacks to adapt to any threat. Clapping her hands in excitement, Shurencha finally understands his advice to train her physical grip strength for direct combat. Flora joins the conversation with tea and cookies, warning Shurencha to properly prepare for the spike in danger ahead. Looking back at the chaotic green winds of the dungeon, Flora advises her to seek guidance from a high-ranking veteran hunter. Leaning forward with shining eyes, Shurencha eagerly asks Mamingo if he is really willing to help train her. Mamingo gladly agrees to help but warns her that his training regimen will take at least a full month. Shurencha's heart sinks as she silently realizes a month is far longer than she can afford to wait. A quiet moment passes over a plate of delicious chocolate tart and warm tea. A young red-haired messenger knocks on the door, interrupting their serious conversation with a sudden greeting. The messenger explains that an influential client wants to employ Shurencha's unique flower to purify highly dangerous Doom replicas. Pointing to an array of corrupted weapons, the messenger clarifies that the client specializes in utilizing dark, Doom-corrupted armaments. Flora suggests testing the purifying properties of Shurencha's flower with a trusted pharmacist, and Shurencha happily agrees. Mamingo smiles warmly, pointing out that Shurencha will never have to worry about money again if the tests succeed. A bittersweet thought crosses her mind as she realizes she won't be able to keep Mamingo by her side for much longer. Shurencha contemplates her next move with silent, fierce determination. The heavy weight of her upcoming decision hangs in the air. Determined to overcome her limits, she boldly shouts a challenge to the formidable giant serpent. Ready to face the darkness, she spreads her delicate wings wide. A small, cartoonish serpent tilts its head in absolute bewilderment at her sudden challenge. The massive chained serpent dismisses her request to train her as utter nonsense, but she fiercely stands her ground. She confidently declares that training under a Class 1 Doom like him will make surviving a Class 4 dungeon feel like child's play. Floating defiantly, Shurencha points out that he still possesses massive power despite being heavily chained in this prison. Shurencha demands his full cooperation, but the serpent chillingly warns her that his unstable sealed power could easily kill her. The giant serpent asks if she is truly prepared for death, and she confidently confirms her absolute resolve. She boldly promises she will never die by his hands, earning a dismissive sneer from the dark beast. A sinister red eye glints in the darkness with quiet malice. A violent shockwave of raw power erupts through the dark chamber. Looming over her, the giant serpent mockingly points out how easily its crushing pressure can overpower her. As Shurencha struggles under the intense dark aura, the beast mockingly calls her delusional confidence cute. Looking down with glowing red eyes, the chained serpent reveals a sudden, chilling change of heart. Engulfing her in dark energy, the monster declares its intention to end her life right then and there. The overwhelming pressure of the dark aura continues to tighten its grip on the brave fairy. Surrounded by a thick black fog, the serpent reiterates his promise to kill her on the spot. The beast mocks her confidence, but she remains completely unfazed as she looks directly into its terrifying gaze. Smiling through the dark energy, Shurencha boldly asserts her certainty that he has no real intention of killing her. Standing firm against the dark mist, she confidently declares that he will never bring himself to end her life. The massive chained serpent lets out a low, venomous hiss. The serpent admits that keeping her alive is far more entertaining, but warns her that taking her friend's soul instead is a highly tempting option. The dark energy swirls violently around her as the beast muses on its own twisted, sadistic nature. Enraged by her continuous defiance, the colossal monster opens its giant maw and threatens to devour her. Even as the beast's giant tongue slithers dangerously close, she calls him a liar and notes he would have killed her months ago. Amidst the oppressive darkness, she silently wonders what the serpent's true motive really is. The serpent looms closer, mockingly asking if she thinks he is afraid of her, dismissing her words as a pointless joke. Sharencha remains completely relaxed even inside the beast's deadly coils, knowing their fates are now inextricably bound together. Desperate to survive, the pink-haired fairy analyzes the giant serpent's hidden motives, wondering if she can use her unique abilities to pierce through his core. Relying on sheer determination, her hand grips the cold, dark scales of the massive beast. Suddenly, bright pink roots of magical energy surge violently through the darkness. Glowing with ethereal light, she channels her inner strength to dive even deeper into the void. Her delicate feet gently touch down onto the rippling surface of the mystical water below. Stepping into the quiet depths, she looks around in pure wonderment at the glowing environment. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the dark chamber as the serpent moves. In the pitch blackness, a terrifying crimson eye snaps open with deadly focus. The furious serpent instantly lashes out, crushing her in its coils for daring to probe his core. Despite his anger, the chained serpent mockingly agrees to her persistent request for training. Exhausted but undefeated, she gathers her resolve as the heavy dark energy begins to settle. Back in the stone dungeon, she hovers while inspecting her fragile damaged wings. Sensing her return, the dark-haired boy looks up with sudden worry in his eyes. He rushes to her side, expressing how deeply he felt her volatile energy from below. She offers a weary but reassuring smile, trying to downplay her intense struggle. Concerned for her safety, he questions if she can heal her wounds in such a toxic environment. His deep blue eyes reflect a mixture of frustration and silent concern for her well-being. Slowly turning away, his quiet demeanor leaves her completely bewildered. Overwhelmed by guilt, his silent thoughts reveal a desperate willingness to endure any pain for her sake. He sits chained among the thorns, begging her never to apologize for her injuries. Floating before him, she implores him not to shut her out. With a sudden flash of light, she drops down to meet him on his level. She leaps forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him in a comforting embrace. He holds her close, expressing his deep anger at his own helplessness. Gently pulling back, she softly tells him that he has no reason to feel guilty either. The tension melts away as they share a lighthearted, playful moment of mutual understanding. The conversation shifts as they discuss her newly discovered ability to absorb deadly dark energy. Armed with this powerful new technique, she eagerly prepares to face her next trial. Determined to succeed, she clings desperately to the serpent's tail, refusing to let go. The colossal beast thrashes wildly, shattering the ancient stone floor around them. Impressed by her stubbornness, the massive red-eyed serpent acknowledges her incredible persistence. She proudly embraces his comparison, declaring that no matter how many times she is pulled down, she will always rise. Beautiful pink petals begin to scatter, symbolizing her growth amidst the oppressive darkness. Brilliant pink roses bloom triumphantly, reflecting her promise to sink deep roots and grow stronger. Determined to protect her friends, she vows to eventually surpass even the strongest foes. Smiling warmly against a backdrop of roses, she asks him if he truly believes in her. She makes a heartfelt New Year's wish for him to become strong enough to stay safe. Surprised by the sudden realization, she gasps as she realizes the new year has already arrived. Looking at her with soft eyes, he gently wishes her a happy new year. Feeling exhausted from their ordeal, she collapses onto the stone floor to rest beside him. Startled by his quiet whisper, she turns her head to ask him what he just said. He quickly brushes it off with a cute, playful smile. A gentle, affectionate smile graces his face as he looks at his sleeping companion. Crouching down beside her, he softly wishes her sweet dreams as she drifts off to sleep. The scene shifts to the desolate wilderness where she is startled by a familiar voice while eating a snack. The gold-haired man in a dark coat questions her about her mysterious nighttime activities. With a swift flick, her delicious bread roll is knocked straight out of her hand. He firmly stops her from retrieving it, warning her not to eat off the dirty ground. Instead, he kindly offers her a fresh, warm bun from his own stash. She happily accepts the peace offering, reflecting on the long year that has passed since she first entered this dangerous field. She bypassed all safety limits solo, but her companion immediately confronts her on her impossible feat. She tries to laugh off her absurd progress, but his analytical eyes see right through her excuses. The rumors are already spreading like wildfire, painting her as a terrifying anomaly. Demanding the absolute truth, he corners her with a chilling question about her nighttime activities. A heavy silence falls as his suspicions bring him closer to her dark training secret. Panic grips her heart as she realizes she might be exposed at any second. Instead of the truth, he hilariously accuses her of abusing elixirs, prompting her frantic denial. He warns her that overnight training will ruin her body, but she insists she balances her rest. Taking a bold stand, she grabs his arm to force him to listen to her resolve. With burning intensity, she proudly declares her true identity and her refusal to be limited. She confesses her sole motivation is to quickly grow strong enough to hunt by his side. Her heartfelt confession hits its mark, leaving him flustered as she celebrates her small victory. A radiant, joyful smile breaks across her face, sealing their unspoken bond of support. Their journey takes them deep into a desolate, toxic wasteland haunted by a past disaster. He recounts the grim history of the land, warning her of the immense forces that once threatened Ulan. The history lesson is cut short as he suddenly senses a lethal presence closing in. Looming out of the eerie green fog, menacing figures emerge to bar their path.
Confronted by a horde of dangerous humanoid beasts, he prepares for a brutal skirmish.
In a flash of blinding fire, he unleashes his massive scythe with terrifying speed. The blazing weapon tears through the air, carving a path of absolute destruction. She watches in pure awe as his overwhelming strength completely dominates the battlefield. She realizes with shock that monsters that once required an entire army are now obliterated instantly. When she questions his insane growth, he reveals her relentless drive inspired him to push forward. Holding a glowing trophy of victory, he announces his ambitious plan to conquer high-class fields. He gently hands her the valuable monster core, offering a physical token of their successful hunt. Though she clutches the glowing prize, a bitter realization hits as she feels the gap widening again. Reigniting her fierce resolve, she vows to catch up to him, earning his warm encouragement. He checks on her physical condition, but she immediately puts on a brave face. Skeptical of her sudden stamina, he playfully presses her on when she became so resilient. He admits that his precautions to help her acclimate to the toxic environment were unnecessary.
In her mind, she laughs, knowing S-Class dragon training makes this dungeon feel like a playground.
Their walk is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a tiny shadowed beast.
He quickly warns her not to let her guard down against deceptively cute threats.
Unfazed by the warning, she confidently steps forward to face the new target. A sinister red glint in the beast's eyes signals a sudden lightning-fast strike. The shadow beast lunges with blinding speed, but to her trained eyes it feels sluggish. Compared to the terrifying supersonic strikes of the legendary chain serpent, this attack is child's play. With effortless grace, she snatches the speeding monster out of midair, completely unfazed. She channels her magic, wrapping the beast in beautiful but deadly pink roots of pure energy. Her companion watches in absolute jaw-dropping shock as she holds the purified monster core. Brimming with pride, she happily introduces her brand new self-taught signature technique to her stunned friend. Refusing to be fooled, he bluntly questions her again, knowing such growth is physically impossible. His thoughts swirl with deep suspicion, certain that some hidden, mysterious force is fueling her evolution.
The ultimate question hangs heavily in the air, threatening to tear her secrets wide open.
Left standing alone under the intense weight of his scrutiny, she struggles to maintain composure. She desperately plays the genius card to deflect, but her transparent lies only convince him further. He throws out a wild theory about her other friend training her at night, prompting a fierce defense. Deeply bewildered by his strange leap in logic, she struggles to comprehend his weird suspicion. She quietly sets a firm boundary, assuring him her methods are her own as he respects her silence. Her heart skips a beat as his next caring, deeply penetrating question pierces straight through her defensive facade, leaving her secret dangerously close to exposure. Deflecting his piercing gaze, the pink-haired girl explains that it's only because Mamingo doesn't know Rio very well. With deep concern in his brown eyes, the boy solemnly asks if there's any chance she could die from her intense training. Squeezing his hands, she reassures him that while she gets hurt, she won't die, admitting there are secrets she simply cannot share. Standing together in the quiet light, a heavy silence bonds them as they hold onto each other. In a cute chibi moment, the curious boy holds her hands and asks when that elusive someday will finally arrive. He softly acknowledges that he understands she has her reasons for keeping secrets, despite how much he cares for him. Observing her subtle actions gives him silent comfort, proving she is holding up okay. When he asks for reassurance, she enthusiastically promises him that she will absolutely survive. She wraps him in a crushing hug of gratitude, eliciting a playful complaint about his ribs breaking. With a warm, happy smile, she playfully tells him to just endure her affectionate hold. Gazing out at the vast green wasteland, she reflects on Hayden's incredible strength and playfully wonders if she herself is a genius. Surrounded by blooming pink roses, he holds her close and tells her how incredibly proud he is of her progress. The scene shifts to the eerie green atmosphere of the C-Class field camp.
Sitting by the fire, Sharensha worries about the expensive camp fee and questions if they truly need to use it.
He explains that the cost is reasonable compared to a high-ranking corps, noting they have no other choice. He details the horrific toll of doom energy, explaining how normal hunters go mad within hours without camp protection. He solemnly remarks that paying the fee is far better than mutating into a monster during a hunt. He explains that the camp's fire possesses powerful doom-cleansing energy, making it much cheaper than buying medicine. Having a secure sanctuary within the dangerous doom field provides hunters with invaluable peace of mind. Hearing his explanation, Sharensha smiles and admits that the staggering cost actually sounds like a bargain now. Stunned by the price of a C-Class camp, the chibi boy frantically wonders how expensive an A-Class camp must be. Looking down at the crackling flames, she thoughtfully notes how difficult the path of hunting truly is. Bathed in the warm glow of the fire, she states off in quiet determination. A mysterious legend tells of gathering rare origin embers from the candle tower to forge a great purging flame. Sparks of brilliant golden light emanate from her delicate cuffs. Sitting inside their tent, they discuss the necessity of continuously fueling the campfire's magic. Sharensha hums thoughtfully as he reiterates why these protective zones are so limited and costly. A hand gently offers a single perfect pink rose to the brown-haired boy. In another chibi moment, the boy asks Shurencha what is currently occupying her thoughts. Clasping the rose to her chest, she looks up with a startled, wide-eyed expression.
A gorgeous cascade of pink roses blooms triumphantly against a stone wall.
Deep in the dark chamber, the massive chain serpent questions her presence, and she explains she is using her magical flowers to heal. The colossal beast mockingly doubts that a rookie fairy like her can recover in his high-level territory. Restoratively lying among petals, Shurencha begs for slack to spare Rio's feelings, noting the slow seep of healing energy. When the giant serpent threatens to destroy her flowers, she desperately defends them, boldly declaring that crawling is only for snakes. She playfully sticks her tongue out, mockingly reminding the chained beast that he cannot move. Her teasing prompts a sharp, angry rattle from the heavy iron chains binding the monster. A heavy, menacing tremor echoes through the chamber as the beast reacts. A terrifying mass of crimson eyes snaps open, radiating pure hatred and deadly focus. Phasing the darkness alone, she stands firm despite the overwhelming pressure. A chilling threat echoes through the dark chamber, warning her that he might actually kill her. Looming over her, the serpent listens as she confidently points out that he doesn't actually want her done. Resting amidst her roses, she insists this is vital training and asks if he also wants her to grow stronger. When he grumpily calls her an eyesore, she cheekily tells him to simply close his eyes and go to sleep. Annoyed by her stubborn boldness, the giant chained serpent closes its eyes in defeat. Shifting back to the toxic sea-grade field, Rio questions if she is truly bypassing the safety of the camp. Excitedly leaping forward, Shurencha announces she has found a way to replace the camp and plans to test it today. The curious chibi boy guesses if it's a potion or an artifact, but she proudly denies both. Shurencha points upward, reminding him of when Flora analyzed the purifying components of her magical flowers.
As she presents her brilliant alternative, a sudden realization washes over him, signaling the birth of a game-changing plan.
As a deadly toxin threatens to choke them, the pink-haired girl enthusiastically suggests densely filling the field with her magical flowers to create a safe zone. She steps firmly onto a plush bed of glowing pink roses. The pink-haired girl smiles brightly, surrounded by her protective rose barrier. The brown-haired boy notes that her barrier functions perfectly in theory as a dark beast screeches nearby. A massive black beast suddenly lunges, catching the duo completely off guard. In a cute chibi moment, the pink-haired girl proudly asks how it is, and the boy apologizes for doubting her incredible flower magic. She demands he sit down to share his thoughts, and he reluctantly agrees with a sigh. Sitting down, the boy marvels at the absolute comfort, comparing the magical rose barrier to a peaceful forest in an origin field. He wonders if her flower magic could work in high-class A-grade fields once she grows stronger, prompting her to vow to do her best so she can hunt alongside him someday. Looking out, the boy admits it feels surreal and strange to be peacefully resting in the middle of a toxic doom field. Observing the barrier, he notes that while the monsters cannot breach her defenses, staring at them is still highly unsettling. Shocked by the sight, nearby hunters watch in absolute bewilderment as her flowers thrive in the dangerous doom field. She looks on in surprise as the boy laughs warmly beside her. During a frantic battle, the pink-haired fairy directs the dark-haired boy Rio to attack a target while warning him of another threat approaching from the left. The pink-haired fairy points out that Rio has grown taller, which surprises the dark-haired, blue-eyed boy. The black-haired boy stands amidst a gentle aura of white flowers. He questions if his rapid growth is strange, but she quickly reassures him that it is not strange at all. She playfully remarks that he was simply way too small for his age, and he declares that if that's weird, then they are both weird. The pink-haired girl smiles warmly, teasingly accepting their status as a pair of bonded weirdos. Holding her gently in his hand, he declares they are a perfect match of two anomalies defying the common sense of the world. She gently caresses his hair, softly explaining that in this world, people sometimes call what is strange special. Flying upward, she wonders if he will outgrow her and stop being just her Rio anymore. Quickly spotting a new target, the tiny fairy directs his attention to another beast nearby. Clenching his fist, he wonders if the monsters are getting tougher because they are nearing the Candle Tower, which she confirms. A mysterious echoing promise vows to bring back a special gift from the Candle Tower just for the lad. The dark-haired boy smiles warmly and thanks her as she rests gently on his shoulder. The pink-haired girl smiles with deep, quiet affection in her eyes. A cosmic legend describes a wager between light and darkness who battled for 13 days to create the legendary Candle Tower. A melodic tune plays marking the mysterious 13th month when the sacred candles are finally lit. At the end of December, all doom energy and origin flames surge, forming a massive tornado called the Candle Tower to challenge all living beings. The legendary tower opens its gates, accepting brave contenders from across the universe to climb it. A solemn voice calls out to those seeking treasure, survival, or transcendence, urging them to ignite the flame within their souls. The blindfolded blonde-haired guitarist plays a soft tune, singing that all the stars and planets of the universe shall sing praise for them. She claps her hands in pure delight as the blindfolded guitarist plays. The pink-haired girl asks Rouge Cat if he is climbing the Candle Tower, and he reveals his modest goal of reaching the 3rd floor. The blindfolded man explains that reaching the 3rd floor spares their planet from destruction, showing that Origin rewards those who try their best. He asks Shurencha if she is leaving for work tomorrow, and she eagerly confirms. She happily admits she feels a bit sad, but explains that fairies experiencing their first Candle Tower are required to work. Showing her determination to work hard and win a prize, she receives his warm encouragement to do her best. He suggests that Origin might reward her with an extra gift, prompting her to ask if he can see the future. The blindfolded man merely smiles mysteriously, keeping his deep secrets hidden. The scene shifts to a shot bearing a Berry Berry sign. The brown-haired boy in a baker's uniform reacts in absolute stunned disbelief. While they eat cake, the orange-haired girl asks if Raimi will avoid getting hurt, and Raimi reassures her that many people protect her. The boy asks Flora what reward she hopes to get from the Candle Tower, and she muses about blessed gardening shears. Flora adds that one of Sharincha's fairy stones would also be highly useful for climbing the tower. The red-haired man agrees, noting that Sharincha's unique traits would shine beautifully inside the tower. The tiny pink fairy curiously asks if Berryland and Vanoke also had to work during their first Candle Tower. The red-haired man and green-haired woman look up in sudden, startled confusion. The pink-haired girl stares wide-eyed, awaiting their answer with intense curiosity. As the secrets of the Candle Tower begin to unravel, Sharincha eagerly questions when her companions went to work. Her eyes widen in stunned silence, eagerly awaiting the revelation. She shifts nervously, the tension in the room growing thicker. Berryland proudly boasts about receiving the legendary Origins Ember as his ultimate reward. The blazing campfire crackles as they discuss how the rare Origins powder can perfectly fuel Berryland's powers. Berryland turns the attention to Vanoke, questioning what kind of reward she managed to secure. In a comical chibi moment, Vanoke sheepishly admits she barely worked and received a cheap hair tie that snapped instantly. Sharincha looks on in disbelief at the utterly useless prize while Vanoke turns away in deep embarrassment. Sharincha bursts into bright, cheerful laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere. A dark-haired fairy named Mir suddenly swoops in, calling out to her with immense excitement. The two close friends share a warm, joyful embrace as Mir assures her that everything is going fantastic. Mir claps her hands in pure delight, offering her heartfelt congratulations on Sharincha's progress. Sharincha looks away thoughtfully, wondering when her fateful contract with Rio will finally become a reality. The cheerful mood suddenly shifts as both fairies freeze in reaction to an ominous signal. A loud, echoing bell rings from the castle spire, officially declaring that the grueling work shift has begun. Stealing their resolve, the two fairies turn back to face the demanding labor ahead of them. Nearby, exhausted workers gasp for air as the true weight of the labor takes its toll. Bracing themselves, Sharincha and Mir march forward into the intense training fields. Sweating from the strain, Mir questions her extreme effort, but Sharincha explains that greater exertion brings far better rewards. With absolute determination in her eyes, Sharincha vows to push herself to the limit for the ultimate bonus gifts. The relentless strain finally claims its first victim as Mir collapses to the ground in total exhaustion. Sharincha gently advises her worn-out friend to take a much-needed break while she pushes onward alone. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Sharincha refuses to give up despite her burning fatigue.
She desperately begs the heavens for her relentless dedication to be noticed and rewarded by Origin.
Her mind fills with dreams of high-grade embers, rejuvenating spring water, and legendary gemstones.
She visualizes legendary treasures, dreaming of a priceless fairy wand enhancement stone that can only be found in the Candle Tower.
Clenching her fist with absolute resolve, she prays for an enhancement stone to bypass the immediate need for a contract. Back in her domain, the immense exhaustion finally catches up as she collapses in a heap. Reaching out with a tired hand, she slowly opens the door to her personal sanctuary.
Standing in the empty void, she laments that her personal domain remains completely barren due to her lower fairy rank.
Harnessing her soft inner light, she reminds herself that she must reach the Purial class to manifest a true world. A brilliant screen projection flickers to life, announcing the official commencement of the Candle Tower battles. Watching the broadcast, she desperately hopes to find the specific tower where Rio is currently fighting for his life. She realizes the odds are stacked against her, considering there are 30 active towers throughout the realm. Her eyes narrow with deep focus as she watches the high-stakes battles unfold on the screen. The screen displays the brutal structure of the trial, ranging from individual matches to team battles and a deadly doom maze. Clutching her pillow tightly, she dreams of climbing it one day, though the reality of death in the tower weighs heavily on her. A sudden bloody slash effect flashes across the screen, signaling a lethal end for a contestant. Sharincha gasps in horror as she witnesses the brutal death of a hunter on live broadcast. A deep, agonizing worry settles over her as she stares at the screen. Terrified for his safety, she anxiously wonders if Rio and his team are surviving this nightmare. Stepping outside, she is met with a horrific scene of injured hunters and fairies littering the courtyard. She stands frozen in absolute shock, realizing the sacred grounds have been transformed into a crowded hospital. Through the crowd of wounded, she suddenly spots her close friends Berryland and Vanoke walking toward her. Running to them in a panic, she frantically asks about their injuries and the fate of their other team members. Berryland reassures her that despite a devastating defeat on the 5th floor, everyone survived and is currently recovering. Vanoke bitterly complains about a vicious opponent, eagerly heading toward the healing waters to soothe her wounds. Wounded warriors gather in the glowing spring, though the weak energy of the source struggles to cleanse the heavy doom corruption. Sharensha points out that Berylyn's severe wounds will take far too long to heal under normal circumstances. With a look of pure determination, she offers to bloom her purifying magical flowers directly on his wounds to absorb the deadly doom energy.
Sharensha focuses her energy, preparing to unleash her purifying floral magic. Berylyn gasps in absolute shock as gentle pink roses suddenly bloom across his body.
Sharensha eagerly asks how he feels, prompting Berylyn to marvel at how much her powers have grown. Worry washes over her face as she asks if the healing process will be too painful.
Berylyn dismisses her concern, joking that the intense pain makes her thin roots feel like nothing.
Stealing her resolve, she gently reaches out to begin absorbing the corrupted doom energy directly.
Berylyn quickly grabs her wrist, warning her that absorbing the corruption directly will be incredibly dangerous. Sharensha insists on trying, and Berylyn reluctantly relents while advising her to remain extremely careful.
She offers a confident, reassuring smile as her purification magic begins to glow warmly.
A brilliant flash of pink light erupts as she initiates the dangerous purification process.
Sharensha winces in sudden pain, realizing the high-grade doom energy stings far worse than she expected. She recalls the terrifying chain snake monster Berylyn fought, realizing it was an incredibly bad matchup for him.
Berylyn stares at her in sheer, utter disbelief at her incredible magical resilience.
He reveals that the doom energy came from a near first-grade lieutenant and asks how she is still standing. Relieved, he gently pats the pink-haired fairy on her head to show his deep gratitude. While Berylyn praises her as a fascinating fairy, Sharensha quietly rejoices that she avoided raising his suspicions. Sharensha casually asks Berylyn if he has ever met the mysterious Lord of Ulan, but he denies it. Berylyn grimly reveals that while their planet won, the overall defeat means Doom forces will grow stronger for 6 years. Watching the injured file past, Sharensha feels the heavy burden of the conflict weighing on her. She quietly laments the devastating fairy casualties and anxiously prays for Rio's safety in the tower. A sudden, blinding flash of light disrupts her quiet moment of worry. Sharensha gasps as she is startled by the sudden magical disturbance behind her. Deeply troubled by the ongoing casualties, she once again wonders if Rio is surviving the ordeal. Startled by a sudden presence, she turns around in shock. A blue-haired fairy gasps loudly as she suddenly approaches Sharensha in the courtyard. Sharensha quickly apologizes for being distracted and not answering her sooner. The newcomer introduces herself as Bakalas Reto, the Wind Fairy, and praises Sharensha's famous flowers. Bakalas Reto sheepishly begs for healing, and Sharensha warmly invites her to take a seat. As the pain fades, Bakalas Ramito marvels at her incredible skill, while Sharensha humbly introduces herself. A green-haired fairy suddenly calls out, catching Sharensha's attention. Sharensha warmly welcomes the new group of injured fairies to step inside for treatment. Sharensha holds a pile of glittering fairy stones, wondering if it is truly all right to accept so many gifts. When another fairy asks for help with an immobilized patient, Sharensha eagerly agrees to go. Flying off to help, Sharensha feels a deep sense of fulfillment knowing her abilities can protect others. A sudden heavy sound echoes through the courtyard, causing her to stop in her tracks. Sharensha freezes as an incredibly familiar and powerful sensation washes over her. Her eyes lock onto a specific person standing near the grand columns.
She senses an oddly unpleasant aura identical to Iphos's emanating from the mysterious woman.
The dark-haired woman introduces herself as Eula Cowl, the legendary fairy of sealing. Sharensha realizes with a shock that this is one of the 4 legendary 5-attribute fairies. A grand celestial magic circle glows as Sharensha remembers Kale as the powerful being who sealed Iphos. The scene shifts to the high balcony of the majestic castle under a clear blue sky. Sharensha and her companion approach the elevated platform where Eula Cowl sits majestically. Sharensha politely greets her, and Cowl warmly replies that she is a big fan of her popular flowers. Kale tells her companions not to frighten Sharensha, who silently wonders if Kale knows Rio's whereabouts. Kale requests healing, while Sharensha secretly worries if this powerful fairy was involved in Rio's imprisonment. Sharensha agrees to help, but Cal warns her that extracting this specific energy will be incredibly difficult to endure. Determined to help, Sharensha insists she can handle it as pink magical sparks erupt around her. She instantly regrets her confidence as a wave of agonizing pain washes over her soul. Sensing immediate relief, Eula Cowl gently holds Sharensha's hand and smiles warmly at her successful healing. Just when Sharensha thinks she has survived the worst of the trial, she nervously asks Kal about her legendary death-defying battle in the high-altitude Candle Tower alongside the realm's strongest rulers. Grimly looking back, Kaol admits that her terrible luck forced her to face the most brutal trial of her entire existence. She vividly recalls the horrifying silhouette of the Scythe Cutter, an infamous and deadly lord serving the forces of Doom. Just like the fairies have their elite class, the terrifying realm of Doom is ruled by its own merciless hierarchy. Even more terrifyingly, this monstrous entity is whispered to possess reality-shattering power on par with the legendary Iphos. Sharensha's allies look on in stunned silence as they discuss how the terrifying Scythe Cutter was once a highly respected fairy. Kaol details the devastating casualties of their mission before playfully teasing the visibly terrified pink-haired fairy. Staring into the sky, Karul reveals she is approaching her 500th year, making this tower climb her absolute last chance to ascend. Clenching her fist, she vows to conquer her final tower or face eternal stagnation. Kale suddenly locks eyes with Sharencha, questioning if she was born during the rare cycle of the sacred fairy drop. A fleeting memory of hope recalls a time when she was widely hailed as a future leader. A heartwarming flashback shows Kale as a cheerful young girl filled with bright dreams. With a bitter expression, Kale laments how quickly she rose to greatness, only to face her final trial in such a pathetic state. Leaning in close, Kale asks Sharencha about her own origins, leaving her completely speechless. Regaining her composure, Kale sincerely apologizes for her emotional outburst and thanks the fairy for her miraculous healing. Sharencha humbly downplays her incredible magical healing efforts with a gentle, polite smile. Kale deeply regrets not being born later so she could have personally raised the talented young fairy. Playing along with the warm gesture, Sharencha nervously chuckles about her late birth. Realizing Sharencha has been receiving fairy stones, Kale decides to offer her a far grander reward. In a cute moment, Kale hands over an elite royal token, granting her passage and aid at the Imperial Palace. Kale playfully notes Sharencha's honest desires before casually dismissing her with a swift wave. Leaving the grand balcony, Sharencha takes her leave as Kale settles down to rest. Clutching her hands tightly, Sharencha desperately prays for a miracle to save her beloved companion. Suddenly, a blinding celestial light erupts directly from the palm of her hand. Sharencha gasps in absolute shock as a divine energy manifests right before her eyes. Her companions watch in sheer amazement, congratulating her on obtaining a legendary wand enhancement stone. Stunned by her incredible luck, she wonders if she is witnessing a second miraculous gift. Her heart swells with hope, wishing this miraculous reward can somehow aid Rio in his desperate struggle. To everyone's utter disbelief, another brilliant burst of light reveals a second legendary enhancement stone. Meanwhile, deep within a cold, dark stone dungeon, Rio sits chained and completely exhausted. A magical portal bursts open and Rio looks up in pure disbelief as Sharencha calls his name. Tears streaming down her face, Sharencha leaps forward and throws her arms around him in an emotional embrace. She desperately holds him, frantically checking every inch of his body for any severe wounds. Gently touching his face, she asks with deep concern if his painful battle scars are still hurting him. Rio looks at her with a gentle, reassuring smile, comforting her worries. Sharencha carefully inspects the bandage on his head, deeply worried about his head injury. As Rio tries to describe how a monstrous minion slammed him, Sharencha frantically covers his mouth to stop him. She gasps in sheer horror upon learning that he successfully survived an encounter with the dreaded Scythe Gutter. Sitting close to him on the cold floor, she marvels at how a first-timer managed to conquer the 6th floor. They reflect on their agonizing time apart, realizing their perceptions of time differed significantly. Sharencha stares at him with starry eyes, deeply moved by his legendary accomplishments. Blushing slightly, Rio softly admits that his survival was fueled entirely by his deep affection for her. Surrounded by a magical floral aura, Sharencha sits in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by his confession. Hugging her tightly, Rio expresses his immense relief and joy at her safe return. He leans in close, his gaze locked onto hers with deep, undeniable tenderness. Sharencha blinks in confusion as Rio suddenly mentions bringing her a special gift. He smiles warmly, holding her close as her heart beats rapidly in anticipation. Clanking her chained wrists, Sharencha eagerly asks him what kind of gift he managed to find. Rio explains that while the enemies plundered his other rewards, he managed to hide one extra treasure. He reveals he hid his secret reward on the 2nd floor, leaving us on the edge of our seats as we wonder what legendary power is Rio about to bestow upon his beloved fairy. Caught in a desperate struggle for survival, a mysterious youth presents a legendary glowing red jewel to his pink-haired companion. Overwhelmed by the incredible gesture, the pink-haired fairy stares in utter disbelief at the priceless treasure before her. She immediately recognizes it as an incredibly rare wand enhancement stone, expressing shock at how he acquired such legendary wealth. The dark-haired boy urges her to use it immediately, leaving her marveling at her unprecedented fortune of holding 3 legendary stones. Crying tears of pure joy, the pink-haired fairy receives his heartwarming inquiry about her happiness with a blooming, emotional smile. She silently expresses her deepest gratitude to Rio, knowing this massive power boost will make her stronger than ever before. With a gentle touch, she initiates the legendary upgrade as brilliant magical energy wraps around her golden walk. Driven by love, she vows to obtain the ultimate strength required to break them both out of confinement. Watching her with a gentle blush, the boy smiles warmly as a blinding light begins to envelop the room. Basking in the divine glow, the serene fairy wonders if the Supreme Origin itself is watching over her destiny.
She questions what earned her such miraculous favor, wondering if her relentless hard work finally touched the heavens.
She offers a desperate prayer, pleading for this divine luck to continue guiding them through the dark days ahead. A sudden burst of pink light solidifies, revealing her spectacularly upgraded wand, radiating an immense, ancient magical power. Gripping her newly enhanced weapon tightly, she solemnly promises to push her limits and master this incredible new power. Shifting to a sunlit garden, Sharencha joyfully embraces a stunning white-haired fairy named Dia, who eagerly welcomes her. Overjoyed by the reunion, the white-haired beauty beams with happiness upon her long-awaited return to the real world. Shurencha playfully acknowledges her friend's prestigious new rank, which the white-haired fairy proudly confirms with a bright smile. Resting happily against her friend, Shurencha expresses how Dia's warm embrace always makes her feel completely safe and protected. After laughing warmly at the compliment, Dia is asked by her curious companion about the nature of her newly acquired fifth attribute. Pointing to her role as a frontline defender, Dia reveals she has been blessed with the mighty Guardian attribute. Mesmerized by the news, Shurencha declares her the future greatest tank in the universe, a title Dia jokingly accepts. Dia reflects on how her extensive history of shielding humans in the Crafting Guild likely shaped her new Guardian powers. She sweetens the moment by admitting her fierce desire to protect her beloved pink-haired companion heavily influenced her spiritual awakening. Deeply touched by this heartfelt confession, the young fairy blushes as tears of gratitude well up in her eyes. Shifting the topic, the white-haired fairy asks about the duration of Shurencha's promotion test, shocked when she estimates 10 years. Expressing shock at the bizarre temporal distortion, Dia learns that the grueling trial itself actually spanned an entire decade. While Dia sheepishly admits she lost track of the days, Shurencha shivers at the sheer scale of such a massive timeline. Dia explains that despite the grueling years inside, returning to reality feels like waking up from a fleeting dream. Listening intently, Shurencha processes this crucial piece of lore, quietly contemplating her own path forward. The Elder Fairy warns that because time is so unpredictable, she must never recklessly attempt the promotion test unprepared. As she is affectionately squeezed, Shurencha secretly resolves to safely escape with Rio first and prepare him before his trial. A chilling realization strikes her as she recalls the ancient entity's warning of a strict 4-year deadline to escape. Clutching her friend, her heart sinks as she realizes the clock is ticking down with only 4 years remaining. The scene shifts abruptly to a bustling town square where an inquiry echoes through the busy streets. An imperial messenger tracks down the elusive flower fairy at a bakery, apologizing for their unexpected intrusion. He presents a gorgeous red invite to Dia's celebration, revealing that the lord of the castle specifically requested her presence. Unsure of the lord's true motives, Shurencha requests time to consider the invite, which the polite messenger readily grants. The heavy wooden door clicks shut, leaving a tense silence hanging over the quiet room. Holding the red letter, she receives a cautious question from her baker companion about whether she intends to go. She secretly worries that refusing a direct summons from the lord would only invite unwanted, dangerous suspicion. She eagerly begs her baker friend to tag along, but he warns that elite banquets strictly segregate nobles from commoners. Confused by the divide, she learns that Dia's massive celebration will be swarming with the realm's most powerful aristocrats. While she argues that the local nobility is relaxed, he realistically notes that high society rarely mingles with commoners. He grimly counters that class divides are very real, especially among the proud capital elites who look down on others. The cold reality is laid bare. To the ruling class, commoners are merely disposable tools rather than equal humans. A dark memory flashes of the ruthless Duke Deblick Muscle, who exploited her beloved companion as nothing more than a tool. He questions if her rare healer status changes things, but she sadly admits it means nothing to the supreme rulers. Lightening the heavy mood, her friend encourages her to at least enjoy the party's legendary, top-tier desserts. Munching happily on a chocolate donut, she stubbornly declares his bread is the absolute best, much to his amused skepticism. She fiercely defends his baking, earning a tender, affectionate smile that seals their unbreakable bond as a grand conflict looms. With a legendary trial behind them and a grand conflict looming, Shurencha fiercely asserts her point, prompting her baker friend to playfully back down with an amused smile. A sudden magical chime cuts through their quiet room, instantly shattering the playful atmosphere. Over a magical communication link, Dia contacts her friend, asking if she has received the official invitation to her celebration. Shurencha happily confirms she will attend Dia's promotion celebration, but admits she is clueless about high society banquets. Dia paints a lavish picture of the event, describing elite performances, rare delicacies, and unparalleled networking opportunities. Realizing this banquet could hold the key to finding a powerful ally, Shurencha resolves to make her move. The stakes escalate dramatically as Dia drops a bombshell, revealing the Supreme Emperor himself will attend. Shurencha gasps in utter shock, her mind reeling at the prospect of meeting the realm's ultimate ruler. The scene transitions to a bustling city square nestled beneath the towering, majestic spires of the royal castle. Inside a nearby shop, a seller hands over a pristine pink flower pot with specific care instructions. A customer happily accepts their purchase, thrilled to finally secure one of the shop's highly sought-after flowers. The seller ties a signature pink ribbon around the pot, completing the legendary product's exquisite packaging. Flora, the brown-haired shop owner, proudly reflects on how her custom-made pots have become prized collector's items. A new customer approaches the counter, prompting Flora to politely ask for her reservation name. Sitting nearby, Shurencha suddenly looks over, instantly drawn to the mysterious customer. Shurencha's eyes narrow as she recognizes a flawless disguise artifact, realizing she must keep hiding Rio's face too. She is consumed by curiosity, wondering about the rare materials and massive wealth required to craft such an artifact. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sharencha rushes forward and offers an astronomical bid of 100 million pite. Her sudden, jaw-dropping financial offer leaves the entire shop frozen in absolute shock. The disguised customer stares in complete disbelief, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer fortune offered for a simple stem. Sharencha desperately begs for just one more flower, promising to pay even more if her massive bid is not enough. Flora firmly but politely declines, explaining that the shop strictly adheres to its exclusive reservation-only policy. The customer silently marvels at Flora's incredible dedication for turning down such life-changing wealth. With a final thank you, the customer exits, the shop door clicking shut as a heavy silence falls. Feeling incredibly guilty, Sharencha sheepishly apologizes to Flora for causing such a scene. Sharencha suggests hiring staff to ease Flora's workload, worrying that her own low flower production is causing strain. Flora warmly embraces Sharencha, laughing off her concerns and reassuring her that no extra help is needed. Flora explains that dealing with enthusiastic customers is a small price to pay for being the exclusive seller of Sharencha's legendary flowers. Sharencha insists that Flora is the one doing all the hard work analyzing ingredients and caring for the plants. She fondly recalls how thrilled Rio was when she showed him a botanical dictionary featuring her unique magic flowers. Flora praises Sharencha's roses, calling them legendary for their ability to absorb doom and bringing them fame. The two close friends share a warm embrace, expressing their deep mutual affection and gratitude for one another. Suddenly, Sharencha freezes in absolute shock as a startling realization strikes her like a lightning bolt. She realizes with immense regret that she completely forgot to ask the disguised customer about her mysterious artifact. The memory of the elegant disguised customer lingers as a critical piece of the puzzle. Back on the city streets, a familiar voice calls out to Rouge Cat as they walk through town. Sharencha runs over joyfully to greet her blindfolded blonde companion who waves back warmly. The blonde youth, Rouge Cat, introduces his longtime capital friend Solana, who is also visiting for the royal banquet. Sharencha's eyes widen in sheer amazement as she looks at the capital guest standing before her. The guest introduces herself as Masa, leaving Sharencha stunned to realize this is the very customer from the flower shop. Sharencha happily introduces herself as the Flower Fairy, marveling at the incredible coincidence of their meeting. Eager to show her gratitude, Sharencha asks Masa to hold out her hand for a special moment. With a sudden burst of magical light, a gorgeous pink rose blooms directly in the palm of Masa's hand. Masa is deeply moved by the precious gift, while Rouge Cat explains that they must treat dear friends with the utmost care. Clutching the glowing blossom, Masa warmly reveals she has been collecting Sharencha's flowers ever since Rouge Cat gifted her one. Sharencha blinks in utter confusion as Masa casually mentions having collected 10 of her rare pots. Masa happily describes how she has decorated her entire estate with the flowers, preserving them with advanced magic. Sharencha realizes with a sweat drop that Masa must have used proxy buyers to bypass the shop's strict limits. Floating jewelry and coins hint at the colossal fortune Masa has spent to acquire her extensive collection. As Masa reveals she has even collected every exclusive item from Nova Nuke's company, Sharencha sits in absolute stunned silence, wondering who this enigmatic lady truly is. Masa catches Sharencha completely off guard, boldly proposing to whisk the pink-haired fairy away to the bustling capital. Sharencha instantly rejects the proposal, prompting Masa to quickly reassure her that she is a free spirit, not an object to be owned. Masa notes how quickly Sharencha backed down, admitting that she finds the young fairy's easygoing nature incredibly pleasant. With a bright, carefree smile, Sharencha proudly asserts her absolute independence, confirming that she belongs to no one. Rouge Cat playfully chimes in, inviting Sharencha to join them for a delicious meal where she can learn all about the capital's grand banquet from Masa. Sharencha eagerly realizes that Masa's status as a capital noble means she could hold vital secrets about the ruling empress. Absolutely thrilled by the prospect of a grand feast and valuable secrets, Sharencha's eyes sparkle with excitement. Pumping her fists in pure determination, Sharencha happily agrees to the dinner plans, ready to conquer both the food and the hidden knowledge. The trio maneuvers through the bustling sunlit streets of the city, heading toward a highly acclaimed local establishment. Arriving at the famous restaurant, Rouge Cat reveals he secured a rare advance reservation to celebrate his reunion with Masa. Rouge Cat confidently jokes that Sharencha's presence will earn them extra special service from the chef, prompting an amused giggle from the pink-haired fairy. Gazing at the massive crowd, Sharencha wonders how the busy chef manages to find any free time for his usual outdoor hunting trips. Glenn, the brown-haired chef with a neat mustache, stands behind the counter to welcome his next reservation. Glenn instantly recognizes Sharencha and Rouge Cat, raising his voice in absolute delight at their unexpected visit. Overjoyed by the reunion, Glenn enthusiastically sweeps his favorite guests into a tight, affectionate group hug. Glenn serves a magnificent feast, overflowing with roasted chicken, skewers, and steaming bowls of delicious food. While Masa compares the lavish feast to a high-class noble banquet, Sharencha enthusiastically declares that leaving any of this delicious food behind would be an absolute crime. Glenn tells Masa that Sharencha has a legendary appetite, revealing that the young fairy is fully capable of finishing the entire feast on her own. With a dramatic flourish, Glen adds that Sharensha will even pack the leftovers to enjoy another feast at home, which the proud fairy cheerfully confirms. Taking her first bite, Masa is deeply impressed by Glen's incredible culinary skills, which Sharensha proudly boasts about. Sharensha happily devours the feast with absolute delight, surrounded by adorable floating hearts as she savors each bite. Masa casually comments on the fairy's massive appetite, causing Sharensha to suddenly choke in embarrassed surprise. Wiping her face in embarrassment, Sharensha's sweat drops as she nervously wonders if Masa is secretly scolding her for her unrefined dining manners. Sharensha silently reasons that she simply forgot normal dining etiquette since the other fairies around her are such notoriously picky eaters. Lightening the mood, Masa warmly admits that watching Sharensha enjoy her food so much actually makes her feel hungry too. As they continue eating, Sharensha notices Masa delicately cutting her food into tiny pieces and eating with perfect, slow poise. The pink-haired fairy secretly frets that her own beast-like eating style must have looked terribly unsightly to a refined noble. Glen notices Sharensha has suddenly stopped eating and looks over in mild concern, wondering what could have halted her legendary appetite. Glen worriedly asks if there is an issue with the food, prompting Sharensha to quickly and frantically reassure him that everything is absolutely perfect. Quickly shaking off her embarrassment, Sharensha gets back to eating before Masa smoothly shifts the topic, asking if she received her official invite to the castle's grand party. Sharensha confirms her invitation, prompting Masa to note that an exceptional fairy of her status could never be left out of such an important event. Masa explains that since Sharensha is under the care of Dia, her presence at a celebration hosted by Clondia is absolutely expected. Sharensha reveals she is curious to see the Empress, who is rumored to attend, hoping to learn more about the absolute ruler of the land she now calls home. When Sharensha asks what the Empress is truly like, Masa holds her wineglass with a cold, piercing gaze, bluntly describing the absolute ruler as a weak and insignificant child. Masa ruthlessly details how the Empress is merely a powerless puppet, entirely dependent on her maternal relatives and her uncle for any scrap of authority. While Sharensha acknowledges the young Empress's terrible reputation, she remembers that this ruler still holds supreme authority over the empire. A chilling theory forms in Sharensha's mind as she realizes the Supreme Empress is highly likely to be the mysterious master who holds the keys to Rio's freedom. Gazing deeply into her own thoughts, the pink-haired fairy wonders if the Supreme Ruler could truly be as weak and helpless as Masa describes. Whispers of fated contracts and powerful alliances loom in the background, signaling that the quiet life Sharensha cherishes is about to be swept away by an unstoppable imperial storm. The realization that the Empress holds ultimate authority over Rio's fate burns in Sharensha's mind, cementing her resolve to uncover the truth at all costs. Sharensha remains lost in thought, her intense gaze fixed on her plate, as Masa quietly observes her sudden shift in demeanor, sensing a deeper motive behind the fairy's curiosity. Masa gently points out that Sharensha seems to dislike the Empress for a very different reason than most people, politely asking her to explain. A quiet resolve settles over the young fairy as she admits that while she harbors no active hatred toward the Empress, she has a very specific reason for keeping her distance. With her purple eyes shining with quiet intensity, Sharensha prepares to reveal the core philosophy that guides her actions in this dangerous world. Clasping her hands tightly, the young fairy firmly declares that her choice to keep her distance from the royal family is a matter of personal principle. A painful memory flashes of Rio chained and stripped of his freedom, fueling Sharensha's deep-seated hatred for those who treat living beings as disposable tools. Sharensha contemplates that while the Empress might not be the cruel master she originally suspected, she will only know the truth for certain once they meet face-to-face at the grand banquet. Seeking more clues, Sharensha asks Masa to describe the Empress's true personality, catching her brown-haired companion slightly off guard. Masa hesitates, turning her gaze away with a neutral expression as she cryptically notes that the truth about the ruler's personality is difficult to pin down. Masa quietly confesses that she has never had a proper direct conversation with the Empress to truly know her heart, leaving Sharensha to wonder what dangerous secrets await her inside the imperial palace. Masa is completely taken aback when her companion easily reads her deepest emotions. Mamingo calmly attributes his keen perception to his unique spirit-sensing constitution. Sharensha casually reveals she is fully aware of Masa's magical disguise artifact. Sharensha warmly reassures Masa that her hidden face changes nothing about who she is. Intrigued by the flawless enchantment, Masa inquires about the craftsman behind the disguise artifact. Masa asks how difficult it is for ordinary nobles to secure an audience with the Empress. Meeting the Empress requires rare clearance from the head of the Arantir family. Before leaving, Masa asks Sharensha about her true social rank and past connection to the Empress. Smiling warmly, Masa agrees to save the grand explanation for their next meeting. The scene shifts to a magnificent glowing castle standing under a breathtaking starry night. Sharensha is utterly shocked to see the legendary Flame of Origin used as a mere street lamp. Clondia asks Sharensha if this grand palace outshines ordinary gaudy reception halls. Clondia urges Sharensha to absorb the uniquely elegant and magical atmosphere of Ulan. A sudden familiar voice calls out to Sharensha, catching her off guard. Sharensha is delighted to reunite with two lower-ranking fairies she once helped. The elemental fairies eagerly offer their specialized magic to Sharensha whenever she needs it. In exchange for her past healing, the loyal fairies vow to assist her unconditionally. Surrounded by devoted allies, Sharensha feels powerful enough to conquer any challenge. She sadly realizes she cannot easily ask these innocent fairies to help free the captive Rio. Guests raise their glasses to toast a glorious path for the rising young fairy. Standing gracefully, the pink-haired maiden receives enthusiastic applause from the elegant crowd. Claudia laughs happily, leaving Sharensha in absolute awe of her companion's commanding presence. Sharensha asks what they are waiting for, and Claudia reveals the hosts have yet to arrive. The grand celebration cannot officially begin until the Empress and the Castle Lord make their entrance. Spotting the dessert table, Claudia decides to start feasting while they wait for the hosts. Claudia jokingly warns that numerous eager nobles are already waiting to talk to her. Sharensha takes a bite of cake and is instantly overwhelmed by its incredible melting texture. The rich, sweet flavor of the palace treats is unlike anything she has ever tasted. A sweet memory of Rio happily eating cake flashes through her mind. Clutching the dessert, Sharensha wistfully notes that Rio would have absolutely loved this. Gathering her courage, Sharensha politely calls over a nearby palace butler. The butler happily promises to pack some of the delicious treats for her to take home. The butler mentions that the castle's head chef is a massive fan of her magic flowers. Deeply flattered, Sharensha's pink eyes shimmer with pure joy and magical energy. Brilliant pink roses bloom around her as her magic reacts to the unexpected praise. The butler presents a rose, explaining it as a token of gratitude for her kindness. Sharensha enthusiastically promises to deliver her special flowers to the head chef immediately. Sharensha's memory shifts to Momingo happily baking and serving her fresh, delicious bread. Nibbling on a pastry, Sharensha secretly concludes that Momingo's baking remains the absolute best. Sudden dryness catches her off guard as she accidentally begins to choke on the bread. Desperate to wash it down, Sharensha looks around frantically for a drink. She spots a passing waiter and urgently asks about the vintage wine he is carrying. The waiter apologizes, explaining Claudia strictly forbade serving any alcohol to her. Instead, he offers a specially prepared sweet strawberry yogurt smoothie to quench her thirst. High-ranking nobles gather around to politely introduce themselves to the legendary fairy. Sharensha forces a polite, cheerful smile as she greets the overwhelming crowd of aristocrats. Sipping her drink, the introverted fairy privately sighs at how exhausting the large crowd is. Sharensha wanders through the ballroom hoping to locate the mysterious main hosts. Overheard gossip reveals that the Empress and the two dukes are arriving at last. Her eyes widen in sheer shock as the grand arrival finally begins. The grand doors fling open as Empress Masalel Pishena Kabid makes her stunning royal entrance. Sharensha freezes in disbelief, struck by an overwhelming, inexplicable sense of familiarity. A sudden, shocking realization begins to dawn on her as she looks around the room. Sacred blessings of glory echo through the beautiful memories of her past. Her breath hitches as the powerful ruler of the empire stands directly before her. Every familiar detail of the Empress's presence locks Sharensha in place. Hearing her official royal name confirms there is absolutely no mistake. The stunning truth explodes the simple shopkeeper Masa as the supreme empress of the realm. Sharensha musters her composure, formally introducing herself to the Grand Ruler. The Empress smiles warmly, expressing her genuine admiration for Sharensha's magical blooms. Her mind continues to spin from the massive weight of the shocking revelation. The notorious Lord of Ulan steps forward to formally greet the rising fairy. Deep, burning anger flares within Sharensha as she faces her companion's tormentor. They exchange tense pleasantries about their delayed first meeting in the Grand Hall. Doublek notes how much attention she commands as a unique flower fairy. She questions his familiarity, but the Lord smoothly highlights his domain over Ulan. He quickly assures her that he has only monitored her public achievements. The Lord expresses his desire to build a strong, mutually beneficial alliance. Sharensha plays along with a polite smile, shaking his hand to maintain appearances. She rationalizes his creepy research as standard political maneuvering among nobles. As their hands part, she silently vows to tread much more carefully from now on. A sudden, quiet voice breaks her thoughts as the elegant representative approaches. Sharensha warmly asks after the noblewoman's recovery from her dark curse. Under close scrutiny, Sharensha admits she is wary of the Lord's fearsome reputation. Eula confirms the grim rumors of the Lord's ruthless, blood-stained past. Doublek casually laughs off the fairy's dislike with cold, arrogant indifference. The Lord laments losing favor with the creator of his favorite magical flowers. Eula reassures the young fairy of her massive support from the Empire's highest authorities. Sharensha acknowledges the warm sentiment with a gentle, appreciative look. Another striking noble commands attention as he gracefully approaches the group. The handsome nobleman introduces himself with an incredibly elegant, refined bow. Her eyes widen to learn he is the legendary head of the Arantir family. He confesses his deep, long-standing admiration for her magical floral creations. Beneath his polite smile lies a terrifying, unshakable composure that puts her on edge. Recognizing his intense aura, Sharensha formally greets the powerful uncle of the Empress. Her instincts scream that this refined gentleman is highly dangerous. Slan probes her knowledge regarding the immense influence of his legendary family. He details his family's vast fortune and their deep investments in the medical sector. He reveals his absolute obsession with her miracle-working signature flower. The Duke marvels at her flower's unprecedented power to synthesize multiple elite medicines. Slan drops the pleasantries, preparing to make a direct, high-stakes offer. He paints a picture of a southern paradise, promising her ultimate luxury if she leaves Yulon. Sharensha remains completely silent as she weighs the heavy implications of his proposal. Sensing a golden cage, she firmly declines his offer, choosing her freedom in Ulam. Accepting her refusal for now, the dangerous Duke leaves an open invitation. A sickening feeling of dread settles deep within the young fairy's heart. The powerful nobles urge her to keep her allies close, warning of the harsh political landscape. She realizes that the most powerful figures in the empire are now fully backing her. Surrounded by incredible political power, she prepares to execute her ultimate secret plan. She vows to use her newfound influence to shatter the chains binding her beloved Rio. Just as the political tension reaches a boiling point, a silent storm begins to brew within the young flower fairy. A powerful voice suddenly cuts through the heavy atmosphere, reminding the gathered crowd that Sharensha is a fairy under official high-level protection. Stepping forward with absolute authority, the silver-haired Dia places a protective hand on Sharensha's shoulder, warning the surrounding nobles to back off and leave her little fairy in peace. A nearby noble tries to smooth things over, claiming they only meant to show goodwill and had no intention of causing trouble. Dia points out how unfair it is to pressure an already cautious fairy into befriending a feared lord and demanding she abandon her home on their very first meeting. The overwhelming weight of the noble's aggressive political maneuvering leaves Sharensha visibly shaken and anxious. Realizing they went too far, the miniature-styled noblemen quickly apologize, insisting they never meant to burden the young flower fairy. Seeking comfort, Sharensha clings tightly to her loyal silver-haired companion amid the stressful royal gathering. Sharensha reflects on her original mission to find a trustworthy noble to help free her captive friend Rio, only to find the aristocrats obsessed with winning favor from the true powers of Kavide. She realizes that her loyal grown-up fairy companion is the only one she can truly trust to never betray her on this dangerous quest. A sudden clarity washes over Sharensha as she identifies the one supreme figure in the room who holds the power to make her plans a reality. Her gaze locks onto the supreme ruler standing nearby, her mind spinning with the sheer magnitude of what she must do. The black-haired empress looks down with a piercing gaze, demanding to know what kind of person Sharensha truly is. Bitter memories surface of a weak, seemingly insignificant girl who is absolutely powerless without her influential maternal relatives and overbearing uncle. Sharensha wrestles with a storm of inner conflict, questioning if this vulnerable girl is truly the feared master she once despised. Overwhelmed by the rushing flood of memories and intense mental strain, Sharensha clutches her head in sudden sharp pain. Needing to clear her aching head, Sharensha informs her companion that she is stepping outside for some fresh air, receiving a warm wish for a good rest. Underneath the breathtaking starry night sky, the young fairy seeks solace on the castle's quiet stone terrace. In the soothing embrace of the quiet darkness, Sharensha rests her head, finding a peaceful escape from the loud and chaotic banquet hall. A heavy wave of loneliness strikes her heart as she softly whispers how deeply she misses her beloved companion Rio. The sound of footsteps breaks the silence as a familiar voice calls out her name, catching the young fairy completely off guard. Sharensha turns around to find the stunning, dark-haired empress standing alone on the balcony with her. Tension fills the night air as Sharensha directly asks the powerful ruler if she has something to say or if she harbor anger toward her. The empress admits she deceived her, admitting she assumed Sharensha wanted to keep their past meeting a secret. Ensuring they are completely alone, the empress requests that Sharensha address her simply as Masa, which the young fairy politely accepts. Masa directly asks if the fairy dislikes or distrusts her simply because of her supreme royal title. Offering a rare peace offering, the empress invites Sharensha to ask her anything she desires as a formal apology. Masa hopes that by answering every question truthfully, she can finally put the young fairy's deep-seated caution to rest. Gazing deeply into the empress's eyes, Sharensha gathers her courage to ask the ultimate question. With roses blooming around her in the magical night, Sharensha directly asks Masa if she is a bad person. The heavy, direct question hangs in the cool night air as they stand face-to-face on the high stone terrace. Sharensha defines a bad person as someone who ruthlessly tramples on or exploits innocent people for their own selfish gain. Masa challenges the simplicity of this definition, questioning if the desperate act of survival counts as selfish gain. Sharensha clarifies that while she understands for survival, anyone who intentionally harms others remains a bad person, regardless of their motives. With shocking honesty, Masa declares she is not a bad person, revealing the heartbreaking truth that she herself is nothing more than a disposable tool. Sharensha's eyes widen in absolute disbelief at the staggering admission from the ruler of the empire. She questions how a supreme emperor could possibly consider herself a mere disposable pawn in her own realm. Sharensha probes further, asking if her powerful uncle, Slan Arantir, is truly the one pulling all the strings. A chilling visualization reveals the shadowy absolute control that Slan wields over the entire imperial lineage. Masa explains how her uncle's family accumulated power rivaling the crown, rendering her a powerless puppet under his sinister manipulation. Bewildered by this sudden vulnerability, Shurencha asks why the Empress is sharing such dangerous top-secret political weaknesses with her. Masa softly explains that she simply wanted the young flower fairy to know that she is merely incompetent, not evil. Masa then turns the tables, asking if the clever fairy is secretly planning a daring move of her own. Shurencha confidently asserts her uncanny ability to read the deepest secrets people try to hide. She points out that Masa once despised her own weakness as a controlled ruler and is now desperately trying to escape that self-hatred. Breaking the tense mood, the adorable fairy playfully admits she was simply guessing the Empress's true inner feelings. A bright, teasing smile graces Shurencha's face as she warns the ruler to watch her words around such an intuitive fairy. With genuine warmth, Shurencha joyfully declares that Masa actually likes her and is definitely not a bad person. Left alone with her thoughts, the Empress silently reflects on Shurencha's words, swearing to herself that she has never exploited another soul. Shurencha suddenly pivots, asking the Empress a profound question about who truly rules over their entire planet. A chilling truth hangs in the air as the young flower fairy reflects on the absolute, terrifying influence of Slan Arantir. Standing with his back turned, the elegant blonde duke exudes an aura of immense power and quiet danger. Shurencha gathers her resolve and directly asks the dangerous nobleman if he will accept a special gift. She carefully hands Slan a magical blooming pink rose, sealing their complex arrangement. Amazed by the gift, Slan marvels at how the flower immediately cleanses the corruptive energy within his body. Behind her sweet smile, Shurencha experiences a sudden wave of deep, instinctual revulsion the moment the flower blooms. Smiling warmly, Slan expresses his desire to build a strong partnership, unaware that Shurencha has just realized he is the cruel master tormenting her beloved Rio. Playing along with the dangerous game, the pink-haired fairy sweetly agrees to their alliance while masking her fury. A stellar backdrop highlights the terrifying gravity of the enemy she now faces in Slan Arantir. Slipping away into the shadows, a desperate Shurencha passionately throws her arms around Rio in a heartfelt reunion. She eagerly reveals her massive breakthrough, confirming that Slan is indeed his master and that the Empress is on their side. Shifting to a lighter mood, she happily presents a box of delicious party food she brought specifically for him. She opens the lavish picnic basket, treating the captive boy to a feast fit for royalty. The dark-haired boy gently pats her head, teasingly pointing out her cute, chatty nature. Rio quickly grasps the political chessboard, realizing they have powerful allies in their corner. Shurencha gently strokes Rio's hair, explaining that they must temporarily remain apart to avoid detection by their enemies. She promises to return in a week after gathering critical intelligence on the formidable Arantir family. Though visibly saddened by the temporary parting, Rio reluctantly agrees to her plan. Sensing his lingering disappointment, she playfully asks if he is upset with her. He honestly admits his frustration, not at her, but at the cruel reality forcing them apart. With fierce determination in his eyes, Rio vows to build a future where she never has to answer to anyone else again. Overjoyed by his sincere promise, Shurencha beams with happiness as she tightly embraces him once more. A grand winged visual represents the immense historical power of the legendary Arantir dukedom. History reveals the Arantir family's ancient military alliance with the ruling Kavide royal line. Their sprawling territory has grown to cover a massive portion of the prosperous empire. The unmatched wealth of their domain is reflected in their control over elite magical resources and superior food supplies. Back in her temporary home, Shurencha studies the Empire's power scaling, shocked by the high ranks of their political adversaries. A friendly waiter interrupts her intense reading to serve her a fresh, piping hot plate of pasta. Enjoying the delicious meal, she inquires about the high-quality ingredients used in the dish. The cheerful chef proudly boasts that all of his premium cooking relies on affordable Arantir food products. Shurencha stares at her plate with a complicated expression, realizing just how deeply her enemies control daily life. She resolves to enjoy the food anyway, reminding herself that the delicious ingredients are innocent. Later, she sits down for a private meal with Masa, who is cleverly disguised in simple commoner clothes. Shurencha inquires about Masa's mysterious shadow assistant, who crafted her highly effective disguise artifact. Masa casually reveals that her enigmatic craftsman is an unbelievably powerful top-tier magic user. Shurencha calculates the dizzying power levels of their allies, trying to comprehend their true strength. She compares the assistant's massive ranking to legendary, long-lived fairy beings who transcend humanity. Highly impressed, she eagerly requests a meeting with this legendary figure who currently resides in the capital city. Knowing she needs a disguise artifact of her own, she contemplates making her very first journey to the capital. Masa suggests a clever alternative, proposing they invite the interested craftsman to visit them in Ulan instead. Shurencha then asks how Masa manages to sneak away from her strict Imperial guards so easily. Masa explains she uses a highly advanced magical clone to deceive her close surveillance. She notes that her powerful uncle has grown complacent, believing she has completely surrendered to his control. Filled with sudden, passionate emotion, Shurencha suddenly slams her hands on the table and stands up. She firmly grasps Masa's hands, offering her unyielding support, while a blindfolded blonde man quietly watches them from the background. The blindfolded blonde man, Rouge, playfully chimes in, expressing his jealousy of being left out of their close conversation.
Sharencha asks if Rouge is also an ally, prompting him to casually mention his deep connection to Masa's late mother.
The sudden mention of the previous generation leaves the pink-haired fairy completely flabbergasted. A beautiful floral background highlights the shocking confirmation of Masa's lineage. Looking closely at the youthful blonde man, a bewildered Sharencha demands to know his true ancient age. The mysterious blindfolded blonde man, Rouge, leaves Sharencha deeply questioning his true ancient age. Rouge prepares to deliver a shocking revelation about his age to the stunned flower fairy. With a playful raise of his finger, Rouge lightly deflects the fairy's intense curiosity. The conversation shifts as Rouge asks Sharencha if she is fully on Masa's side, receiving a cheerful, immediate confirmation.
Sharencha proudly declares she does not play games of chance, preferring to fiercely support those she genuinely likes.
Deeply amused by her innocence, Rouge muses that Sharencha's heartfelt support must be giving Masa a much-needed boost. Over a lavish table of food, Masa jokingly calculates her microscopic but crucial increase in political odds. Sharencha inquires about the political allegiances of Kale, the secretive guardian fairy of the imperial family. Sharencha's eyes sparkle with hope as she contemplates a brighter, unified future for them all. The cheerful mood instantly shatters when Masa reveals Kale is secretly collaborating with her sinister uncle. The scene abruptly plunges down to the lowest, most oppressive level of the dark prison of Ifos. A colossal black serpent with piercing red eyes lets out a deafening, terrifying roar. Sharencha flies through the heavy, dark air, struggling against the prison's thick, suffocating magical pressure. The giant serpent suddenly deflates into a comically annoyed, sweating chibi form. Sharencha is shocked to learn Kale is actively hunting in Plumfield and has taken Rio with her. The massive snake explains that its heavily sealed state severely delays any incoming magical messages. Flying high, Sharencha urges the serpent to keep its seal intact to avoid Kale's detection. The serpent instructs Sharencha to warn him if she senses Kale's dangerous presence approaching. Frustrated by the decades-long intervals between Kale's visits, Sharencha regrets her poor timing. Sharencha clarifies she is not there to train but to gather critical information. She insists on asking only a few urgent questions to avoid wasting any precious time. The irritable serpent demands she ask quickly and leave before its boiling rage explodes. Sharencha asks if forming a contract with Rio requires Kale to loosen the serpent's heavy seal. The giant snake mockingly points out the absolute obviousness of Kale being their mortal enemy. A haunting vision reveals Kyle standing alongside Slan Orontier and the corrupt nobility Sharencha despises. Sharencha is horrified to realize one of the world's last great fairies is their enemy. She probes further, asking if the sealing fairy's power completely knocks out its target when fully active. The serpent details the intricate mechanics of the Spectral Labyrinth prison and how the seal strength is modulated. Sharencha is startled to learn the serpent is currently suppressed at half of its total power. A sudden shockwave of pure purple killing intent forces Sharencha to shield herself in terror. An oppressive dark crimson aura visualizes the serpent's violent, deep-seated hatred for its captor. Sharencha stands incredibly tiny and vulnerable before the towering fanged maw of the giant serpent. A chilling oath of bloodthirsty vengeance echoes through the dark, cavernous prison. The serpent's massive crimson eye flashes with an ominous, deadly light. Sharencha is suddenly choked by a wave of dark energy as the serpent urgently warns her to escape immediately. The powerful, elegant guardian fairy Kale gracefully descends into the dark, echoing prison depths. Kale mockingly greets the giant serpent, noting how many years have passed since their last encounter. Sharencha desperately flees into the shadows, leaving the dangerous powers to clash. Kale taunts the giant serpent, thanking its containment for keeping the Cabot Empire safe and clean. The giant snake fires back with a deadly threat, promising a swift funeral once the seal is broken. Kale revels in the suffocating killing aura, noting how easily it would crush any lesser being. She questions if the sealed serpent's doom energy has weakened over the long decades of confinement. The serpent demands she state her true business instead of wasting time with petty taunts. The snake's long tongue flickers dangerously close as Carole prepares to reveal her ultimate play. Kale drops a devastating bombshell, revealing she has only 10 years left to live. Before her demise, Kale passionately declares her final ambition to rise as a legendary fairy lord. To conquer the legendary Candle Tower, she demands the serpent's immense, overwhelming, destructive power. A heartbreaking vision of Rio bound in heavy chains leaves a horrified Sharencha gasping in shock.
Kale ruthlessly plans to force Rio into a contract to secure her ascendancy regardless of his suffering.
A looming ultimatum hangs in the air, framing this forced contract as the serpent's absolute last chance at freedom. The ancient dungeon walls echo with a sinister reminder of Kale's century-long past as a loyal fairy servant. Deep within the abyss, heavy chains rattle as the sealed prisoner mocks her desperate struggle against an insurmountable wall. The darkness crackles with red sparks as the captive continues to taunt her regression over the last 100 years. Standing before the colossal glowing red eye of the serpent, Kale remains completely unfazed by its mocking insults. With chilling resolve, the elegant guardian fairy vows to use her final breaths to seal her ancient enemy away forever. The giant beast shrinks into a comically annoyed form, mockingly agreeing to her terms just to stop her dramatic speech. Coiling its massive body, the giant serpent tries a different tactic, tempting Coyote to abandon her painful life. Kale looks on with cold disgust as the beast urges her to join their immortal ranks. A sinister proposal floats through the dark air, promising absolute freedom from her heavy burdens if she embraces the doom. The serpent continues to weave its enticing trap, offering her a position of equal power as a mighty Doom Lord. Pointing to her past humiliations, the massive snake reminds Kyle of the sweet taste of vengeance that awaits her. Clinging to its chains, the serpent weaves a bizarre sermon about the pleasures of pain, prompting Kyle's sheer irritation. Realizing he has pushed his luck too far, the serpent quickly backtracks as Kyle rejects his tempting offer with cold finality. Floating amid falling black petals, Coddle reveals that she will find her own way to power by exploiting an innocent human. A heavy metallic chain is gripped tightly, signaling the start of a cruel, inescapable destiny. With a chilling glare, Kalal cuts off all further negotiation, labeling the serpent an insane, disgusting beast. An oppressive wave of light flares as she orders her captive to remain silent until he completely rots away. The serpent bursts into a terrifying fit of laughter while a hidden Sharensha trembles in absolute horror behind a massive chain. Sensing the lingering intruder, the massive snake warningly bellows for the tiny pink-haired fairy to flee immediately. Kale's eyes burn with terrifying determination as she sets her sights on the unsuspecting boy. A sudden dizzying rush of speed blurs the dark stone corridors of the silent prison. A mystical portal reveals a fated bond between a young hero and his ethereal fairy companion. The serpent's ominous warning echoes through the cavernous depths as Kale ascends to claim her target. Heartbroken and utterly panicked, Sharensha screams Rio's name as the danger closes in on him. A pink trail of magical light streaks through the dark, rushing to beat the clock. Below the chained monster on the ceiling, a bright flash illuminates the prison's lowest depths. The magical energy zips away like a shooting star, desperate to protect the innocent. Floating gracefully above the serpent, Kal states her absolute necessity to secure a contract with the boy living above. Sharensha desperately flies down the stone stairs toward the small cell where Rio sits heavily chained. In a heartbreaking memory, Ka'ul ruthlessly places her hand on Rio's head, demanding to know his intentions. Looking down at the silent, unmoving boy, the cold fairy notes his dry, unresponsive state with disappointment. Walking away without a single shred of remorse, Kale dismisses the suffering human boy as a mere object. Sharensha rushes to Rio's side, her heart breaking as she remembers cursing the cruel guardian fairy. Tears stream down Sharensha's face as she tightly embraces Rio, furious that anyone would treat him like a tool. A desperate cry of pure anguish echoes in the dark, asserting Rio's humanity against a cruel world. The scene shifts to the grand sunlit towers of a majestic imperial castle, leaving the dark dungeon behind. Standing beside a luxurious carriage, Masa invites Sharensha to travel with her to the capital city. Masa gently explains that the freezing winds of Yulon are completely unsuitable for a delicate plant fairy's survival. Pointing toward the withered gray thickets nearby, Masa warns her of the tragic fate awaiting any plant rooted here. Offering her complete support and resources, Masa is surprised when a smiling Sharensha politely declines the offer. Intrigued by her stubbornness, Masa asks if there is a secret reason keeping her in this harsh land. Looking down at her beautiful sandals, Sharensha softly explains that her stay here serves a mutual benefit for them both. Masa and her stoic maids look on with comical confusion, wondering how staying in the cold could possibly help. Leaning close, Sharensha whispers a deadly secret, naming the powerful enemies who must disappear for her friend to be happy. With bright, shining eyes, the pink-haired fairy enthusiastically vows to fight alongside Masa in the coming battles. Shocked by her fierce determination, Masa tries to pry into her mysterious friend's identity, only to be playfully rejected. Whispering once more, Masa drops a shocking question, asking if her hidden friend is actually the imprisoned Ifos. Watching Sharensha's stunned silence by the flowing fountain, Masa realizes her intuition was absolutely correct. Eager to help her ally, Masa generously offers to rescue the prisoner herself, causing Sharensha to panic. Sharensha smiles sadly, harboring the painful knowledge that the powerful girl cannot possibly free Rio from his cruel fate. Masa warmly comments on the rare, beautiful blessing of receiving a fairy's absolute devotion. Masa playfully laments her inability to take Sharensha with her, settling for flowers instead. Sharensha prepares a heartfelt custom ribbon message wishing her departing friend absolute happiness. Masa clutches the precious gift close to her heart, deeply moved by the gesture. Peer out the carriage window. The journey begins as the scenery shifts. Sharensha bids a fond farewell to her departing companion, wishing her strength. The heavy carriage rattles down the bumpy road as it disappears into the distance. Sharensha watches them leave with a peaceful, hopeful gaze. Seasons change in a rapid blur as years silently pass by in the cold northern lands. Resting quietly, a sudden droplet breaks the silence of her sanctuary. Sharensha eagerly asks Rio if he can hear the mysterious sounds of the outside world. The legendary fairy drop rain begins to fall, showering the town with pure mental energy. 6 years have passed, and Sharensha celebrates growing out of her newborn phase. Sharensha promises to enjoy the mental energy rain together with Rio once they finally escape. Rio shocks Sharensha by revealing he can hear the faint surface rain from 100 meters below. Shurencha's internal voice reacts with disbelief to Ryo's impossibly sharp senses. Shurencha is utterly dumbfounded as Ryo precisely corrects the exact depth to 106 meters. Ryo reaches out to comfort the stunned fairy with a warm pat on her head. A tender moment unfolds as Shurencha gently strokes Ryo's dark hair. Yellow blossoms surround them, softening the cold stone of the dreary prison cell.
Ryo wishes Shurencha a happy birthday, marking 6 years since her birth.
The two celebrate the joyous occasion with bright, adorable smiles. Ryo sadly apologizes for having no gift, but Shurencha insists his health and songs are the best present. Shurencha wraps Ryo in a warm embrace, promising him a grand gift for his next birthday. Shurencha's eyes widen in sudden, deep realization as she looks closely at him. Shurencha marvels at how much Ryo has grown since they first met as equals.
Ryo confesses he always perceived Shurencha as a towering presence in his heart.
Shurencha displays her humanoid child form, asking if she still looks big to him. Ryo wonders why she seems so small now, only for her to point out his massive growth spurt. Ryo gently asks for permission to hug her, fearing her delicate frame might break. Shurencha assures him she won't break, teasingly calling him cute and adorable.
Ryo declares her loveliness is enough to make his heart burst with joy.
Shurencha leans peacefully against Ryo, asking him what thoughts occupy his mind. Shurencha wonders how such a tiny, vulnerable fairy decided to rescue Ryo from his prison. Shurencha asks if Ryo was afraid of her capture, but he admits he only felt pure anger.
Shurencha reflects on the fragility of their early bond and the temptation to run away.
Shurencha pokes Ryo's head, scolding him for even imagining such a grim outcome. Shurencha clutches Ryo's clothes tightly, her expression softening with affection. Ryo smiles warmly, expressing his deep and unconditional affection for her. Ryo jokingly recalls that the only time he felt real terror was when she tried to eat him. Shurencha turns the tables, asking Ryo what his true intentions were back then. Shurencha demands of know if Ryo truly viewed her as a potential meal. Shurencha dramatically accuses Ryo of seeing her as nothing more than a tasty snack. Shurencha is stunned to hear Ryo calmly confirm his desperate hunger at the time. Shurencha remembers the awful stale bread and watery soup Ryo was forced to eat. Shurencha erupts in fiery anger at the guards, promising to beat them to a pulp. Ryo smiles warmly, admitting his hunger was a complicated feeling to explain. Ryo recalls the overwhelming emotion he felt when Shurencha was just a tiny sprout. Ryo's eyes gleam with a pure cosmic determination that cuts through the darkness. The beautiful pink fairy blossoms into her full glory, ready for the future. We kick things off with a heart-melting moment as a tiny pink-haired fairy gently plants a kiss on the confused boy's head, whispering a tender greeting that will change their destinies forever. A wave of deep, unadulterated affection and overwhelming emotion washes over his heart, breaking through years of cold isolation. Shurencha's eyes widen in sorrowful realization as the black-haired boy confesses that her presence gave him a sense of mental fullness far greater than any physical meal he had ever eaten. In a chilling twist of desperation, the boy admits that the terrifying thought of losing her drove him to a dark impulse, wishing to consume her just so they could be joined forever. Breaking the heavy tension, the black-haired boy awkwardly scratches his head in chibi form, apologizing for letting his wild instincts get the better of him. Shurencha doesn't care about his dark past, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and assuring him that everything is completely all right. A peaceful, gentle smile graces the pink-haired fairy's face as she leans into the embrace, cherishing this unbreakable bond. The scene shifts back to the present cell as a bright flash of light heralds Shurencha's arrival, prompting a surprised greeting from the chained boy. When the black-haired boy asks about her investigation, the pink-haired fairy sighs in utter defeat, admitting that her search was an absolute failure. Shurencha throws her hands up in dramatic frustration, complaining that the prison's magical seal is so incredibly tight that not even a single drop of water can seep through. Puzzled, she wonders how she even managed to sneak inside in the first place, but the boy warmly reminds her that she is simply extraordinary. Shurencha faceplants onto the cold stone floor, utterly devastated that she didn't encounter a single new baby fairy during the entire legendary fairy drop. In a sudden flashback, Masa, an elegant girl with orange hair, reveals a shocking piece of history. Another Eisen fairy was actually born in this harsh land long ago. Sitting amidst towering stacks of ancient books in a library, the orange-haired girl explains she meticulously searched through records dating back to the city's very creation. With a dramatic flourish, Masa announces the birth happened exactly 82 years ago, leaving Shurencha slumped over the desk in absolute shock. Masa explains that the previous fairy hated the cold so much they fled instantly, shattering Ryo's sweet hope of making a new friend during the rain. Shurencha flashes a brilliant smile, encouraging him to wait for the next rainfall, while the black-haired boy vows to be free by then to protect them both. Suddenly, the pink-haired fairy gasps and looks toward the ceiling, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Emerging into the open air, she gazes over the beautiful sunlit roofs of the town, realizing the legendary magical rain has officially ended. As the magical droplets fade, a new year dawns upon the northern lands, marking the passage of another silent, freezing year. Standing tall under the bright blue sky, the pink-haired fairy laments that even after 6 long years, she remains the sole survivor of her kind in this freezing territory. Deep in the prison's abyss, the colossal chained serpent with glowing red eyes asks if she possesses the power to relocate the magical gate. The giant monster flatly states that creating a new gate is physically impossible while he remains sealed under such oppressive magic. However, the serpent reveals a crucial loophole explaining that moving the existing gate's location is entirely possible, though it demands immense magical power. The serpent's glowing red eyes narrow as he warns her that the treacherous Kael has copied his control rights, meaning any sudden movement will be detected instantly. Iphos explains that Kael entrusted the seal core to the ruthless blonde lord Deblik Muscle, who will immediately hunt down the boy if any alarms are tripped. Gazing down at the heavy metal shackles binding the boy's delicate ankles, the serpent reveals these restraints were forged with dark, meticulous precision. This specialized magical metal is virtually unbreakable, and any physical attempt to shatter it will immediately alert their mortal enemies. The giant serpent hissingly warns the tiny fairy not to dare rely on him, cold-heartedly stating he has no intention of wasting his own power. Refusing to be intimidated, the pink-haired fairy stands her ground, demanding to know the exact moment this promised chance will arrive. With an incredibly irritating shrug of indifference, the giant snake dismisses her urgent question, leaving her absolutely fuming. The serpent's single gleaming red eye delivers a chilling warning, telling her to figure out the timing herself and learn the hard way not to trust others. Sharencha's temper completely boils over as she threatens to tie his annoying tongue in a tight ribbon, while the giant beast simply cackles at her. Swallowing her frustration, the fairy decides they should focus on training instead, a rare moment of maturity that the serpent actually praises. In a split second, the massive serpent lunges forward with jaw-dropping speed, initiating their brutal training session. His massive tail whips through the dark cavern like a crack of lightning, forcing the agile pink-haired fairy to dodge for her very life. But beneath her panic lies a cold, calculating resolve. She never truly intended to rely on this untrustworthy monster from the start. Sharencha secretly admits his harsh training and information are more than enough, and her questioning was merely a clever tactic to map out all possible escape variables. Her eyes burn with absolute focus as she narrowly evades another devastating strike from the coiled beast. Sliding to a halt on the rough stone floor, the pink-haired fairy huffs in irritation, declaring she is officially done asking him for answers. She begins to logically calculate the escape timeline, recalling the serpent's plan to form a contract in the winter of 709. However, the malicious Kael had stated her own intentions to force the contract much earlier in the autumn of 709. This leaves a razor-thin window of opportunity for their escape, narrowing the timeline down to a specific period between now and May of 709. Suddenly, Sharencha remembers a hidden document found in the guards' quarters scheduling the contract for June, throwing her calculations into complete chaos. Before she can process this shocking discrepancy, the giant serpent launches another thunderous attack, catching her completely off guard. She crashes to the ground, rubbing her aching head in absolute pain after failing to dodge the beast's lightning-fast strike. Nursing her bruise, a sudden realization strikes her. The chained monster is utterly sincere about his plan to execute Kael. In a vision of absolute dread, a mysterious cloaked figure stands face-to-face with the towering crimson eye of the ancient monster. A massive surge of dark, oppressive energy erupts as the serpent strikes with world-shattering force. Sharencha realizes the perfect escape window will open the exact moment the serpent tries to shatter Kael's seal, but can they survive the explosive fallout of that legendary clash? An oppressive darkness looms over the ancient prison as the colossal chained serpent Iphos waits in the shadows, his crimson eye gleaming with unmatched hostility. Sharencha dives deep into her thoughts, realizing that Kael only has 2 real options to force Rio into a contract with the chained beast, and both depend on the day the seal is loosened. She quickly eliminates the first possibility, recalling Iphos' hint that a window of escape will present itself well before the contract is officially signed. Deep within the abyss, the giant monster lets out a low, mocking hiss, its dangerous aura vibrating through the damp prison air. A sudden wave of panic washes over the pink-haired fairy as she connects the dots, realizing with utter dread that the second timeline is far worse than she feared. Before she can fully process the discovery, Iphos strikes, his massive force slicing through the air as he mockingly scolds her for daydreaming during battle. A blinding shockwave rips through the darkness as the speed of his strike threatens to tear her apart in an instant. The relentless beast strikes again, sneering at her lack of focus and demanding to know if her fragile mind is wandering once more. Sharencha narrows her eyes with fierce determination, deducing that the perfect opportunity to strike Kael without shattering the seal is during the chaotic peak of the doomed tornado season in the 13th month. Suspicion begins to cloud her mind as she questions why the untrustworthy serpent is really offering his help, knowing his motives must run far deeper than a simple desire to torment their enemies. She wonders if Iphos' true goal is simply to crush Kael's grand ambitions out of sheer spiteful vengeance. Detecting her intense concentration, the giant snake remarks on her sour expression, prompting her to quickly dismiss her thoughts to keep him from catching on. Annoyed by his mocking demeanor, she demands to know why he finds her situation so funny, only for the beast to call her highly amusing. The fairy questions the entertainment value of teasing her, but the ancient monster chuckles darkly, claiming she has become far too serious to play with anymore. A heavy silence falls over the chamber as her deep purple eyes reflect the growing complexity of their dangerous alliance. She silently questions what the cunning ancient serpent truly thinks of her and her plans for survival. With chilling malice, the beast admits he hopes to one day inspire the exact same level of absolute disgust in her that she feels for Kamal. As Sharencha suddenly moves closer, the giant snake asks what the insolent little weed is up to. She extends her hand with absolute resolve, calling him out for dodging her questions and deciding to take matters into her own hands. With an unwavering gaze, she commands the giant beast to show her the truth once and for all. Golden light envelops her as she gathers her magical essence, ready to peer into the hidden memories of the ancient beast. She focuses her magical intent directly on the core of his consciousness, seeking to unlock the secrets of the mysterious Doom Core. A surge of ancient power erupts, violently pulling her consciousness into the deep, forgotten memories of the past. The vision shifts to a dark, cold cavern where a mysterious, heavily packed traveler walks alone into the abyss. The warm glow of a lone lantern struggles to pierce the oppressive darkness of the ancient subterranean tunnels. As the traveler presses on, a chilling presence reveals itself, a sinister elf woman with pointed ears and a jeweled necklace smiling wickedly in the dark. Sharencha gasps in absolute shock, instantly recognizing the dark, manipulative figure lurking in the memory. Before she can see any more, the sheer force of the memory violently ejects her, sending her spinning wildly through the air. She crashes heavily into the cold ground, the explosive feedback of the vision kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Iphos towers over her, hissing in red-eyed fury as if warning her never to pry into his forbidden past again. The scene shifts to the tranquil, sunlit forest above, far away from the dark and terrifying secrets of the underground prison. Safe in her human form, Sharencha wipes her brow and sighs with relief, glad to have made even a small sliver of progress on her secret task. Yet her expression quickly softens with a deep, lingering sadness as a burden of Riel's rescue weighs heavily on her heart. She shudders at the memory of her close call, realizing that a single second of hesitation with the serpent's power would have cost her life. Knowing she cannot afford to trust the monster completely, she continues her manual work, determined to build a secondary escape route. Consulting her trusty compass, she notes that her secret escape tunnel is only halfway complete and resolves to stay entirely focused on digging. Shaking off her exhaustion, she smiles brightly and pumps her fist, determined to press onward. With a playful shout, she unleashes her bright star magic to break apart the heavy stone wall ahead. The scene transitions to the beautiful steep cliffs of the Northern Territory, standing tall against the bright blue sky. Meeting her blindfolded ally Rouge on a quiet forest bench, she warmly greets him after their long time apart. Rouge reveals he has received an update from Moss's old ally and offers to pass along Sharencha's requests, bringing a joyful smile to her face. When she eagerly asks if she can simply pay them for their help, Rouge calmly suggests they discuss the unique price of this alliance first. Rouge explains that these mysterious allies are so absurdly wealthy they could burn cash for firewood, leaving Sharencha to whine about how incredibly picky they are. She raises her finger with a clever idea, suggesting she offer her potential as a legendary fairy to grant their deepest desires, which Rouge finds promising. Confident that a fairy's ultimate potential is enough to pique their curiosity, Rouge asks her to specify the transformation artifacts she requires. She carefully lists her demands, requesting a rare artifact capable of creating an identical body double alongside a high-grade stealth tool. As Rouge takes notes in his book, he asks her for the exact number of tools she needs, and she confirms there are 4 essential items. Clenching her dress in quiet suspense, she counts down the items of disguise, duplication, and concealment, leaving the final item hanging in the air. Steeling herself, she turns to her companion and directly asks if both he and his mysterious allies share a mutual hatred for Moss's ultimate enemy. When asked if her final request is a question rather than an item, she reveals she must confirm their true allegiances first, or risk having her final, most critical demand rejected out of hand. Secrets are meant to stay buried, but Rouge's blindfolded gaze hides a sharp, dangerous intellect waiting to dismantle their enemy's grand designs. Sitting together on the quiet forest bench, Rouge reveals the tragic fate of Moss's mother at the hands of the treacherous Slann. Sharencha listens in astonishment as Rouge explains that their newest powerful ally shares a deep personal connection with Moss's mother. Sharencha anxiously questions the danger posed by Lord Devlik, only for Rouge to reveal the noble is secretly backing Slann. Rouge delves deeper into Devlik's past, exposing how the common-born noble climbed to power under the Arentir family's secret patronage. Despite being hailed as a northern hero against the Doomfield, Devlik's true allegiances remain firmly tied to their enemies. Having laid out all his classified intel, Rouge turns the tables and demands that Sharencha finally share her side of the story. Sharencha speaks of a legendary artifact rumored to create a direct emergency exit from the terrifying depths of the Doom Maze. The sheer scale of the request catches him off guard as he realizes she intends to infiltrate the dangerous depths of Iphos. Recognizing the extreme danger, Rouge immediately deduces that Sharencha is planning a highly reckless jailbreak for an imprisoned friend. Sharencha's intense, unwavering gaze confirms his suspicion without her having to utter a single word. In a sudden shift of tone, Rouge playfully declares that she has passed his secret test, leaving her utterly bewildered. Rouge admits he already knew about her imprisoned friend, explaining the test was merely to verify her absolute honesty before committing. He shocks her further by revealing his patrons already know everything about her, prompting her to suspect Masa leaked the information. Rouge explains his shadowy allies easily anticipated her requests, sharing a powerful elemental attribute with the ancient beast Iphos. Steering the conversation back, Rouge confidently promises they can bypass any guard to rescue her friend from Iphos. Sharencha clarifies the target isn't the political high-profile prisoners but a close friend trapped in the absolute lowest depths. Rouge notes down the target, acknowledging that the legendary prison holds many innocent souls who crossed the ancient beast. Rouge carefully reviews her journey, trying to pinpoint exactly where this mysterious imprisoned friend first entered her life. Rouge demands the full truth about her past and her connection to this prisoner as his ultimate brokerage fee. He explains that while he wants to help, navigating a successful escape from the Doom Maze is impossible without the full story. Rouge seeks to understand the depth of her affection and what drove her to risk everything for this prisoner. He probes her current standing, knowing that every detail is critical to ensuring their survival. When Rouge offers her an out if she is hesitant to speak, Sharencha warns him to prepare himself for a massive shock. Sharencha sheds her human disguise to reveal her true fairy form, confirming her friend's location in the abyss. The weight of her revelation hangs heavily in the air as the pieces of their grand plan begin to align. The stakes reach an all-time high as the boundary between safety and absolute danger begins to blur. She reiterates with absolute gravity that her friend is trapped on the most dangerous, lowest level of the ancient maze. Rouge is left utterly stunned, questioning how a pure magical fairy could possibly be born in such an oppressive abyss. Sharencha hesitates, preparing to unveil the tragic and complicated circumstances of her birth. A dark clarity washes over Rouge as he realizes this revelation explains all the anomalies in her past. Rouge recalls that Slann had completely purged all political rivals years before her supposed birth. He calculates the timeline, noting the massive discrepancy between the purge and her birth 7 years later. Rouge remains puzzled, noting that there should have been no one left important enough for Slann to lock away an Iphos. When Sharencha wonders how he possesses such deep political knowledge, Rouge boasts about his unmatched information network. He playfully reveals his secret patron runs one of the continent's major information guilds, giving him access to top-secret files. Sharencha vows to tell him everything once they successfully escape, fiercely defending her innocent friend's honor. Rouge drops a massive bombshell, warning her that all prisoners in Iphos have tracking chips implanted inside them. Sharencha reveals she already knows, but explains that only the lead surgeon knows the exact location of each chip.
She explains that for high-profile prisoners, the chips are hidden deep inside the body, leaving Rouge amazed by her forbidden knowledge.
In a sudden flashback, Sharencha desperately flies back to Rio to warn him about the danger. Clinging to him, she urgently warns Rio about the tracking chip that might be hidden inside his body. Rio calmly drops a terrifying revelation of his own, pointing to his head and confirming he already knows where it is. Sharencha recalls her utter shock at his calm demeanor, realizing she had to gather every scrap of info to save him. Back in the present, Sharencha reassures Rouge that she has fully memorized the prison layout, proving her readiness. She eagerly asks how long it will take to secure the necessary escape artifacts, hoping for a quick turnaround. Rouge delivers a harsh reality check, explaining that crafting such high-grade artifacts normally takes at least a full year. Desperate to beat their tight timeline, Sharencha begs for another way, forcing Rouge to brainstorm an alternative.
When Rouge hints at a shortcut, a thrilled Sharencha flies over and joyfully hugs his cheek.
Sharencha suddenly remembers a crucial detail about how Doom Maze artifacts are forged, but can they craft it in time to execute their daring prison break before Slann catches on? Rouge proposes a dangerous plan to collect Doom energy directly from Idaphos, asking if she truly needs it to analyze attributes.
Sharencha throws her ally for a loop by confidently offering to provide the rare energy immediately.
A serene confidence washes over her face as she prepares to reveal her secret. Magical energy begins to swirl around her as she readies her power. Rouge is utterly flabbergasted, questioning why she carries such dangerous power inside her body, while Sharencha proudly declares her rebellious research. Despite the shock, Rouge can't help but pat her head affectionately, softening the tense atmosphere. Warmth fills the quiet clearing as they share a rare moment of comfort before the storm. The scene shifts abruptly to the terrifying depths of a C-rank Doomfield. Joined by an eager party, Sharencha prepares to plunge into the hazardous hunt. Flora promises to protect Sharencha with her life, prompting a fierce refusal of such a sacrifice. Years of grueling training culminate in Sharencha finally stepping into a deadly B-rank territory. Sharencha reflects on her busy allies while feeling grateful for the team supporting her today. A bright greeting rings out as Nova enthusiastically arrives to join the dangerous expedition. Nova shares her excitement about their adventure, even bringing along a sketchbook for their breaks. Flora reiterates her fierce vow to shield Sharencha from any harm, no matter the cost. The sheer gravity of entering a B-rank field leaves Nova sweating at the terrifying warnings. Flora comforts Shurencha, expressing unwavering belief in her capabilities. The group stands before a colossal energy barrier that forces lesser hunters to flee in terror.
Shurencha quietly admits her nervousness as she stares into the dense, suffocating doom energy ahead. Steel faith overcomes fear as the first step is decisively taken.
With resolve burning bright, the party officially crosses the threshold into danger.
The oppressive energy of the cavern immediately assaults Shurencha, clinging to her like a curse.
Sensing imminent danger, she quickly activates her magic to summon her totems. Eerie red-eyed wooden figures materialize through the thick brambles of the field. She draws her radiant staff, ready to unleash her spellcraft.
Channeling her magic, she launches a direct burst of energy at the threats below.
A nimble ape-like monster deftly evades her magical blast.
Shurencha laments her poor ranged aim, a weakness stemming from her focus on close combat training.
She realizes she has no chance of hitting these incredibly fast raiders without her team's coordination.
Her desperate magical barrage fails to land, forcing her to rethink her strategy. Flora leaps into action, effortlessly fending off the initial waves of the B-rank threats.
Nova quickly advises Shurencha to closely monitor the beast's movements and vulnerabilities.
In a terrifying display of intelligence, the red-eyed ape monsters scheme amongst themselves.
One of the fierce third-tier Doom Raiders bellows a command to destroy the obstacle.
An ally warns that these creatures cooperate seamlessly despite their berserk hatred for outsiders, calling for another totem summon. More defensive totems rise to meet the cunning predators.
The enemy commander angrily demands his minions target the humans rather than wasting time on wooden defenses.
Shurencha grips her staff tightly, dreading that her poor combat performance will only drag Rio down. Realizing time is running out, she braces herself for a direct clash. A massive red-eyed ape monster suddenly looms directly in front of her. She realizes too late that the thick, thorny vines completely blocked her vision. The beast grins maliciously, ready to strike down its defenseless prey. The monster senses something unusual, realizing there might be a powerful fairy hidden among them. Back in the shadows, ancient alliances shift as unseen forces prepare for the next move. With her secret identity on the line, Shurencha must decide how far she will go to survive. The beast remains highly suspicious, desperately searching for any sign of a fairy's presence. Flora swings her sword with blinding speed, attempting to intercept the charging monster. Sparks fly as steel clashes violently against the beast's brutal assault. Shurencha screams out Flora's name in sheer panic as the battle spirals out of control. Desperate to turn the tide, she prepares to cast a defensive water spell, but can they withstand the onslaught? A lethal ability is unleashed as a dark-gloved hand slices a red line across a sketched neck, manifesting the soul skill known as Croaky. In the eerie cavern, Nova and Shurencha stand vigilant as a dark shadow looms ominously over them. Nova prepares her tools with absolute focus, ready to cast her specialized soul skill in the midst of battle. The tip of Nova's pen strikes a critical mark on the target sketch, pinpointing the fatal core of the enemy.
Shurencha gasps in shock as a sudden burst of energy disrupts the shadowy labyrinth. Shurencha realizes that Nova has the secret power to eliminate anyone, though Nova clarifies that her soul skill comes with heavy limitations.
Nova explains her skill's fatal flaws, noting it requires the target's blood or energy and is rendered useless if they detect the activation and defend. Nova asks if Shurencha has a target she wants eliminated, prompting a panicked denial from the pink-haired girl. Nova promises to draw any picture for Shurencha at any time, reaffirming her complete loyalty and devotion.
Shurencha expresses her gratitude while inwardly reflecting on how casually middle-class hunters can decide to eliminate a threat.
In a brief contemplation, the friction between life elves and Doom hunters becomes clear as they dive deeper into the Doom-infested territory. Shurencha feels immensely reassured, realizing just how incredibly reliable it is to have Nova fighting by her side. Nova initiates the next phase of her magic, activating the coloring attribute to bind and manifest the target's form.
Two faceless minions with glowing red eyes suddenly turn around, sensing the intruder's presence within the thick, thorny vines.
When Shurencha asks if the skill controls the creatures, Nova explains that it actually induces mass confusion instead. Nova reveals her clever tactic of mimicking biological traits, causing the mindless minions to mistake themselves for living beings and turn on each other. Nova warns that this confusion is temporary, and once it breaks, the creature's rage will skyrocket, meaning they must strike them down immediately. Intrigued by the unique magic, Shurencha asks about Nova's contract attributes, learning they are coloring and manifestation. A radiant magical quill and book float in the air, representing Nova's unique creative spellcasting abilities. Shurencha fondly recalls her ultimate purpose, determined to grow stronger since she is Rio's most important fairy. Determination burns brightly in Shurencha's eyes as she prepares to hone her magic. Shurencha asks to use Nova's brilliant techniques as a reference for her own magic, and Nova happily agrees. Following Nova's advice, Shurencha channels her power to form a massive glowing energy droplet at the base of the thorn barriers. A curious Doom ape approaches the floating bubble, completely unaware of the deadly magical trap laid out for it. A giant foot looms directly above the pink-haired girl, threatening to crush her in an instant. Shurencha remains completely unfazed, wearing a confident smirk as she prepares to spring her trap. The instant the heavy droplet makes contact with the ground, a cataclysmic elemental explosion erupts. The magic seeds detonate in a massive area of effect attack, prompting Nova to shout for the final decisive blow. Nova is highly impressed by the massive field of pink roses that bloom from the residual magic, though Shurencha admits it drained a lot of her energy. Flora arrives, marveling at the legendary flower field Shurencha accidentally created during the intense skirmish. Finding the rose-covered clearing perfect and safe, the party decides to set up their camp right there. Knowing Shurencha's energy is depleted, Flora promises to handle the front lines while Shurencha supports from a safe distance. The team discusses how effective Shurencha's roses are at neutralizing dangerous raiders despite requiring a high volume of flowers. Flora smiles warmly, praising Shurencha for her rapid and incredible growth as a mage. Shurencha is momentarily speechless, deeply touched by Flora's genuine praise and support. Regaining her bubbly cheer, Shurencha proudly declares that even she thinks she is becoming pretty amazing. Shurencha quickly turns the praise back to Flora, highlighting her and Mango's incredible skills in battle. Shurencha recalls a statistical chart showing Doom Hunter field distribution by age. The data confirms that higher-ranked Doom fields are dominated by much older elite hunters, with very few young prodigies surviving. Shurencha points out Flora's outstanding achievement of tackling C-rank fields since she was only 17, though Flora remains humble. Shurencha inwardly muses on how absurdly powerful her companions are, labeling their early success in high-rank fields as borderline abnormal. A lighthearted moment passes as they tease each other about their monstrous growth. Nova steps in to clarify her perspective, refusing to downplay her own hard work. Despite Nova's attempts to deflect the praise, her allies insist they are simply stating the objective truth about her genius. Nova makes a heartwarming vow to hunt with Shurencha every day, despite Shurencha's concerns over Nova's incredibly busy business schedule. Nova silences all doubts with a breathtaking smile, declaring that Shurencha is her ultimate muse and she belongs right by her side. Flora happily looks forward to their future hunts, prompting Shurencha to offer a warm, heartfelt thank you. Shurencha acknowledges the immense elemental breath Rio shares with her every night, though it only sustains her through the dark hours. She deeply appreciates Flora's morning elemental contributions, which filled the daytime gaps and accelerated her training. Under the gentle starlight, Flora rests peacefully, unaware of the profound gratitude Shurencha holds for her unwavering protection. A sudden burst of beautiful pink roses blooms in the cavern, but this peaceful sight hides a deadly lurking danger. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shurencha clutches Flora's hands and swears she will never forget the immense debt she owes her. Danger strikes in a heartbeat as a warning call rings out, revealing a massive threat creeping up right behind Shurencha. Caught in a vicious grip, Shurencha desperately resists being dragged away from the battlefield.
A dazzling wave of pink energy ripples through the air as defensive magic suddenly activates.
Frustrated by her recurring weakness, Shurencha wonders how much longer she will remain a burden to her allies. Time is running out for her to grow stronger before the catastrophic Doom Tornado makes its arrival. Surrounded by relentless ape monsters, Shurencha realizes she must firmly establish her strength to survive. Driven by sheer determination, she resolves to absorb every bit of energy around her to fuel her evolution. The towering beast quietly closes its hand around her pink hair, sealing her fate in a deadly grasp. Instead of succumbing to fear, Shurencha glares at her captor with newfound burning resolve. A sinister declaration echoes through the shadows as she prepares to turn the giant predator into her own source of power.
The dark energy of the cavern intensifies as ancient hidden forces prepare to witness a shocking transformation.
A powerful aura of magic envelops the battlefield, shifting the balance of power in an instant. She commands the brutal beast to quietly submit and become the ultimate fuel for her growth. Pressing her palm against the monster's chest, Shurencha unleashes a torrent of blinding destructive pink magic. Thorns and beautiful pink roses erupt violently from the ground, completely turning the tide of the clash. A massive, intricate magic circle blazes to life, channeling her full, untamed elemental authority. Her thriving roots dig deep into the earth, finally uncovering the dark, pulsing crystal known as the Doom Core. Facing the forbidden power, Shurencha is tempted by a reckless, dangerous thought of consuming it. She holds the corrupted gemstone in her hand, fully aware of the immense risk of touching such pure darkness. Floating in a void of chaotic pink energy, she questions what terrifying changes would happen to her body if she swallowed the core. In a split-second decision, she lets the heavy crystal slip from her fingers, sending it clattering to the cold cavern floor. Flora rushes forward in a panic, desperately calling out Shurencha's name through the clearing fog. Flora checks on Shurencha's well-being, only for the pink-haired girl to honestly admit she is not fine. When Flora asks about the reckless stunt she pulled, Shurencha tries to play it cool by claiming she was just testing a new technique. Yet, the lingering temptation to consume the dark energy continues to echo in the dark corners of her mind. Shurencha remains deeply unsettled by her strange, unnatural urge to swallow the raw power of Doom. Nova sighs in absolute relief, while Flora sternly warns Shurencha never to pull such a dangerous stunt again. The scene shifts to a brighter time under clear skies, where elegant fairies gather in the beautiful Garden of Eisen. Sharensha warmly reminisces about how much time has passed since she first attended her own fairy ceremony. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, breaking her deep train of thought. Her dear friend, a dark purple-haired fairy named Mir, excitedly announces that she has successfully ranked up. Mir beams with pure joy, expressing her heartfelt thanks to Sharensha for the warm congratulations. Affectionately patting Sharensha's head, Mir teases her about how small and incredibly cute she still is. Mir gently inquires if Sharensha has finally established a contract, receiving a quiet, hesitant denial. Mir's smile quickly fades as she hears the surrounding crowd whispering critical remarks about Sharensha. The neighboring fairies gossip maliciously, shocked that Sharensha still is not bonded with a partner. They warn her that staying in Isen without a contract could lead to her death, urging her to abandon her current form. Fed up with their unwanted opinions, Sharensha abruptly stands up to silence the murmuring crowd. She boldly declares that she will only form a contract on her own terms and timing. Clutching her chest, she proudly proclaims her unconditional love for every single version of herself. Her overwhelming confidence leaves the gossiping fairies sweating in utter disbelief. Sharensha brushes off the drama, assuring Mir that she doesn't mind the chatter since they likely meant no harm.
Eager to change the subject, Sharensha asks Mir about her new secondary magic attribute and learns it is Meteor.
Mir conjures a miniature glowing star, explaining how her wish to bring the distant stars closer inspired her unique magic. Mir is surprised by the idea of using such magic for combat, praising Sharensha for having the mindset of a true warrior. Mir offers a warm, supportive smile, expressing her deep respect for Sharensha's fierce spirit.
Deeply touched by the genuine praise, Sharensha smiles back with endless affection.
To celebrate their bond, Mir presents her with her very first handmade fairy stone, leaving Sharensha thrilled with gratitude. Under a shimmering pink sky, the dark purple-haired fairy gasps at the stunning beauty of her newly evolved friend. The dark purple-haired fairy brings up the tragic reality of their fellow Isen fairies having only 3 years of lifespan left, and Sharensha quietly confirms she is aware of this devastating fate. The dark purple-haired fairy expresses overwhelming relief as a bright blue sky shines on their home. In the beautiful garden of Isen, the two companions are suddenly approached by 2 curious younger fairies. The 2 adorable young children with purple and light blue hair excitedly marvel at how incredibly cute Sharensha looks. The dark purple-haired fairy warmly welcomes the children, who happily return the greeting while the pink-haired girl watches. The blue-haired child curiously asks the pink-haired girl if she was born in this fairy drop and wonders why she is so surprisingly large. The pink-haired girl laughs happily, explaining she was born in the previous fairy drop, prompting the child to realize she is actually a senior. As Sharensha fondly recalls her first ceremony, her friend fiercely declares that Sharensha is her friend while the kids eagerly express their affection. A mysterious brown-haired fairy in a dark cloak suddenly calls out to them, catching Sharensha completely off guard. Despite their factions being enemies, Sharensha politely greets the brown-haired fairy named Kaal, noting it has been a while since they last met. Kaal smiles and mentions that while it has been months since their last meeting, Sharensha's rising fame makes her feel like a constant presence. While Sharensha secretly questions Kaal's suspicious interest in her, Kaal openly wonders why the pink-haired girl always seems so uncomfortable in her presence. Sweat-dropping nervously, Sharensha tries to play it off by claiming Kaal is simply a prestigious Eula fairy on an entirely different level, though she secretly dreads her intense gaze. Kaal points out Sharensha's ease around a silver-haired fairy named Dia, recalling how Dia was the first to look out for her. The pink-haired girl smiles warmly, clutching her hands as beautiful memories fill her heart with endless gratitude. Kaal playfully expresses her jealousy and asserts that those who desire something must be the ones to seek it out. Kaal requests a private one-on-one conversation, and Sharensha hesitantly agrees to hear her out. As they prepare to speak, a wave of apprehension washes over Sharensha as she wonders what secret Kaal intends to share. Under a grand stone gazebo, Kaal gestures for the pink-haired girl to take a seat at the table. Sharensha slowly sits down, her tense posture betraying her growing unease. Kaal drops a massive bombshell, warning that a major incident is scheduled for Ulan in the spring of 709 and suggesting that Sharensha should leave the area. When Sharensha presses for details on the incident, Kaal dismisses her, claiming a child does not need to know. Staring into her reflection, Sharensha pieces together the timeline, realizing this must refer to a critical contract and the impending Doom Tornado. Kaal confirms the warning, leaving the pink-haired girl desperately questioning the underlying reasons. Kaal explains that she is warning her because Sharensha is the youngest and weakest Isen fairy in Ulan. Stunned by the evaluation, Sharensha politely thanks Kaal for looking out for her despite her inner frustration. Sharensha proudly claims she's incredibly strong, which Kaal acknowledges by praising her unique ability to hunt in B-rank fields and solo kill raiders. Kaal casually tells her she can stay in Ulan if she chooses, and Sharensha quietly accepts the advice. Leaning forward, Kaal proposes a shocking team-up to conquer the legendary Candle Tower in the year 710. Legendary warriors gather as a recruitment call goes out to conquer the dangerous path ahead. Kaal reiterates her advice to stay in Ulan if she wishes, leaving Sharensha to ponder her ultimate fate. Silhouetted against a floral background, the 2 fairies stand at a quiet crossroads of destiny. Shurencha is completely dumbfounded by Kale's sudden, highly prestigious proposal, wondering how a weak fairy like her could possibly qualify. The teacup clatters softly onto its saucer as the high-stakes offer hangs heavily in the air. Kale proudly boasts about her elite team, which already includes legendary powerhouses like Deblik Muscle and Slan Arentir. Surrounded by dark roses, Kyle declares her absolute intent to conquer the Candle Tower, offering Shurencha the historic chance to join her triumph. Kale promises Shurencha unimaginable wealth and glory on Planet Trial 13 if she accepts, or a return to normal life if she refuses. Kale clarifies that this is merely a pressure-free proposal for Shurencha to carefully consider. Shurencha smiles politely, offering her sincere thanks for the incredible opportunity. Back in the present, under a cloudy sky, Shurencha panics as she realizes they have already entered the dreaded year of 708. Shurencha lets out a loud sneeze, prompting her blindfolded blonde companion named Rouge to check on her health. Handing her a protective mask, Rouge attributes the terrible air quality to the Doom faction's recent victory at the Candle Tower. Rouge explains that the heavy, anxious atmosphere is making everyone feel sluggish and unable to focus on their work. Over a glowing blue crystal ball, Rouge notes that anxious citizens are flooding astrologers for comfort, which Shurencha deeply understands. Walking down the stone alleyway, Shurencha silently wishes she had the power to see the future. Rouge offers to read her fortune, but Shurencha warns him that using such accurate foresight will drain his precious stamina. The blindfolded blonde man smiles gently, surrounded by vibrant yellow flowers that bring a touch of warmth to the bleak alley. A chilling close-up view of the blindfold reveals a stylized eye underneath, hinting at the terrifying depth of his foresight. Rouge explains how some despair at their future while others change it for the better, challenging Shurencha to choose her own path. Desperate to uncover the mysteries of her fate, the pink-haired girl watches as her blindfolded blonde companion prepares to read her fortune. He reaches out to probe her future, prompting her to pinpoint the tense final months of the current year. He instantly uncovers her deepest concern, the precise moment her first human friend is destined to escape. Determined to find a path through the looming crisis, the blindfolded blonde man channels his powerful magic to pierce the veil of time. Clutching her hands tightly, she silently prays for a future where everyone she cherishes survives unscathed. A heavy, mystical aura envelops the blindfolded blonde companion as he dives deeper into the void of fate. A tense silence falls as the seer hesitates, hinting at the troubling visions unfolding before him. Sudden panic strikes the pink-haired girl as her companion issues an urgent, chilling warning to tread lightly. The blindfolded blonde man drops a terrifying truth, revealing that her future is completely hidden from his sight. Fear grips the pink-haired girl as she desperately questions if a tragic demise awaits her and her friend. He reassures her that she is not dead, but warns of an overwhelming, boundless darkness swallowing her future. Within that dark abyss, a monstrous black serpent with piercing red eyes slithers forward from the shadows. Sensing an insatiable hunger, the blindfolded blonde man warns her to stay vigilant against this devouring force. Seeking a sliver of hope, she asks if this dark future is entirely devoid of light and filled only with despair. Somewhere deep within the crushing shadows, a faint glimmer of destiny still struggles to break through. He offers a final piece of vital advice, urging her to follow the guiding light when danger strikes. The blindfolded blonde man smiles warmly, hoping his words will serve as a shield in her darkest hours. Filled with renewed determination, the pink-haired girl expresses her heartfelt gratitude to her loyal companion. Despite the comforting words, the lingering thoughts of a ravenous monster continue to haunt her mind. It suddenly dawns on her that the terrifying entity in the vision might be none other than the treacherous serpent Iphos. She fumes with rage at the thought of being treated like mere prey destined for slaughter. Stepping into the eerie domain of darkness, she tentatively searches for a way forward amid swirling cosmic forces. Clutching her artifact, she attempts to carve out an escape route but finds the surrounding abyss completely impenetrable. The reality of her inexperience weighs heavily as she struggles to navigate the foreign terrain. Realizing she must study the stars, she moves forward only to spot a group of cloaked figures in the distance. To her absolute shock, she recognizes the young dark-haired boy standing right before her. She wonders why he is here when he was supposed to be hunting in a dangerous, high-rank field. A polite, glasses-wearing man in a dark cloak steps forward to greet the unexpected fairy visitor. Spinning a quick lie, the pink-haired girl claims she was simply wandering alone and got terribly lost. She secretly smiles, plotting to use this chance meeting to test her skills in the wild. Feigning vulnerability, she asks the cloaked man if she can join them for her own safety. The glasses-wearing man reveals that high-ranking officials have already taken a keen interest in her. Brushing off her fears, they agree to let her tag along, completely unaware that she has just outsmarted them. The cloaked group proudly introduces themselves as subordinates of Duke Deblik Muscle, offering to escort her safely. Moving alongside her new escorts, her gaze naturally drifts back to her quiet companion. The dark-haired boy looks back at her with subtle joy, thrilled by the unbelievable coincidence of their reunion. The two young companions share a heartwarming silent moment under the watchful eye of the escort. The glasses-wearing man breaks the silence, curiously questioning why she is staring so intently at the boy. The dark-haired boy quickly plays it cool, assuring the guard that he is perfectly capable of handling himself. Wrapped in a romantic haze of pink roses, she stares in awe at the young warrior's charming profile. Her heart flutters wildly as she gushes over how incredibly cute he looks up close. The glasses-wearing man dryly agrees, admitting that the young boy does indeed possess a handsome face. But the playful atmosphere instantly shatters as the guard's expression turns ice-cold, delivering a sharp warning. The dark-haired boy looks down in silence, feeling the heavy tension of the warning hanging in the air. The complex threads of fate continue to tighten as her journey of survival faces sudden, unforeseen trials. With spears instantly drawn, the guards reiterate their stern threat to the pink-haired girl. Sharp, gleaming spears cross right in front of her face, forcing her to halt her advance. Yielding to the sudden display of force, she quickly backs down and apologizes to defuse the hostility. Sweating nervously, she sighs in relief as she notices the dark-haired boy's deeply troubled expression. Though she can now gaze at him without suspicion, the dark aura surrounding his quiet figure hints at a storm brewing within. The storm of destiny begins as a guard orders Max to protect Sharensha, who quietly accepts. In a sudden flash, her new protector steps forward to shield her. The massive guard blocks her view entirely, leaving her unable to see Rio. Sharensha politely introduces herself to the brown-haired young guard, who replies his name is Max. A vibrant smile lights up her face, bringing brief warmth to the desolate canyon. With high hopes, she gently asks if he will accept her mysterious offering. Max accepts her gift with quiet gratitude, while a furious skirmish erupts behind him. Rio moves with terrifying speed, leaving Sharensha wondering if she is the source of his rage. Confused by his overwhelming strength, she eagerly asks Max what makes Rio so powerful. Swearing her to secrecy, Max leans in to whisper a highly classified rumor. As Sharensha praises Rio, the glasses-wearing official demands to know when her experiment will begin. She playfully puts off her work just to admire Rio, leaving the official completely speechless. The guard sighs deeply, knowing his elite position forbids him from scolding a naive fairy. Bound by glowing chains, Rio effortlessly decimates his foes without showing any exhaustion. Sharensha blushes intensely, captivated by his sheer dominance in battle. She clutches her face in sheer adoration, completely lost in her romantic fantasy. A blood-red aura bursts through the darkness as a terrifying voice demands their silence. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as a freezing wave of malice fills the air. Turning around, Sharensha gasps as a monstrous winged silhouette materializes behind her. The shadows deepen as a fateful, high-stakes contract is about to be forged. A sinister serpent reveals that the nearby gate connects directly to Commander Carnival's domain. Confused, Sharensha questions the commander's identity, only to learn of his former high-ranking status. Amid crackling purple lightning, she realizes this terrifying foe was once considered a foolish target. The pale-skinned doomed Commander Carnival smiles wickedly, casting a shadow of despair.
Panic strikes Sharensha as she realizes a boss-level entity has invaded low-rank zone.
Under his crushing pressure, the elite guards collapse in absolute terror. Realizing this disaster has never happened before, Sharensha deduces that she is the trigger. Swooping down like a predator, the winged commander grabs her by the collar. Sharensha struggles desperately in his iron grip as he hovers in midair. Staring closely into his piercing red eye, she tries to uncover his true motives. Sensing no immediate lethal intent, she is startled as a blinding slash cuts the air. Plunging backward from his grasp, she narrowly avoids a devastating clash. Rio stands firm, his eyes glowing with power as he prepares to unleash hell. Sharensha frantically warns Rio to stay back, claiming she is the only target. Unleashing her own magical energy, she fiercely insists on handling the threat herself. Rio looks at her with intense frustration, questioning why she would risk her life for him. The psychotic commander bursts into laughter, mocking their display of young love. Her face turns bright red as she desperately tries to hide her unspoken feelings. The commander playfully promises to support their relationship, further teasing the young fairy. His smile turns chillingly sinister as he declares their love to be a beautiful tragedy. Sharensha matches his mockery, threatening to tear him apart if he harms her companion. Carnival grabs her chin, noting that she is far more peculiar than his report suggested. He whispers a bone-chilling revelation, declaring that she belongs to the colossal serpent Iphos. The commander explains how he spied on the depths of the labyrinth through his dark energy. He locks eyes with her, revealing the exact moment she caught his attention. He recalls confronting the chained serpent about her, only to be met with threats. Sharensha fumes with silent rage as she learns Iphos kept these deadly secrets from her. The commander questions why a rare flower fairy would ever choose to live in such darkness. He points out her freedom, wondering why she hasn't fled from the serpent's lair. Staring with a single blood-red eye, he drops a final devastating truth. Is she too blind to see that she is merely being fattened up as the snake's ultimate prey? A chilling realization washes over Sharensha as Carnival exposes her secret motives for staying in this domain. Carnival fumes with rage at the giant serpent Iphos for keeping her existence a closely guarded secret. He mockingly declares that she stayed solely to grow stronger, catching Sharensha completely off guard. He deduces that she endured brutal, life-threatening training under the Serpent just to acquire her legendary speed. Sensing her bottomless craving for power, Carnival realizes she possesses the perfect potential to become an ultimate dark vessel. A dark law exists among the commanders never to interfere with another's chosen prey. But Carnival's sadistic desire to provoke the giant snake overrides any taboo of the Dark Realm. He playfully proposes that stealing her away right before she is devoured would be the ultimate thrill. Though the villain continues his sick game, Shurencha secretly rejoices that Rio remains safe from immediate danger. Cornering her with terrifying intimacy, the Pale Commander demands to know how she feels about her impending doom. Shurencha fiercely resists his tight grip, boldly insulting her demonic captor to mask her rising panic. Under a sudden surge of crushing pressure, she struggles to keep her footing against his dark aura. With a wicked grin, the malicious commander demands she display her absolute despair. A tense, suffocating silence settles over the canyon as the psychological battle reaches its peak. Realizing his mental pressure is weak compared to what she endured under Iphos, she decides to fake her weakness. Her surprising resilience leaves Carnival thoroughly amused by the legendary creature Iphos has bred. As Carnival demands answers, Shurencha meticulously plots to stall for time and manipulate his attention. Carnival's single crimson eye narrows with suspicion as he notices her persistent, quiet defiance. Shifting his focus, the sinister commander realizes her true weakness lies in her quiet protector. Enraged, Shurencha fiercely bargains to protect her companion from becoming target practice for the Dark Commander. Clutching his wrist with newfound fire, Shurencha boldly declares she will never be anyone's prey. Mocking her confidence, Carnival threatens her life, but she holds her ground with unwavering defiance. She matches his threats with her own savage promise, thoroughly entertaining her dark-winged captor. Carnival mocks her sudden burst of courage, linking her reckless bravery directly to her bond with Rio. He hungrily covets her radiant courage, finding the pure emotion incredibly appetizing. Dropping her to the cold ground, the commander breaks his hold in a sudden, brutal move. Feigning mock concern, Carnival bursts into manic laughter over his own deadly carelessness. His playful mood instantly evaporates as his bloodlust takes over, deciding to execute her on the spot. Before Carnival can strike, a blinding light erupts above them, halting the deadly descent. Rio steps forward, his glowing hand unleashing a torrent of untapped chained energy. Carnival muses on how his dull raid has suddenly become extraordinarily interesting. He notes with dark amusement that Rio's explosive power vastly exceeds all previous intelligence reports. The sudden overwhelming surge of raw energy forces even the powerful commander to stand on high alert. With a desperate shriek, Carnival watches in horror as his magnificent black wings are violently torn apart. Consumed by absolute rage, the mangled commander vows to butcher the young warrior once and for all. Shurencha screams in terror, realizing the battle has reached a terrifying point of no return.
In a brief tender moment amidst the chaos, Rio gently reassures her with a comforting touch.
His calm voice echoes in her ears, promising that he will protect her no matter what. The desolate canyon becomes a tempestuous battlefield of swirling elemental magic. Tears well in her eyes as she desperately screams his name into the chaotic wind. A massive blinding shockwave of blue flame detonates, shaking the very foundations of the canyon. Lightning and magic clash violently in a spectacular display of raw, unrestrained destruction. The violent tempest of energy physically repels her, keeping her at a hopeless distance from the fray. Looking at the fallen guard, Shurencha realizes she is the only one who can save her friend. Steeling her resolve, she prepares to unlock a power she has long kept sealed. With a cry of absolute determination, Shurencha summons massive glowing roots from the barren earth. She carefully guides her roots from the perimeter to avoid interfering with Rio's direct attacks. Her master plan begins to unfold as she decides to siphon Carnival's dark energy directly. An eerie laughter echoes from above as the sky darkens with ominous falling black feathers. Ready to finish the fight, Rio prepares to unleash his ultimate devastating strike. Staring with wide eyes, Shurencha suddenly realizes what seeing Rio implies. The sinister Doom Commander, Carnival, watches the battlefield unfold before him. As Carnival grips Rio, Shurencha frantically demands he release him. Consumed by fury, Shurencha demands the Dark Commander stop immediately. Violent streaks of magical lightning split the dark tense sky. A massive skeletal serpent tail suddenly wraps around the shocked commander. Caught off guard, Carnival struggles to comprehend the sudden magical restraint. Wiz unleashes a blinding burst of power from his outstretched hand. A sharp, violent cracking sound echoes through the desolate canyon. Pieces of shattered white bone fall silently onto the cold ground. Carnival bursts into manic laughter, finding the unexpected counterattack highly amusing. A dark monstrous shadow begins to take over the commander's face. With a terrifying beak, Carnival vows to slaughter the young warrior. Shurencha panics as she senses a suffocating wave of dark power. Wiz stands his ground as unstable magical energy crackles around him. A tempestuous gale sweeps across the battleground, intensifying the pressure. Wiz realizes that the giant serpent Iphos must be unfathomably powerful now. Realizing her current strength is insufficient, Shurencha desperately seeks more power. She begs for an even greater magical force to protect him. Shurencha concentrates, forcing her magical roots to expand and grow tougher. Carnival laughs psychotically as the violent energy continues to escalate.
Sharencha aims to summon a persistent power that will never decay.
A dark crystal materializes within the center of a blooming rose. Sharencha gasps in shock as she yells out the commander's name. A terrifying voice threatens to devour them in a single bite. The maddened beast claims they have severely overstepped their bounds. A booming voice calls out the name of the Quiet Protector. A powerful bearded figure suddenly crashes down onto the rocky battlefield. The red-eyed lord sternly commands the combatants to stop their fighting. The surrounding dark aura settles as a mysterious, powerful faction intervenes. The red-cloaked lord lands with crushing impact, demanding absolute obedience. The imposing blonde lord fixes his piercing gaze upon the battlefield. The lord orders Carnival to cease his attack and return immediately. Carnival furiously rejects the command, but the lord calmly corrects him. Carnival glares menacingly, presenting a dangerous and silent counter-threat. Carnival mockingly asks if the lord wishes to duel to the death.
An unsettling low chuckle echoes from the shadows of the canyon.
Addressing the lord as Deblick Muscle, Carnival vows to drain his blood. Carnival points his claw to issue a final threat to them. He promises to return and execute them when they're happiest. Black feathers drift down as Wiz and Sharencha head back silently. The blonde lord inquires about Sharencha's safety and demands a report. Sharencha remains visibly shaken by the terrifying encounter with the commander. The doctor reports that Wiz rushed in when Sharencha was grabbed. Wiz receives a sharp, unexpected slap on the face from the lord. Terrified and angry, Sharencha demands to know why he struck Wiz. The lord questions Wiz's recklessness, but Wiz claims he followed orders. The lord clarifies his instructions while the glasses-wearing official demands explanations. Wiz literally interprets his orders, viewing Carnival as a mere minion. The official confirms a loophole in the wording caused this absolute disaster. A high-stakes interrogation begins as Wiz defends his sudden battlefield intervention by claiming direct orders to protect the ferry override all standard protocols. Seeking answers, the blonde-haired lord demands to know if the doctor ordered the rescue, but the doctor instantly denies issuing any such command. The doctor explains that a general order to protect the pink-haired fairy was misinterpreted by Wiz as a direct command. Wiz silently reflects on how he took advantage of the vague instruction to justify his immediate intervention. Sharencha feels a wave of relief, realizing Wiz can avoid suspicion because his actions can be traced back to official orders. The blonde-haired lord questions Wiz about his battle against the Class 1 monster, prompting Wiz to admit that hunting the creature was entirely impossible. Wiz details his strategy, explaining how he focused strictly on stalling the formidable enemy until his master could arrive. While Wiz confesses the situation was dangerously close, Sharencha boldly steps forward to declare that he was the one who saved her life. The pink-haired fairy desperately hugs Wiz, pleading with the blonde-haired lord not to punish the silent protector who kept her safe. Sharencha warmly declares her wish to be friends, catching Wiz completely off guard as he struggles to comprehend her kindness. Sharencha eagerly asks for a formal introduction, but the blonde-haired lord coldly downplays Wiz's actions as mere obedience to duty. In a comical burst of stubbornness, Chibi Sharencha insists that regardless of the rules, his heroism is an undeniable fact. The blonde-haired lord commands Wiz to cease his protection, forcing Wiz to pull away from Sharencha because of his aversion to physical touch. A chilling reminder hangs in the air as the blonde-haired lord claims Wiz only tolerated her presence out of strict obedience. The blonde-haired lord grips Sharencha's wrist tightly, warning her that the portal is opening and she must return home immediately. When the blonde-haired lord offers to escort her, Sharencha proudly rejects his assistance and insists she can stand up on her own. Despite his warnings to transform back into her fairy state, Sharencha confidently relies on her personal emergency escape artifact. Critical system alerts reveal that heavy doom energy from the monster's presence requires them to reach a C-rank field to activate the escape item. Sharencha tentatively reaches out her hand, preparing to navigate the dangerous path ahead. Taking the blonde-haired lord's hand, Sharencha begins to leave, casting one last lingering look back at Wiz. Stepping toward the dark, swirling portal, Sharencha calls out a final, heartfelt thank you to Wiz for saving her life. Wiz is left standing in stunned silence, her sincere apology for the sudden hug echoing deeply in his mind. With a bright, hopeful smile, Sharencha departs with the heartfelt promise that they will cross paths once again. The scene shifts abruptly to the dark depths of the Iphos prison where Sharencha sits pouting in pure frustration. The blonde-haired lord breaks the silence, offering to officially introduce her to Wiz if she truly desires it. Sharencha's excitement instantly turns to dread as the lord sets a manipulative condition demanding her unconditional cooperation. Instantly rejecting the bait, Sharencha curses the manipulative lord for trying to trap her with such an underhanded deal. Sharencha transforms into her tiny fairy form and flies eagerly back to her cell to reunite with Rio. Sharencha's joy shatters instantly as she gasps in horror at the heavy chains binding Rio's wrists. Consumed by furious worry, Sharencha demands to know which monster dared to inflict such cruel punishment upon him. Rio quietly reveals that he chained himself as self-punishment, leaving the pink-haired fairy utterly stunned by his confession. Haunted by the memory of pushing her away, Rio admits that he simply cannot forgive himself for his actions. As Rio expresses intense self-hatred, Shurencha gently holds his hand, reminding him that he only pushed her to protect her. Shurencha urges Rio to stop blaming himself, insisting he should direct his fierce anger toward the true villain who caused this mess.
Shurencha fiercely vows to eliminate the mastermind behind the chaos who forced them into this painful confrontation.
Gripping his chained fist, Rio quietly resolves to destroy the enemy who made it impossible to shield his precious fairy. A quiet peace finally settles over the dark stone cell as Shurencha softly asks if he has managed to calm his anger. With a playful flick to his forehead, Shurencha gently reminds Rio that he is a free spirit who belongs to no one.
Shurencha demands a warm embrace, wrapping her arms around Rio to banish the lingering cold of the prison cell.
Holding him close, Shurencha softly wishes for his wounds to heal quickly, prompting a quiet, submissive agreement from Rio. In an adorable chibi moment, Shurencha calls out to Rio with newfound warmth and affection. Shurencha gazes deeply into Rio's eyes, demanding to hear every single thought he harbored throughout this stressful day. Overwhelmed by her unconditional care, a single tear slips down Rio's face as his emotional walls begin to crumble. The heavy atmosphere of the dungeon lingers as a silent testament to their unbreakable bond. Seeking absolute truth, Shurencha pushes Rio to confess his deepest fears and secrets from start to finish. Haunted by his failure, Rio struggles to hold back his tears as he faces her unwavering devotion.
Clinging to her tightly, Rio explains how he bent his absolute orders simply to ensure her survival.
Shurencha realizes with a heavy heart that despite his programming to obey the villain, he fought to protect her. Rio solemnly swears that even if it meant his absolute destruction, he would never choose to ignore her wishes. Overjoyed by his loyalty, Shurencha happily hugs him, confident that her precious companion will always stand by her side through the coming storm. In a shocking moment of raw vulnerability, she finally confesses the terrifying truth that she could have stopped her attack. Looking deeply into his eyes, she admits she deliberately ignored his warnings just to find an excuse to fight. The horrific memory of her companion being brutally strangled and slammed onto the floor flashes before their eyes. Anguish and quiet determination wash over the young warrior as he absorbs her painful, honest confession.
She explains that despite the commander's immense power, she only fought to ensure her protector would not be left abandoned.
He gently cradles her face, fiercely declaring his absolute intent to slaughter anyone who dares to lay a hand on her.
His dark, blood-red aura flares with the ultimate promise that their tormentor must pay with his life. Staring ahead with unwavering focus, he commands her never to hold him back from protecting her again. A blinding resolve consumes him as he vows to destroy their enemies no matter how powerful they are. She looks on in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by his intense, unyielding devotion to her safety. She softly admits that if their roles were reversed, she would also risk everything to fight for him. Her unexpected declaration of protective love leaves him entirely speechless and deeply touched. She pleads with him not to risk his life, but he questions why she can do it while forbidding him. Shifting to a warm, playful smile, she manages to coax a mutual promise of safety from her stubborn companion.
A radiant, beautiful smile graces her face, bringing a rare moment of pure joy to the dark cavern.
Amidst a blooming field of glowing flowers, he whispers his eternal vow to stay by her side forever. She lightheartedly reminds him of his protective promise, teasing him to go easy on their future foes. Their hands gently draw closer, sealing their silent, unbreakable bond with a tender touch. She softly reciprocates his deep affection, confirming that her heart belongs entirely to him as well. Wrapped in a tight, emotional embrace, he admits how difficult it was to hide his recognition of her. A hilarious, lighthearted chibi moment erupts as she angrily checks his head after his clumsy confession. Pouting with fiery energy, she demands to know if hitting back means she can't find him cute anymore. She boldly tells him to make up for his teasing by finding her even cuter or she will pry. With a gentle, adoring gaze, he submissively agrees that she is allowed to do absolutely anything to him. Raising her chained hands in triumph, she joyfully declares her burning desire for their swift, upcoming escape. Despite her bright laughter, a lingering sense of urgency remains as she realizes their time together is short. Shifting to a bright new scene, an energetic orange-haired team leader prepares for her next busy appointment. Walking with elegant grace, the stylish orange-haired woman heads toward her destination. Several years pass as the independent group Team Remy establishes its successful operations inside a grand library. Overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork, the cute chibi team leader prepares for another exhausting day of work. Gathering her papers with fierce determination, she confidently promises to successfully conquer all her daily tasks. Suddenly, the pink-haired Shurencha bursts into the office with a brilliant smile, calling out to her dear friend. Overflowing with pure affection, the orange-haired Remy pulls Shurencha into a tight, incredibly warm embrace. Remy happily holds her close, whispering that she never wants to let go of her favorite companion. Plunking down exciting new contracts, Remy eagerly reveals massive guild collaborations that will bring them immense fortune. Shurencha beams with deep gratitude, fully crediting their incredible success and wealth to Remy's relentless hard work. Clasping her hands anxiously, Shurencha asks if Remy will still adore her even if she grows much larger. Remy gazes back with unconditional love, warmly promising that she will always be her absolute cutie. Leaning in with a playful grin, Sharencha tests her limits by asking if she would be loved even after doing bad things. Remy cheerfully matches her playfulness, assuring her she remains cute no matter who she has to eliminate. The lighthearted atmosphere shifts as Sharencha grows serious, asking if she is truly planning to commit a crime. Sharencha's expression hardens with worry as her companion stubbornly refuses to explain her true motives. Remy turns away in quiet contemplation, suspecting that Sharencha is secretly planning a highly dangerous prison break.
She recalls the terrifying consequences of jailbreak attempts, knowing captured escapees and their accomplices face immediate brutal execution.
A heavy, suspenseful silence fills the air as she questions the necessity of such a reckless escape. Looking at Sharencha, Remy points out that her current high status could easily allow her to request a direct release. Sharencha quickly shifts the subject, revealing her bold plan to soon withdraw a massive sum of money. Remy laughs off the warning, warmly promising not to be shocked by any sudden financial movements. Sharencha gazes out the white window, quietly asking her friend to consider relocating to a different land before winter. Remy firmly declines the offer, declaring her unwavering resolve to stay and protect her territory as danger looms ahead. Escaping this legendary underground prison is a suicidal mission. The pink-haired girl sprinkles ahead with deep anxiety, questioning if their escape is truly possible. A blinding warmth envelops her as her magical strength continues to escalate at an unprecedented speed. Her orange-haired companion gently pats her head, offering reassuring words of hope and success. She looks up with a bright, grateful smile, comforted by the warm gesture. Her companion smiles back warmly but sternly advises her to stay extremely cautious. Tears well up in the young girl's vibrant eyes as the heavy reality sinks in. Overwhelmed by emotion, she throws her arms around her friend, sobbing while expressing her deep gratitude. Holding her in a fierce embrace, her companion encourages her to boldly pursue her heart's desires. Time flows forward as the scene shifts to an imposing stone fortress under a dark, heavy sky. A heavy dark boot crushes a blooming rose on the cold ground, marking a silent arrival. The cloaked figure quietly whispers her name, letting the cold wind carry the words. A desolate wind sweeps through the empty stone streets of the fortress. Within the dark depths of the prison, the grueling duration of confinement is finally revealed. She closes her eyes to focus her mind, gathering her resolve for the trial ahead. Her driving motivation becomes clear as she vows to gain power to rescue her imprisoned companion. The young captive notes the ticking clock as the perfect escape window fast approaches. A heavy silence hangs over him as he contemplates the perilous path that lies ahead. He bluntly warns her about her lack of strength, reminding her of their past dangerous encounter. She indignantly defends her strength, claiming she was only thrown back because she was exhausted. She aggressively demands a rematch to prove herself, forcing him to quickly backtrack and apologize. Softening her stance, she suddenly demands he hold her with all his might. He pulls her into a deep, comforting embrace despite the heavy chains binding him. Resting in his arms, she confesses that his touch finally brings peace to her heart. She reminds him of the ticking clock, pleading for his promise to take her with him. A sudden wave of insecurity hits him as he questions if she would be better off without him. He reveals a chilling truth about how dangerous enemies are actively targeting her. He recalls the tempting offers of wealth and power he refused just to protect her. Annoyed by his self-doubt, she sternly scolds him for suggesting he is a burden to her.
He quietly apologizes as she demands to know how she could ever be happy without him.
She anxiously questions his willingness to take her along, prompting his immediate and desperate denial. She demands complete honesty about his hidden fears, but he stubbornly tries to deflect. Gripping his face gently but firmly, she warns him of her wrath if he dares to lie to her. Looking down at his heavy chains, he passionately promises that they will escape together. She laughs off the dark challenges ahead, confident that they can handle any future hardships. He pats her head gently, declaring that the opinions of strangers mean absolutely nothing to him. A serene smile spreads across her face as she absorbs his unwavering devotion. She boldly asserts her confidence in being able to handle whatever obstacles he faces. She grasps his hand tightly, asking if he will stand by her side regardless of the pain it brings. He stares back with wide eyes, wondering if it is truly permissible for him to stay by her side. Clutching his chest, he firmly and emotionally reassures her of his absolute commitment. She wraps her arms around him tightly, promising to cling to him even if he ever tries to leave. She gazes up with raw emotion, confessing the tragic depth of her attachment to him. He smiles gently, softly encouraging her to lay down her heavy worries. They share a tender, deeply emotional embrace, finding peace in their shared promises. The scene transitions to the grand towers of the castle as a storm gathers overhead. A hand reveals a critical artifact capable of securing their escape from the dangerous maze. The pink-haired girl talks with a blindfolded blonde man as the crucial hour of escape draws near. A cute chibi transition highlights the unlikely alliance between her and her blindfolded guide. The blonde, blindfolded man questions her risky actions, warning that her efforts may still fall short. An eerie chill grips the stone corridor as a voice notes the strangely weak Doom energy in Zone 7. Sharencha questions if the distance causes this anomaly, but her guide quickly dismisses the idea. A giant chained serpent looms as the voice reveals the I-Force is secretly hiding its true terrifying power. She stares in shock as she is warned that the enemy has never revealed their actual strength. Accepting the dire warning, Sharencha listens intently as Rouge prepares to explain how the escape artifact works. Laying out the prison map, Rouge reveals the artifact only activates once they escape the high-density Doom zones. Realizing they must climb halfway up the fortress from Rio's floor, she feels the crushing weight of the challenge. Gripping a scroll, Shurencha learns that even slightly damaging the artifact will instantly trigger its emergency transport magic. He warns her that the elite controllers of the I-Force will detect any teleportation attempt the very second it occurs. Rouge delivers his final instruction, revealing the destination coordinates lead directly to the vast western pastures. He cautions her that the chaotic doom energy could easily warp the coordinates and throw them off course. He sternly advises her to cast a protective shield first, warning that a failed teleport could bury her alive. He hands over a bag of weaker prototype artifacts, their last desperate lifeline in this suicidal break. She tightly clasps the heavy satchel containing the keys to their perilous salvation. Offering a warm, parting smile, Rouge promises to pray daily for her and her friend's safe return. They warmly clasp hands, cementing a silent promise to survive the incoming storm as they say their goodbyes. A sudden flashback reveals a gentler time as a warm voice offers beautiful gifts to the children. The scene shifts to a quaint town where childhood innocence stood tall before the dark times began. Shurencha appears as a glowing, winged fairy, bringing absolute joy to those around her. Back in the cafe, her companions examine a mysterious magical device that Shurencha has just presented to them. The young man marvels at the artifact, noting its incredibly versatile and unrestricted range. They are advised to use the teleportation device immediately the moment things go south. A dark cloud of suspicion forms as the group begins to piece together a terrifying realization. A tense voice questions if the device is actually the Forbidden Doom Maze Escape artifact. Shurencha's playful expression completely shatters as her secret is suddenly laid bare before her friends. Shocked, she silently wonders how her companion Mimigo could possibly know about such a highly classified item. Meanwhile, dark forces gather in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The braided-hair woman calls out Shurencha's name, demanding a straight answer regarding her dangerous plans. The brown-haired companion stares in disbelief, unable to ignore the severe implications of her actions. Shurencha explains she previously saw a crude version of the artifact smuggled into a neighboring cell. Her friend reveals Mimigo's shocking past as a notorious juvenile offender before his supposed reformation. Shurencha listens in silent shock as the dark truth about her guide begins to unfold. A grim history is shared, revealing the last person who tried to use it was instantly executed by the Lord. Refusing to let her deflect, her companion demands confirmation that she is planning to raid the Doom Maze. He holds up the watch, proving it is indeed a powerful spatial transfer tool meant for a dangerous jailbreak. Confused, she asks if the artifact is meant to protect them from potential imprisonment by the terrifying I-Force. Her friend voices her deep fears of execution, urging Shurencha to use the device to flee if things get deadly. Among dark roses, her companion pleads with her not to go through with her reckless, illegal plans. He warns her that this dangerous operation requires absolute focus and leaving nothing to chance. Shurencha stubbornly plays dumb, claiming the device is merely a precaution for the ominous 13th month. Seeing her resolve, her companion reluctantly backs down, accepting her defensive silence for now. Tears well up in Shurencha's eyes as she struggles with the immense weight of her hidden burden. The mood softens as they look forward to finally meeting the mysterious Rio Ren once they reunite. Shurencha smiles through her tears, quietly whispering that her beloved companions are eager to meet her imprisoned partner. She suddenly unveils 3 stunning pink crystal lotus flowers to her amazed companions. She explains these crystal artifacts provide emergency treatment and a safe opening when surrounded by deadly doom energy. Remy warns Shurencha that the upcoming Doom Tornado will be far more devastating than anything they have faced before. Shurencha offers a gentle, reassuring smile, thanking her dear friend for the heartfelt concern. The two share a heartwarming moment of solidarity, sealing their deep bond with a gentle finger touch. An ominous warning echoes through the fortress, declaring only 2 days remain until the catastrophic 13th month begins. An ominous accusation echoes through the stone walls, exposing a hidden plot to cause chaos in the upcoming 13th month. The giant chained serpent with glowing red eyes warns that this peaceful meeting might be their very last. Shurencha resolutely declares that if things go wrong, this will be their final encounter before she escapes far away from Mulan forever. The serpent mockingly questions if she's trying to play mind games with him, but the tiny fairy playfully deflects his suspicion. Shurencha wishes to be left alone, prompting the hostile serpent to vow that he will never cooperate and that her plans are doomed to fail. Narrowing its crimson eye, the beast spits out a venomous insult, calling her an insolent weed. Swirling dark energy blasts Shurencha backward as the unseen force mocks her relentless, reckless defiance despite past beatings. Facing down the dark threat, she is warned not to provoke a premature execution before the scheduled days are up. An eerie hand reaches out into the darkness as a sinister laugh dares her to go ahead and attempt her rebellion. After a harsh dismissal from the giant beast, Shurencha casually bids farewell as she fades away from the dark domain. Year 708, day 2559 of confinement. Glowing with magic, Shurencha desperately prays for the strength to rescue and escape alongside her companion, Rio. She anxiously ponders whether I-Force will act immediately in the 13th month or wait until the final explosive day of Doom's power.
Unrolling a magical celestial map, she decides to simplify her strategy regardless of the unpredictable timing of their enemies.
Seated in the palms of her giant chained companion, the tiny fairy outlines her ideal plan to escape silently or fight her way out. Her determination wavers as she envisions the formidable Deblik muscle standing in their way as a potential disruptor. She stares at the young, bound Rio, wondering if he possesses the sheer power required to defeat the Lord himself. She realizes her magic is strictly specialized against doom energy, rendering her completely powerless against a human adversary like the Lord. She recalls the staggering display of power when Rio fought on equal footing with Carnival, a high-ranking Doom commander. The memory of Rio coughing up blood during his terrifyingly brutal training sessions still haunts her to this day. She clings to the hope that Rio's grueling efforts might actually give him a fighting chance against the formidable Lord. In a lighter moment, the young boy innocently asks if he should strike their enemy, earning an enthusiastic cheer of approval from her. She gently reminds Rio that escaping is their absolute priority, advising him not to attack unless provoked. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the prison, snapping them both out of their thoughts as danger approaches. Thick, dark mist begins to swirl around the kneeling boy as an ominous rumble echoes through the deep stone corridor. Shurencha gasps as the atmosphere suddenly thickens into a toxic swamp-like haze, wondering if midnight has already arrived. Amidst the rattling of heavy chains, Rio's voice calls out to her through the dark, suffocating fog. Rio urgently warns her that he hears metallic scraping from the depths below, sending a jolt of panic through her. She turns her head quickly, her eyes widening as she tries to identify the source of the unsettling noise. With a series of violent snaps, the massive chains binding Rio begin to buckle under an immense supernatural pressure. A colossal burst of dark energy explodes in the hallway, forcing Rio to shield his eyes as she gasps in disbelief. The sheer pressure of the approaching power threatens to crush everything in its path, completely overwhelming their senses. Grimacing in agony, Shurencha collapses onto the stone floor as a searing headache grips her. Looking around a strange, majestic castle, she realizes she has been transported elsewhere despite not yet activating her escape artifact. Realizing she is no longer in Yulon, she frantically calls out Rio's name into the empty stone corridors. Her heart races in panic as she realizes her companion is completely gone, leaving her entirely isolated in this unknown fortress. Gazing up at the ominous crimson-stained sky, she is filled with dread at the terrifying thought of being abandoned all alone. From the swirling red shadows, a chilling, sinister laugh echoes as the terrifying serpent silhouette emerges once again. Confronting the threat, she screams his name as Ifos' voice declares his intention to slaughter Kael and Deblik Muscle in 13 days. Hovering silently over the cold, barren pavement, Shurencha absorbs the weight of the Dark Lord's sudden ultimatum. The dark voice promises to eliminate her messengers, offering her a fleeting and dangerous chance to make her escape. Pointing to a glowing pink blossom, the voice commands her to rescue her human within 13 days, recalling past events. Veins of pure darkness wrap tightly around the core as the voice details its relentless method of corruption. Rising high above the castle towers, the monstrous silhouette delivers a final, chilling command for her success. She stands frozen in stunned silence, watching a dark plume of smoke billow from the fortress tower into the red horizon. Girding her resolve, the pink-haired fairy flies toward the imposing castle doors, ready to face the perilous path ahead. The legend of her dangerous quest continues to build as the fate of her companion hangs in the balance. Deep within the lowest floor of the Ifos maze, the shadows grow darker and more dangerous than ever before. Standing before the massive coils of the serpent, Rio is mocked with the cruel lie that his beloved fairy has already been killed. Fallen petals litter the cold floors, serving as a bitter reminder of past innocence ruthlessly trampled underfoot. Unmoved by the deceit, Rio stares defiantly back, calmly stating that he knows his companion is still alive. Trapped deep in the abyss, the dark beast realizes Shurencha has been flung to the surface. The massive serpent reveals its bizarrely protective logic for sparing Shurencha from a brutal fate. Deeply composed despite his separation, Rio justifies his calculated patience to the baffled monster. The serpent tries to provoke his wrath, only to meet a terrifyingly controlled response. His loyalty boundaries run shockingly deep, requiring her word before he unleashes his lethal power. A chilling ultimatum is delivered. He will endure corruption, but drawing blood means absolute war. The looming dark presence mockingly questions the boy's absolute certainty against the corruption. With unwavering devotion, the boy declares he will never turn simply because she hates it. A sinister laugh echoes through the darkness, dismissing his human resolve as completely meaningless. The colossal predator closes in, ready to test the limits of his psychological defense. Undeterred by the oppressive mental chant, the boy calmly inquires about the perks of submission. The creature describes a perverse state of existence where pain transforms into ultimate pleasure. He flatly declines the hollow peace, choosing to embrace real pain for the sake of his partner. The beast shifts tactics, weaponizing the painful truth of the mortal fairy lifespan difference. For a fleeting second, the boy's armor cracks as the cruel reality of time hits home. Rio shrugs it off with logical alternatives, prompting the serpent to pitch a far darker scenario. Without a single hesitation, his terrifying devotion leaves the ancient beast questioning his sanity. The realization sinks in that the boy's entire universe is locked onto his companion alone. Beneath a peaceful visage lies an obsession so profound it completely alienates the dark entity. The monster threatens to corrupt Shurencha directly, sparking a polite but heavy warning from the boy. Challenging the boy's calm boundaries, the beast sneeringly asks what consequences it would face. A terrifying radiant energy surges from the boy as he delivers his final quiet threat. The serpent strikes a nerve, asking if his beloved fairy is blind to his monstrous side. Knowing she is oblivious to his power, the beast mocks the heavy burden of his secrets. A chilling prophecy is laid bare. The truth about his nature would tear their bond apart forever. The scene shifts dramatically as the overarching conflict of their bound fates intensifies. Angered beyond measure, Shurencha unleashes a powerful blast against the oppressive shadow barrier. Levitating high above, she vows to punish the beast for wrapping their world in darkness. Desperately analyzing the barrier, she fears forcing her way through will corrupt her own form. Steeling her resolve, she prepares to use every ounce of her magic to force a breakthrough. A massive strike reverberates through the forest as she attempts to shatter the seal. Her companions marvel at her unique ability to effortlessly bypass the formidable shadow barriers. Panic spreads among her allies as rumors of the Ancient Lord's release begin to circulate. Absorbing the chaotic news, Shurencha realizes the stakes have escalated beyond anything she prepared for. A brilliant plan begins to form as she realizes unity is their only salvation. Shifting coordinates, she moves swiftly to gather her allies for the final stand. Surrounded by blooming energy, she boldly promises to tear a hole straight through the shadows. She reveals 3 legendary glowing elemental gems to bolster their upcoming assault. Explaining their magical attributes, she highlights how the flames and decay will dismantle the barrier. The visual proof of her strategy shines bright as she secures their defensive options. Despite her confident exterior, she secretly worries over using untested, highly volatile artifacts. She turns to her allies, instructing them to strike with maximum force the instant a crack opens. Lingering doubts persist among the ranks, questioning if her magic can truly overcome the gap. Stealing their weapons, they choose to place their absolute faith in the fairy's extraordinary power. She offers a gentle, encouraging smile, signaling that the hour of reckoning has arrived. Channeling her inner essence, she exhales a powerful, purifying mist onto the ancient gateway. Step by step, she bravely marches toward the blinding light of the unknown corridor. The radiant energy begins to aggressively consume the lingering dark mist surrounding them. With a booming command, she signals her allies to unleash their full explosive power. The dark illusions shatter like glass, paving a free path for the rebellion's desperate final stand. Gasping in horror, Shurencha stares at the gloomy city layout before her. She sprints through the desolate streets, compelled by an ominous voice demanding absolute submission. A sudden voice calls out her name, forcing her to halt. Dia expresses immense relief that Shurencha managed to escape captivity. Shurencha celebrates their safety but insists she must rescue her friend immediately. Despite the danger of the prison, Dia urges her to remain hopeful. Dia suddenly grabs Shurencha, desperately warning her to flee the city instead. With tears in her eyes, Shurencha refuses to abandon her quest. She fondly remembers the profound bond she shares with her first human companion. Dia appeals to their shared fairy heritage, but Shurencha stands far. Gripping her hands tighter, Dia prepares to deliver a grave, world-shattering revelation. A heavy silence falls as Dia prepares her friend for the absolute worst. She delivers the chilling news that a catastrophic cosmic threat has just landed.